The kiss faded, not from desire, but necessity. Their foreheads remained pressed together, breaths mingling in the still air that followed. For a moment neither moved. Eliana's eyes fluttered open first, violet flecks catching the ambient glow of the portal stones. Her fingers curled gently against the fabric of Gunner's shirt, as if reluctant to let go. But she did, slowly, respectfully. Gunner stepped back just enough to look at her. The steel of his eye had softened, still guarded, always watchful, but something in him had been disarmed. Not by weakness, by choice. They didn't speak. The moment didn't need language. At the doorway, just beyond the edge of the stone hall, Melorian stood. He had come with the intent to deliver orders, one final directive before the earthbound party departed, but the sight before him silenced that purpose. His hand lingered on the doorway. Then, slowly, he withdrew it. He did not step in. He did not speak. Instead, he watched. The elven guardian who had once stood at his side, fire in her eyes and storm in her hands, now stood anchored by something older than vows. She had found gravity, not in obligation, but in connection. And the man before her, the Wolf of Earth. A title whispered first by soldiers and scouts, then picked up by messengers, until it found root even among the ancient trees of Alfheim. A human, yes, but not just. Bonded to a dire wolf born of another realm, forged in fire, tested by death, and now chosen, by fate perhaps, or by her. Mylorion remembered when she first spoke of him. A human found me after the battle. I was wounded. He didn't ask questions. He protected me anyway. And later, after the war with Ultranacius turned, he would have died for me. I saved him. I didn't think twice. That was when Melorion knew. Eliana's path had never been only Alfheim's. Her fate had curved quietly toward Earth from the moment she fell into that realm. And now here it stood, etched in a single kiss that echoed more deeply than any spell. He stepped back into shadow. No orders would be given, not yet. This moment belonged to them. But as he walked away, one thought lingered. If the old prophecies speak true, then the wolf and the guardian were never meant to remain apart. Not in war, not in love, not when the storm returns. The wind stirred lightly outside the chamber. Eliana and Gunnar stood close still, though the moment had softened. Their hands lingered between them, not clasped, but near. A quiet footstep echoed. They turned just as Mylorion reappeared at the arched threshold, robes whispering behind him, his expression measured. "I did not wish to interrupt," he said, "but the council awaits. Preparations must be made before you return to Earth." Eliana gave a small nod, her tone even. "Of course." Melorion's gaze lingered on them both, then rested briefly, knowingly, on her. "Eliana, may I speak with you? Alone?" Gunnar gave her a glance, brow lifted in silent question. She responded with the faintest touch to his arm, a reassurance. He stepped away. Mylorion led her to a side corridor, a narrow hall carved from moonstone and old magic. The silence here was thicker, not hostile, just old. Only when they were far enough from listening ears did Mylorion speak again. "I've carried a question," he said slowly. "Since the day you defied me in the field." Eliana tilted her head, intrigued. Melorion glanced at her sidelong. "You said, and I quote, to use the words of Darren, bite me." Her lips twitched. "I understand the defiance. I even accept the decision," he continued. "But what exactly does bite me mean?" For the first time in days, Eliana laughed, a quiet, real thing. "It's an Earth phrase," she said, amusement threading through her voice. "A very human way of saying, I'm not taking your orders, and I'm not apologizing for it." Melorion arched an elegant brow. So it was not a literal threat. She smiled. Number, though. I did consider making you flinch. That earned the faintest curl of his mouth. I thought I'd failed you in that moment. You didn't, she said softly. You taught me to lead. I just started leading in my own way. Maelorian nodded, slower now. Then I was not wrong to let you walk your path, even if it took you farther from Alfheim than I wished. Their eyes met, mentor and student, no longer bound by rank, but by understanding. I'll always carry Alfheim with me, she said. But Earth changed me. And the man waiting behind us? He asked. Her smile was quiet. He helped me become who I am. Maelorion gave a long breath, then turned back toward the main chamber. I suppose it's time I met the Wolf of Earth properly. Maelorion stepped back into the chamber, his gait slow but steady. Aeliana remained by the corridor entrance, watching. Gunnar stood where she'd left him, arms folded, his stance quiet but alert. Maelorion approached. Gunnar, he said with a dip of his head, measured, respectful. Before I return to the council, is there anything you would have me say to them? Gunnar didn't answer immediately. He studied the elven elder for a long moment, as if deciding whether honesty would be worth the cost. Then he shifted, his voice low and without ceremony. Yeah, Gunnar said. Tell them we carried their silence like dead weight through the war. Maelorion's expression didn't flinch. Gunnar pressed on. We lost Erendil. Shade nearly died. Lyra's still missing. And for a long damn time we thought they'd let Aeliana fall too. He stepped forward. Not hostile, just grounded. You want something to bring to the council? Tell them the pack won't keep bleeding while they sit on their hands and weigh philosophy against body counts. If they want this alliance to last, it has to mean something. The words hung heavy, the kind that echoed louder than a raised voice. Maelorion gave a long breath. Then he looked up, and for the first time, the faintest spark of rebellion danced in his eyes. I am the head of the council, he said calmly, wielder of the first blade. And if they disagree with me... He paused, glanced over his shoulder at Aeliana. Then, he continued, in the words of Darren, they can bite me. Aeliana choked on a laugh. Gunnar blinked once, then let out the smallest smirk he'd shown in days. Maelorion turned to her, lifted a single brow. Did I use it correctly? Aeliana, eyes alight, nodded. Perfectly. Gunnar shook his head with a quiet grunt. Darren's going to be insufferable when he hears about this. Maelorion offered a rare, almost conspiratorial smile. Then perhaps don't tell him. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, no longer strangers bound by circumstance, leaders, warriors, survivors of the same war. Maelorion gave one final nod. I will see to the council, and when next we speak, I hope it is not at the edge of another storm. He turned, robes whispering like distant memory. The portal chamber hummed with quiet power, the ancient stone walls of Eldermire echoing with the soft thrum of stabilized ley lines. Maelorion stood at the gateway, its swirling light casting pale gold across his robe. One hand rested lightly on the hilt of the first blade at his side. His posture was as regal as ever, but something in his expression had softened. Aeliana stood beside him, her silver hair braided back for travel, her staff lightly balanced across her back. She faced Gunnar, the distance between them narrow but weighty. You'll have your hands full, she said, voice low, eyes not leaving his. Gunnar gave a quiet grunt. Wouldn't be pack if I didn't. She hesitated, just for a beat, then reached forward, brushing her fingers against the fabric over his heart, near the scar where Ultranacious had once nearly ended him. Don't forget what we've built, she said, even when the world tries to pull it apart. He didn't answer right away, but his cybernetic hand came up, touched her wrist lightly, and held it there for a moment longer than necessary. I won't, he said simply. Maelorion turned to Gunnar. I will speak your truth to the council. Whether they listen is their choice. Gunnar met his eyes. Make them listen. The two shared a look, war-forged and mutual. Then Maelorion stepped toward the portal. He paused only once more, glancing at Aeliana. She lingered for one last heartbeat with Gunnar, then turned and fell into step beside her former master. Just before they vanished into the light, Maelorion looked back, and with a flicker of dry amusement added, "And tell Darren his phrase has already made it to Alfheim." The portal surged, and they were gone. The chamber fell quiet again, empty save for the hum of ley lines and the steady rhythm of footsteps coming from the corridor behind him. Clora had arrived. The mid-afternoon sun burned through the fog above Eldermire, casting long shadows across the fractured stone. From the high balcony overlooking the excavation site, the ruins looked deceptively peaceful. Quiet now, but still heavy with the scars of what had been. Gunnar stood at the edge, arms braced against the iron railing, his single eye scanning the distant ridgelines and the rows of machinery digging through the rubble. His cybernetic hand twitched, an unconscious echo of tension. Behind him, footsteps approached. Clora. She came to stand beside him without a word, Omega pacing silently at her side. The wolf's golden eyes mirrored hers, watchful, wary, and tired. For a long moment, they simply looked out over the site together. Then Gunnar spoke, his voice low. 17 dead, he said. 42 wounded, 23 critical. Erendil was one of the first to fall. Clara's jaw tightened, but she didn't interrupt. Shade's recovering, Gunnar continued, but he's not ready. Eli took a hit, ribs mostly, and some kind of internal damage from the ley line surge. Katrina survived Andolin's blade, but just barely. Jules stabilized her. A breath, then another. Beta's alive, battered, but she didn't leave Ashley's side, even during the worst. Clora nodded quietly, her gaze tracking a unit of engineers below. "What about Rose?" she asked. "She's here," Gunnar replied. "Down in the ruins. She found 3 buried portals, ones that haven't been touched in over a century, buried under stone, sealed by time. She thinks they're recoverable. Says if she combines her knowledge of Eldermire's systems with Alfheim's technicians, she can get them operational." Clora glanced sideways at him. "And you believe her?" "I do," Gunnar said simply. "No one knows these systems like she does, and she's not wasting time. She's already got 2 elven techs working under her." The silence settled again, heavier this time. "I take it this isn't just an update," Clora said. Gunnar turned to face her fully. "I'm going back to Earth. I need to brief Sophia. We've got wounded scattered between 3 realms, a facility still under threat, and civilians asking questions no one wants to answer. The Elven detachment is staying here, your command. The council approved it. Maelorion signed off." Clora didn't flinch. "Understood." "They respect you," Gunnar added. "They'll follow your lead." "And if they don't?" she asked. His eye narrowed. "Then remind them you walked through fire and didn't blink." She smirked faintly at that. "Report anything unusual," he said. "Movement near the ley lines, any residual activity from Draven's devices, anything that stinks of Black Dawn. If you need backup, you call. No hesitation." Clora nodded again, more solemn now. "You'll have full updates every 12 hours. Bianca's setting up a secure relay through the rebuilt portal frame." Gunnar hesitated, then quieter. "I wasn't fast enough." Clora turned sharply. "Don't. I saw Shade bleed. I saw Aeliana breaking her oath just to keep us alive. The council stood still while we burned. That happened on my watch." She stepped in front of him, her voice like flint. "You held the line, you made the hard calls, and you walked out of that fire so the rest of us could. We didn't all make it, but most of us did. Because of you." He didn't answer, but he didn't look away either. Clora let it rest there. Then Omega brushed against her leg, and she turned toward the stairwell. "We'll hold the line here. You go put the pieces back together," she said. Gunnar gave a single nod, stepped back from the rail, and, without another word, the Wolf of Earth turned toward the waiting portal, leaving Eldemire in the hands of the Alpha he trusted most. Dust hung in the late-day sun like gold-threaded smoke, drifting across the lower levels of the Eldemire ruins. Ancient stones had been unearthed, cracks spiderwebbed through columns that hadn't seen light in a century. And at the center of it all, like a skeleton being coaxed back into place, a portal frame groaned as it was guided down onto a newly reinforced platform. Rose stood at the edge of the platform scaffold, arms folded, firelit hair pulled into a loose knot at the nape of her neck. Her eyes flicked between the rigging tension lines and the arcane stabilizer plates, now glowing with elven runework. Every creak, every strain, she heard it all. Below her, two of Alfheim's portal technicians called adjustments in their native tongue. To their left, engineers from the 5077th flanked the frame with slow, careful precision. Their uniforms were stained from days of digging, welding, rerouting ley conduit under unstable stone. "Steady!" one of the engineers barked. "Lock it on my mark." Rose didn't flinch. This wasn't her first portal recovery, but it might be the most important. The frame itself was old-world Concordian, thick with ornamental etching, partially cracked at the base but still salvageable. It had taken 3 days to locate it beneath a collapsed wing of the ruins. Now it hovered, suspended by a combination of arcane lift and brute engineering. Down 6 inches, 5, 4, mark. With a low metallic groan and a surge of stabilizing glyphs, the portal settled onto the new platform. Arcane anchors engaged one after another. Click, click, hum, until the base glowed with soft, clean light. It wasn't functional, not yet. But it was breathing again. Rose exhaled through her nose. "Not bad," she murmured. One of the elven technicians looked up. "It's stable for calibration. If we can recover the other 2, we might rebuild the Nexus." "We will," Rose said. Her tone left no room for doubt. The elf inclined his head and returned to the diagnostic array. She stayed a moment longer, watching the team move, humans and elves side by side, setting up relay channels, arc conduits, energy regulators. Somewhere far above, Clara was taking command. Somewhere beyond the veil, Aliena and Maelorion were dealing with politics. But here, Rose was in her element, restoring what had been lost and rebuilding the infrastructure that would one day move armies, supplies, and power across worlds. She pressed her palm lightly against the old stone rail, feeling the pulse of residual energy hum faintly beneath it. Almost there, she thought. One portal at a time. The reinforced portal flared once, brief, silent, precise, and then spat Gunnar back into the workshop's central platform with a low hum of residual magic and static energy. He didn't stagger, didn't flinch. He just stepped off the activation circle, boots echoing on the metal floor, cybernetic hand flexing once out of instinct. The scent hit him first. Oil, scorched steel, and just a hint of sage. Earth. Home. The clatter of tools and the low murmur of conversation led him toward the garage bay. He didn't make it 3 steps before a voice called out behind a half-covered tarp. "Hey, look who the portal dragged in!" Darren stepped out from behind the armoured shell of a military-grade UTV, grease smeared across his forearms and a welding mask pushed up on his head like a makeshift crown. Beside him, Caleb leaned against the frame, sipping from a thermos and looking way too smug for someone who just spent 6 hours hauling military cargo. Gunnar arched a brow, nodding toward the new machine. "Where the hell did that come from?" Darren grinned. "You told me to build a second Wolfmobile, so I did." Gunnar narrowed his eye. "I told you to prepare for the possibility." Darren shrugged. "You know how I interpret vague orders." "Creatively," Caleb offered. "Expensively." Darren pointed a greasy finger at him. You're still on clean-up duty for the last time we tested armor integrity against that loading dock? Caleb just raised his thermos like a toast. Gunnar stepped closer, running his hand along the matte black hood. The frame was sleeker than the original, wider stance, modular armor panels, turret mount already half-wired with Eli's enchantment conduit system coiled beside it on the workbench. He grunted approvingly. This one got teeth yet? Not yet, Darren said, but she's hungry. Caleb tapped the side of the rear gate. 10,000-round mag on the feed line. I already called dibs on the turret. Then I guess you're riding with me, Gunnar said, eyeing the layout. Darren clapped his hands once. Wolfmobile 2, Earthside Menace. Let's make her howl. Gunnar stepped out of the main bay, leaving the sounds of Darren and Caleb's banter behind. The cool outside air hit him, laced with diesel, fresh-turned earth, and the sharp tang of arcane coolant from nearby leyline regulators. The field just beyond the workshop was alive with motion. Elves and human engineers working side by side, pallets being sorted, cables spooled, arc pylons flashing steady light. A cluster of soldiers in the 5,077th uniforms were guiding in a fresh stack of pallets through the portal's reinforced platform. On them, chunks of a compact excavator, meticulously broken down for transport. Two of the soldiers wrestled one of the heavier tracks off a pallet, clearly still catching their breath. One of them spotted Gunnar approaching. "Sir!" He straightened instinctively. The others followed, nodding respectfully. "Didn't think we'd get this thing through the portal," the soldier said, patting the chassis section. "We've been breaking it down all morning." Gunnar nodded, giving the machine a once-over. "Nice work. That excavator will be worth its weight in blood if it clears the West Trench network." The soldier grinned. "That's the plan." Then, a glance toward the arc stabilizers still under construction nearby. "Any idea how long before the new portal frame's finished?" he asked. "We've got graders and a second crawler stuck on Earth waiting for clearance." Gunnar cracked a rare smile. "Give Rose another 72 hours with her tech crew, and the elves don't screw up the conduit line. We'll have a frame wide enough to walk a tank through," he said. "Maybe even a Darren-sized ego." A few chuckles rolled through the crew. "You're doing good work," Gunnar added, his tone shifting just enough to land the respect. "Every piece you drag through keeps this place alive. Keep it moving." The engineers nodded, reinvigorated. As they went back to their tasks, Gunnar stepped to the side, watching the careful dance of machines, magic, and manpower unfold. This was how they rebuilt a war, one pallet at a time. The hallway to the infirmary was quieter than Gunnar remembered. No alarms, no distant shouting, just the soft click of his boots and the faint rhythmic hum of the portal core echoing down the corridor. He paused outside the recovery wing, hand brushing the doorframe before he stepped through. Inside, the room was lit with a soft overhead glow. No machines, no noise. Just Elizabeth, sitting upright on the edge of her bed, slipping her boot over her brace with practiced efficiency. The scar down her left temple caught the light, a thin silver line disappearing into her hairline. Her left leg moved stiffly, deliberately. She didn't look up. "You waited a week," she said, voice dry. Gunnar closed the door behind him. "Didn't want to hover." Elizabeth glanced over, sharp eyes sweeping him head to toe. "Didn't want to face it," she corrected. He didn't argue. She stood slowly, testing her balance. The limp was there, but the strength behind it hadn't diminished. She picked up her coat from the chair, draped it over her shoulder and walked toward him. "Facility's still standing," he said, watching her pace. Elizabeth snorted. "Barely, and only because Sophia and Reagan threw half of Homeland's funding into fortification. You're not in charge anymore, Gunnar. You don't have to act like every cracked wall's your fault." He looked at her. One brow lifted slightly. "Doesn't stop it from feeling like it is." She softened, just a little. "I read the early reports," she said. "Erendil's gone." He gave a short nod. "Shade's recovering." Elizabeth exhaled slowly, then crossed her arms, leaning slightly on the metal desk. "You ever wonder if we built this place just to watch it fall apart around us?" Gunnar's answer was quiet. "Every day." They let the silence stretch. The weight of command hung between them, not just what they'd built, but what they'd lost, what still remained. Then, softly, Elizabeth asked, "Have you told them yet?" Gunner's expression darkened. "Heading there next." She nodded once. "They deserve the truth." "I know." She stepped forward, placing a steady hand against his chest, not forceful, not soft, grounding. "Then give it to them. All of it. And don't flinch when it lands." Gunner gave a slow nod. "Glad you're still here," he said finally. Elizabeth smirked. Someone has to make sure Reagan doesn't requisition a tank for every coffee break. He huffed a breath, almost a laugh, and turned to go. The meeting room felt colder than Gunner remembered. Brighter screens, sharper lights, no photos on the wall, no worn maps, just sleek digital tables and reinforced soundproof glass. Functional, controlled, no history on display. It wasn't his anymore. Colonel Reagan stood at the head of the table in full uniform, her arms crossed behind her back. Director Sophia sat opposite, tablet in front of her, posture relaxed but eyes razor-sharp. Neither woman rose when Gunner entered. "About time," Reagan said. "You kept us waiting," Sophia added without looking up. "I didn't come here to be coddled," Gunner replied, stepping to the table. "I came to finish what the rest of the world's pretending didn't happen." Reagan's jaw twitched. "Then report." Gunner slid a data slate onto the center of the table. The hollow display flared to life, cycling through images. Eldermire's cratered battleground, drone captures of collapsed towers. One frame frozen on Draven's charred corpse, his body curled inward as if trying to protect something he'd never deserved. Gunner spoke evenly. "Draven is dead, confirmed." Rose struck the final blow. There was no escape. His stronghold collapsed around him. Reagan's arms dropped to her sides, but her mouth stayed a hard line. "During his final moments," Gunner continued, "he told us what Trinity had been hiding. She gave birth. The child, his child, is the heir of Ultranacious." Sophia sat up straighter. "The rumors were true." Gunner nodded once. She hid the pregnancy, carried it through the final phase of infiltration, gave birth in secret, likely with help from Black Dawn's inner circle. The child was extracted before the final assault. Reagan stepped forward, her voice tight. "Where is it now?" "We don't know," Gunner said. "Trinity fled during the retreat. She and Andalin used a backup portal, one we didn't catch in time. We had her, blade to her throat." "And you let her go?" Reagan said sharply. "No," Gunner replied. "She escaped. I made the call to prioritize holding the portal site. If I'd chased her, Eldermire might have fallen." Sophia leaned back, calculating. "So let's be clear. Trinity, one of our most trusted officers, gave birth to a supernatural heir with more destructive potential than Ultranacious himself. And now she's out there, with the child, in hiding?" "Yes." Silence stretched. 17 dead in the last battle, Gunner added. 42 wounded. Erendil is gone. Shade's recovering, Katrina's stable. Lyra is active and back in rotation. The elves are holding Eldermire under Claura's command. Rose is restoring the portal grid. 3 ancient Concordian gates found in the ruins. She's convinced she can bring them back online. Sophia didn't speak. Reagan's eyes locked onto his. "You waited a week to tell us this. Why?" Gunner didn't flinch. "Because once I said it out loud, it became real. And because I knew what would come next." Sophia spoke again, her voice like ice wrapped in velvet. "We can't contain this if it spreads. Not just the child. The idea of the child. Panic, rebellion, factions." Reagan leaned in. "What's the play?" Gunner stepped closer to the table. His voice was low, steady. "We find them. We hunt Trinity. We track the child. We tear down every last ember of the Black Dawn. And we do it quietly. No leaks. No panic." Sophia nodded. "Understood." Reagan narrowed her eyes. "And when we find the child?" Gunner looked at them both. His expression was iron. Then we make a choice the world was never ready for. The door hissed shut behind Gunnar, leaving only the low hum of air filtration and the residual flicker of the holoscreen. Reagan stood rigid, hands clenched at her sides. Sophia slowly tapped her tablet off and folded her hands atop it. Neither spoke for a long time. Finally, Reagan broke the silence. "Do you believe him?" Sophia's gaze didn't waver. "I believe he said everything he was ready to say." Reagan turned to face her fully. "You've seen what Ultranacious did, what Draven tried to finish. You're telling me we now have a living heir to that bloodline, and you want to play it quiet?" Sophia didn't blink. "What I want is irrelevant. What's necessary is control." "And if that child grows into something worse?" Reagan pressed. Sophia's voice was calm. "Then we eliminate the threat, quietly, efficiently, without setting the realms on fire." Reagan's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Sophia stood smoothing her coat. "We were both trained by Gunnar, but don't mistake his silence for weakness. He's already decided what needs to be done. He just hasn't told us yet." Reagan crossed her arms. "He'd better. Because if I have to choose between duty and legacy, I won't blink." Sophia met her eyes. "Neither will I." The tension lingered for one last breath. Then both women turned back to the table, two leaders now carrying the weight of a secret the world could never afford to learn. The wind cut through the broken arches of the Eldermire ruins with a dry, low whisper, one that carried the scent of stone dust, ley-line bleed, and half-forgotten fire. Rose stood near the first stabilized portal, her hand resting lightly on the carved edge of the frame. It hummed faintly beneath her fingers, the glyphs holding steady. Breathing again. Below her, crews worked with practiced rhythm. One team rerouted power to a lay anchor. Another adjusted lift lines over the next buried frame. The elves were efficient, her human techs competent. The foundation had been rebuilt. And yet, she hadn't moved from that spot in nearly 20 minutes. "Still watching your empire from the ledge," came Clara's voice from behind. Rose didn't turn. "It's not an empire, just a ruin we haven't lost yet." Clara stepped up beside her, Omega padding silently at her heel. "They've got it under control. The framework for the second portal is exposed. The calibration teams are ahead of schedule. You trained them well." Rose finally looked over. "You didn't come all the way down here for a pep talk." Clara gave a small nod. "Number, I came to tell you it's time to go." Rose arched a brow. "Not forever," Clara added. "Just home. Back to the brownstone. Back to people who don't reek of burnt conduit and ley-wire flux." Rose gave the faintest smirk, but her arms stayed crossed. "You've done more than enough," Clara said gently. "You got the first portal breathing. You kept this city from staying buried. Let them finish digging. I'll oversee the final installation, and I'll let you know the moment they're ready for your detailed touch." Rose was quiet for a long beat. Then, "And if they screw it up?" "I'll burn them for you," Clara replied flatly. That earned her a small, genuine laugh. A few paces away, Eli stood by a diagnostics console, bracer gloves dimming to stand by. Clara turned to her. "And you're done here too." Eli blinked. "Excuse me." "Your hands are shaking. Don't think I didn't notice. You've been running diagnostics and enchantment loops without rest for 3 days." Eli started to object, but Clara held up a hand. "No debate. You're going back with Rose. Regroup. Rest. Get your edge back. I need you sharp when this city wakes up." Eli exhaled through her nose. "You always this bossy now, or just when Gunnar's not around?" Clara smiled faintly. "I outrank you. Get moving." Eli muttered something under her breath but didn't argue further. She started packing up her gear. Rose looked down one last time at the glowing archway. Then she spoke, quiet and measured. "If anything shifts, if Black Dawn shows up, if the ley line surges, I'll call," Clara said, no hesitation. Rose nodded slowly, then turned to Omega, who had been watching her with unsettling intelligence. You keep her out of trouble, she told the wolf. Omega gave a soft chuff, and with that, Rose turned, cloak fluttering behind her as she walked up the ramp with Eli at her side, back toward the portal and the path that would take her home. The fire crackled low, casting long golden shadows against the aged brick walls. The brownstone had always been sturdy, but after everything they had fought through, even its stones seemed to carry the scars of battle. Rose leaned against the windowsill, arms folded, staring into the misting rain that blurred the world outside. She hadn't spoken in several minutes. Across from her, Lyra paced slowly in front of the hearth, boots scuffing the old wooden floor with restless energy. Her arms swung at her sides, frustration simmering just under the surface. Silas sat quietly in a high-backed chair by the fire, one leg crossed over the other, hands steepled under his chin. His sharp eyes reflected the flames, old, knowing, and impossibly patient. "We killed Draven," Lyra said, voice tight. "Ended his network. Burned down half the monsters he built." Rose didn't move, didn't answer. Lyra's pacing grew sharper, and it's still not over. It's worse. Silas's voice was soft, the kind of softness that demanded attention. "You misunderstand, my dear. The worst monsters have always worn crowns, not fangs." Rose turned slightly, catching Lyra's furious expression. "Power doesn't die with its wielder," she murmured. "It just shifts." Silas nodded, the firelight catching in the faint lines at the corners of his mouth. Draven was a dam. A bloody, tyrannical dam, but a dam nonetheless. He held the worst impulses of the realms at bay by offering them a unified enemy. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "Now, the dam is broken, and the floodwaters are coming." Lyra planted her hands on her hips, shooting a hard look at Rose. "You know what that means for Concordia, for the portal hubs, for every house that's been pretending to behave." "They'll fight over the pieces," Rose said quietly. Silas smiled thinly. "Not fight, my dear. Devour." The room fell into a heavier silence. Outside, thunder grumbled low across the horizon, rattling the window panes. Rose finally pushed away from the sill, crossing the room with slow, measured steps. She stopped near the fire, watching the flames dance in the stone hearth. "They'll tear Concordia apart from the inside," she said. "Each house trying to outmaneuver the others. Each realm positioning for control of the broken portal systems. They'll use old grudges, new alliances, blackmail, assassinations. And they won't stop at Concordia," Lyra added grimly. "Once the portal network's fully destabilized, it'll be open season across all realms. No borders, no treaties. Just whoever can grab the most territory first." Rose glanced sideways at Silas. "And you think I should step into that?" Silas tilted his head, the faintest glimmer of amusement in his ageless gaze. "No, Firestarter. I think you already have." The rain beat harder against the windows now, as if the world outside was echoing the gathering storm within. Lyra shook her head, exasperated. "You're the only one who knows how Concordia really works. The houses trust you or fear you more than anyone left. You stabilized the portals once. You survived the old power games." Rose stared into the fire, feeling the pull of something deep and inevitable. "And if I don't?" she asked softly. Silas's smile faded, replaced by something older, sadder. "Then the realms will tear each other apart, and whatever comes after won't be worth saving." The fire crackled. Somewhere upstairs, the old pipes groaned as the brownstones settled deeper into the storm. Lyra moved closer, her voice low but fierce. "You don't have to fix everything, Rose. But if you don't step in, no one else will. And you know damn well what happens when the wrong people get desperate." Rose closed her eyes for a moment, letting the truth of it sink into her bones. The war wasn't over. It had only changed shape. When she opened her eyes, the firelight caught the hard edge of her expression. Then we move first. Silas's smile returned, small, knowing, and just a little proud. Lyra exhaled, tension bleeding off her shoulders like steam. Good, because sitting around waiting for the world to collapse isn't really our style. Rose picked up her jacket from the arm of the chair, slinging it over her shoulders. No, she said, it never was. The rain had deepened into a steady drumbeat against the brownstone's windows, the kind that soaked into the bones of the city. Inside, the fire burned steady, a small island of warmth against the storm gathering both outside and within. Rose stood near the hearth, arms folded, her expression sharp but not cold. Lyra and Silas flanked her, quiet, waiting. The others trickled in. Evelyn first, brushing rain from her jacket, her silver-threaded tools hanging at her belt. Caleb followed, heavy boots thudding against the wood floor, an oil-smudged rag tucked into his back pocket. Argos came last, moving with that easy, deceptive grace only battle-hardened soldiers carried. They gathered around the fire without needing to be called, instinct drawing them together the way it always had. Rose didn't waste time. We all knew this wasn't the end, she said, her voice steady. Draven's gone, but what he built, the power lines, the broken realms, the houses clawing for control, it's all still out there. She let her gaze sweep across them one by one. And sitting here pretending the fight's over won't save anyone. There was a long silence, filled only by the crackle of flames. Caleb cleared his throat first, stepping forward. His hands were rough, scarred from work and war alike. "I've been talking to Darren," he said. "He asked me to help with construction on the next UTV unit, the new Wolfmobile for the pack." He shrugged, almost apologetic. "Truth is, they're gonna need it. The fighting's not slowing down, and they need something that can punch through whatever comes next." Rose nodded once, no hesitation. "You'll do more good there than here." Caleb looked relieved, but still heavy-hearted. "Doesn't mean this place ain't still home." Argos shifted her weight, arms folded tightly across her chest, the faint glint of the gem she wore tucked just beneath her collar catching the firelight. "Shade and Katrina reached out," she said, voice low and steady. "They want me in Murk Dust. That realm's still bleeding from the war. And—" She hesitated for a moment, a rare flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. "Nythuria's tied to me. To this." She touched the spot where the gem hung beneath her armor. "The stone I carry, it's more than just a relic. It's a key, one of the last. They'll need it if we're going to open the gates and take Nythoria back." She met Rose's gaze without flinching. "I belong there now." Rose studied her for a moment, then gave a slow, respectful nod. "Then that's where you fight." Argos's jaw tightened, but he said nothing more. Evelyn stepped up next, smiling faintly. "I'm staying," she said simply. Her fingers brushed the worn stones of the brownstone's walls as if drawing strength from them. "There's still too much work to be done here. Wards to repair, protections to reinforce. This place stood for a reason. It'll stand again." A softer silence settled in then. Less tense, more aching. They were choosing their paths, not abandoning each other, expanding their reach. Rose took a slow breath, feeling the words build in her chest, heavier than steel. She wasn't one for speeches, never had been. But these weren't just soldiers, they were her people, and some things needed to be said. She stepped closer to the fire, letting its light cast her in gold and shadow. "This isn't a break-up," Rose said, her voice low but carrying. "This isn't us scattering to the wind." She met each of their eyes, Lyra, Silas, Caleb, Argos, Evelyn. "This place, the brownstone, it's not just walls and wards. It's us. Every fight we survived. Every choice we made to stand when it would have been easier to run." She paused, swallowing down the roughness in her throat. "No matter where you go, Murk Dust, the pack, the battlefields, the far realms, this is still your home. Always." The fire crackled, catching on the rawness in her words. "You need a place to come back to?" she said. "You come here? You need family at your back? You come here? You get lost out there." Her voice caught, just for a second, fierce and full of everything she could never quite say, out loud. "We find you." Silas watched her with a small, private smile, his hands folded loosely in his lap. Lyra blinked quickly, looking away toward the fire. Even Argos shifted slightly, jaw tight, as if the words struck something old and buried in him. Evelyn just smiled broader, warm and certain. Caleb gave a rough, embarrassed cough but didn't try to speak. Rose straightened, rolling her shoulders back. Armor slipping into place, not to hide what she'd said, but to carry it forward. "We built this," she said simply. "We keep building it, wherever we are." Outside, the rain kept falling, steady and endless. But inside the brownstone, a flame had been rekindled, and it wasn't going out. Not this time. The others drifted out first, giving them space without needing to be asked. Rose lingered by the hearth, feeling the quiet settle heavier than the rain outside. She didn't turn when Silas approached. She didn't need to. She could feel him like always, a steady presence in a world that was too often anything but. Silas came to stand beside her, hands tucked behind his back, his posture deceptively casual. He stared into the fire for a long moment before speaking. "You're really going, then," he said, voice low, threaded with a rough fondness he rarely let show. Rose nodded once, her gaze still on the flames. "World's not going to fix itself." Silas gave a soft, dry chuckle. "Number it never does." The fire crackled between them, throwing shifting shadows across the walls. Rose shifted slightly, the tension in her shoulders easing just a fraction in his company. "You've always been the stubborn one," Silas said, a small smile tugging at his mouth. "Too much fire in your blood to stand still for long." "Comes with the territory," Rose said, her voice lighter than she felt. They fell into an easy silence, comfortable, heavy with the weight of too many battles, too many memories. They had survived things together that no one else in this new world even remembered. Finally, Silas moved, reaching into his long coat. He withdrew a small, dark velvet pouch and held it out to her. Rose eyed it warily. "If that's a cursed relic, I'm throwing it back at you," Silas snorted. "Not cursed. Not exactly blessed either." She took it, feeling the faint hum of old magic through the fabric. It was light, but dense, as if it carried more weight than its size suggested. She opened the pouch carefully. Inside was a coin, old, worn smooth around the edges, the sigil on its face almost erased by time. A faded starburst, cracked down the middle. She looked up sharply. "This was yours," she said, a rare note of surprise breaking through her calm. Silas shrugged, but his eyes were serious. "Was. Long before the Shadow Realm bar. Long before everything." Rose turned the coin over in her palm. It was warm to the touch, as if it remembered things she didn't. "What's it for?" she asked. Silas smiled, slow, knowing, a little sad. "It's a reminder," he said, "that even when the world tries to break you, not all fractures mean you're broken. Sometimes they're just the proof you survived." Rose swallowed against the sudden tightness in her throat. She closed her fingers around the coin, feeling the weight of his words settle into her bones. "You'll find your way," Silas said, softer now. "You always do, and when you don't—" "Well," he tapped the side of his head with 2 fingers. "You know where to find me." Rose managed a small, genuine smile, rare but real. She stepped forward and, for once, didn't hesitate. She pulled Silas into a quick, fierce embrace. He returned it without comment, just a solid grip that said everything words couldn't. When she pulled back, there was a glint in his eye. Pride, sadness, and something eternal. "Take care of them," she said roughly. "Take care of this place." "I always do," he said. She turned then, slipping the coin into her pocket, the feel of it grounding her as she headed for the front door. Behind her, Silas watched her go, the firelight catching on the deep lines of his face. Lines carved not by age, but by survival. When the door shut behind her, he whispered to the empty room, "Go light the world on fire, Rose. It's what you were made for." The rain came down in a steady mist, silvering the cracked sidewalks and pooling in the gutters. The brownstone stood solid behind her, a silent sentinel, its windows lit like the last embers of a dying fire. Rose pulled the door shut behind her with a soft click. No hesitation. No looking back. At the bottom of the steps, Lyra waited, hood pulled low over her face, hands stuffed into the pockets of her jacket. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. Rose nodded once. Lyra fell into step beside her without a word. There, parked at the curb like a coiled predator, was Rose's '67 Stingray T-top. The black paint was matte now, dulled by years and battle scars, but it still growled potential, a machine made for speed, for rebellion, for war. Rose tossed her jacket into the back seat, slid into the driver's seat with practiced ease. Lyra climbed into the passenger side, boots squeaking against the damp interior. The keys were already dangling from the ignition, a battered iron fob swinging like a pendulum. Rose twisted the key, the engine roared to life, a low, throaty growl that made the air vibrate. It wasn't a sound for polite streets, it was a promise. Without glancing at Lyra, Rose reached forward and hit the old tape deck embedded in the dash. There was a faint hiss of static, then the opening chords of War Pigs exploded into the night. Slow, deliberate, heavy with the weight of coming violence. Lyra cracked a grin as the beat dropped. They didn't talk. They didn't need to. Rose slammed the Stingray into gear, tires hissing against the wet pavement, and gunned the engine. The car fishtailed slightly as it shot forward, rain spraying in their wake like shattered glass. Through the city they drove, past broken neon signs, shuttered shops, the skeletons of a world still trying to pretend it hadn't cracked at the seams. Past the edge of the old quarters. Past the places where the brownstone's warm circle of light could no longer reach. As the song built, as the guitars howled and Ozzy's voice rose like a war cry, Rose drove faster. Lyra kicked her boots up onto the dashboard, laughing under her breath as the Stingray tore through the night. No words, just thunder, just rebellion, just two survivors in a black car hurtling toward the next fight, the next war. The city lights blurred by, smearing gold and red across the wet glass. The music roared, defiant and raw, swallowing the silence the way fire devours air. When the track hit the guitar solo, wild, spiraling, unstoppable, Rose leaned into the speed, the Stingray roaring down the broken highway toward the Pack's workshop, toward whatever came next, toward the next war. The night wrapped the workshop in darkness, broken only by the scattered glow of floodlights and the shimmer of runes etched into the building's reinforced walls. A low mist clung to the ground, swirling in lazy tendrils across the cracked pavement, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. From the far end of the street, a rumble broke the stillness. The headlights of the '67 Stingray T-top slashed through the fog like twin daggers. The engine growled low, a predatory purr that grew louder as the car rolled down the street. The chrome gleamed under the scattered light, and through the T-tops, the pounding roar of music shattered the night's quiet. War Pigs by Black Sabbath, blaring defiantly into the empty streets. Rose sat behind the wheel, her gloved hands relaxed on the leather-wrapped steering wheel, but her eyes were sharp and alert. The fire-heart crystal pulsed faintly under her jacket, like a heartbeat of molten fire. The city lights reflected off her sunglasses even though it was well past midnight. Beside her, Lyra rode shotgun, boots kicked up onto the dashboard, a half-empty bottle of red wine tucked between her knees. They weren't talking. They didn't need to. The music said everything that words couldn't. The heavy riffs of the song filled the car, the bass vibrating through the Stingray's reinforced frame. Rose and Lyra exchanged a brief glance, a small, knowing smirk playing at the corner of Lyra's mouth, and in perfect sync, they cranked the volume even higher. The workshop came into view, crouched like a bunker against the night. Heavy steel doors, reinforced windows, the faint smell of oil and ozone in the air. Home base for the pack's workshop. Rose pulled the Stingray up in a wide, sliding arc, the tires hissing against the cracked asphalt. She killed the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening after the roar of the music. The car ticked as it cooled, the heat of the ride bleeding into the night air. They sat there for a moment, both of them staring at the workshop, feeling the weight of what came next settle onto their shoulders. Lyra swung her legs down and popped the door open, stretching languidly. "Well," she said with a smirk, brushing her hair back from her face, "time to go save the damn realms again." Rose chuckled, a low, dangerous sound, and slid out of the car. She grabbed her worn leather jacket from the seat, shrugging it on, the fire-heart crystal tucked safely beneath the layers. "Yeah," she said, slamming the door shut with finality. "Let's get to work." The heavy steel doors to the workshop creaked open as they approached, the rune locks disengaging with a hiss of released magic. Inside, the pack's mechanical haven waited, and somewhere deeper within, Gunnar was not expecting them. The night had only just begun. The heavy steel doors to the workshop creaked open as they approached, the rune locks disengaging with a hiss of released magic. Inside, the pack's mechanical haven waited, and somewhere deeper within, Gunnar was not expecting them. The night had only just begun. The moment Rose and Lyra stepped across the threshold, hidden scanners activated. A shimmer passed over them, barely visible, but Rose felt the tingle of passive magic brushing against her skin. Identification wards, heat signatures, magical resonance scans, all stacked layer over layer for maximum security. A faint mechanical voice murmured from somewhere overhead. "Security scan complete. Identity confirmed. Echo allies. Rose Blackthorn. Lyra Castellan. Clearance level. Verified." From the far corner of the room, a security drone rotated toward them, a compact hovering machine shaped like a stylized wolf skull. Its plasma turrets powered up with a low whine, then blinked off as the ID scan finished. Lyra gave the drone a casual two-fingered salute as they passed. "Nice to know they're still paranoid as hell," she muttered. "Comes with the territory," Rose replied, her gaze sweeping the workshop floor. No surprises, no alarms, no hostile presence. Still, the place crackled with tension, the feeling of a fortress expecting its next siege. Without slowing, Rose led the way deeper into the maze of metal and magic, heading for the back offices where Gunnar, no doubt, was buried in war plans and whiskey. The heavy door to the pack's inner sanctum slid open with a mechanical hiss. Inside, Gunnar's office felt colder, more fortified than Rose remembered. Reinforced walls, rune-sealed windows, and the furniture. Rose's sharp eyes caught it immediately, the old battered desk, the splintered chairs, all replaced. The new pieces were solid, brutal in construction, steel frames, thick reinforced wood, rune-burnished surfaces meant to survive an alpha in a bad mood. Eli's work, no doubt. Practical. Necessary. Gunnar sat behind the new desk, a battered file open in front of him, a half-finished whiskey glass to his right, his single eye, icy blue and endlessly tired, lifted as they entered. No surprise, no alarm. Just a subtle tightening of his jaw. He set the file aside with deliberate care. Rose and Lyra crossed the threshold, the door sliding shut behind them with a whisper of rune magic locking back into place. For a moment there was only the hum of wards cycling through the room, the faint crackle of protective enchantments, and the weight of old history hanging between the three of them. Rose tilted her head slightly, taking in the room with a faint smirk. "New furniture," she said, voice cool but not unkind. You finally got tired of breaking everything? Gunnar leaned back slightly in his chair, arms crossing over his broad chest. The faintest ghost of a grin flickered across his scarred face. Eli got tired of replacing it. Lyra chuckled under her breath but stayed silent, letting Rose steer the conversation. The air between them tightened. The casual words a flimsy cover for the real reason Rose was here. The power gap, the fallout of Draven's death, and the dangerous, unstable future rising like a storm on the horizon. Rose's fingers brushed unconsciously against the silver bracelet on her wrist, a small, absent motion, before she tucked her hands behind her back, posture military sharp. It was time. "We need to talk," she said, her voice low and steady. "About the future, about the vacuum Draven left behind." Gunnar's expression didn't change, but the weight of his attention sharpened, focusing fully on her. "I've been thinking the same thing," he said quietly. "Sit." Rose moved toward the reinforced chairs, the heavy boots of her stride echoing slightly against the rune-etched floor. Lyra followed, slower, more casual, but her sharp green eyes never stopped scanning the room, the old soldier's instincts refusing to settle. Gunnar didn't miss it. He stayed leaned back slightly in his chair, one eyebrow rising as he took in the two women, two very dangerous, very stubborn forces of nature standing side by side in his office. "You two good now?" he asked, voice dry as dust. "Or am I about to referee round two?" The words hung in the air for a beat. The last time Rose and Lyra crossed paths seriously, half of the workshop had almost burned down. Lyra snorted, dropping into one of the steel-framed chairs with a casual sprawl. "If I wanted her dead, I wouldn't have come through the front door." Rose's mouth curved into a thin, humorless smile as she sat across from Gunnar, posture razor straight. "And if I wanted her dead," she added smoothly, "you'd be cleaning up ash right now." The tension crackled for a second longer. Then, like a pressure valve releasing, it eased. Gunnar's eye flicked between them once more, making a silent calculation only he fully understood. Satisfied, at least for now, he reached for the whiskey glass and took a slow sip. "Good," he said, setting it down with a quiet thunk. "I'm not rebuilding my office again this week." Rose folded her hands lightly in her lap, the silver bracelet glinting faintly under the office's harsh lighting. "Not here for blood," she said. "We're here to talk strategy." Gunnar leaned forward at last, forearms bracing against the reinforced desk. "All right then," he said, voice low. "Let's hear it." Rose didn't jump straight in. She knew better. With Gunnar, it was never about the pitch. It was about the respect behind it. She leaned back slightly in the reinforced chair, one boot tapping lightly against the floor in a subtle, unconscious rhythm. Her fingers brushed the silver bracelet once before she stilled them. "With Draven dead," Rose began carefully, her voice smooth but carrying that undercurrent of steel, "the balance between the realms is crumbling faster than anyone's admitting." Gunnar said nothing, just watched her with that flat, exhausted gaze that missed nothing. "In Concordia alone," she continued, "the House of Silver Mirrors is splintered. The trade councils are tearing themselves apart. Shadow markets are expanding into the open." She tilted her head, studying Gunnar. "Portals are destabilizing, old blood feuds reigniting, and everywhere else." She allowed herself a small, wry smile. "Everyone who held their heads down during Draven's reign is suddenly reaching for crowns." Gunnar shifted slightly, a slow roll of his shoulders, the only sign he was still listening, still calculating. Lyra stayed silent beside her, arms crossed loosely. A silent sentinel, letting Rose speak for both of them. Rose leaned forward now, resting her forearms lightly against her knees. Her voice dropped a fraction, threading into the tired quiet of the room. "We can't afford a dozen petty lords carving up the realms. Every splinter, every blood feud. It's another front in a war we don't have the bodies to fight anymore." Still Gunnar said nothing. Still he waited, letting her dig herself deeper. Rose took a careful breath. Here came the pivot. "There's an opportunity," she said, slower now. Not a perfect one, but a way to re-stabilize one of the biggest factions before the wrong people claim it. Her fingers brushed the bracelet again, a subtle grounding habit before her hand fell away. She was about to say the name, when Gunnar finally moved. He leaned forward, elbows braced against the desk, his one good eye narrowing slightly. Not hostile, not angry, just tired, just knowing. "You've been dancing around it for 5 minutes, Red," he said, voice rough but almost amused. "Just say it." The nickname, software old, heavy with memories. Rose's lips twitched into a ghost of a smile. "Lady Vess," she said simply. "She's still alive, still a recognizable figurehead, and despite everything, she's still got enough clout to stabilize Concordia if the right strings are pulled." Gunnar didn't react right away, just reached for his whiskey again, slow and deliberate, and took a long drink. When he set the glass down, the sound of it against the steel desk was sharp in the silence. "And you," Gunnar said, voice low, "want me to let a backstabbing, power-hungry noble back into the game?" Not a question, a statement. Rose met his gaze unflinching. "I want us to control who gets put back on the board," she said, "before someone worse does it first." The room felt very small for a moment. Lyra shifted but didn't speak, letting them work it out. Across the desk, Gunnar studied Rose for a long, heavy beat, weighing everything. Not just the plan, not just the risk, weighing her. And for the first time in a long time, Rose wondered if maybe, just maybe, she was the one being outmaneuvered for once. Gunnar didn't answer right away. Instead, he pushed himself up from the desk with a slow, measured movement, crossing the room to the whiskey cabinet Eli had stubbornly stocked, despite the number of bottles that had been shattered in past meetings. He poured himself a second glass, the amber liquid catching the muted workshop light. His voice was quiet, almost conversational. "Tell me something, Rose." She didn't move, just watched him, waiting. Gunnar turned back, glass in hand, his tired blue eye pinning her where she sat. "Why her?" he asked. "Why not set up someone new? Someone who isn't tainted by old deals and older blood?" The implication was clear. Lady Vess was a snake. Putting her back on the board wasn't just risky, it was dangerous. Rose didn't flinch. "Because Concordia won't rally behind someone new," she said simply. "They'll tear them apart the second they look vulnerable. But Vess? She's known. She's feared. She's got old debts still out there to be called in." She leaned forward slightly, her voice low and precise. "And most of all, because I can control her." A flicker of something passed through Gunnar's expression. Approval, maybe, but it was gone almost before it appeared. He took a slow sip of whiskey, studying her over the rim of the glass. "And what happens when she gets strong enough to stop listening?" The words weren't angry, just brutally pragmatic. Rose didn't hesitate. "Then I remind her," she said, her fingers brushing the silver bracelet at her wrist, so subtly it could have been mistaken for a nervous tic, "why she owes everything to us." Gunnar's mouth twisted into a humorless smile. "You planning to blackmail her?" "If necessary," Rose said, unapologetic. Gunnar chuckled. A low, tired sound with no real humour in it. He drained the rest of his whiskey in one long swallow, then set the glass down with a sharp clink. He crossed back to his chair and dropped into it heavily, the reinforced steel groaning slightly under his weight. "All right," he said, voice low and steady. "You've made your play." He leaned forward, forearms braced on his knees, staring at her like he was weighing something far heavier than just the words between them. "Now!" Gunnar said, his voice almost gentle but sharp as a blade underneath. "Tell me the rest." Rose sat back slightly in the chair, her fingers steepling as she regarded Gunnar across the desk. "I'm not asking you to trust Vess," she said. "Hell, I don't trust her. Not with anything that matters." A shadow of something passed over her face. Memory, maybe. A wound not fully healed. but I trust the system she built, because I helped build it. Gunner's expression stayed unreadable, but he didn't interrupt. Rose leaned in again, her voice dropping just enough that even Lyra shifted closer to catch every word. Concordia's portals, Rose said. The trade routes, the anchor points, the resonance harmonics that keep them stable. I reinforced them after the collapse. I wrote the damn codes Draven's people used to control half the realm. She smiled faintly, a thin, dangerous curve of her lips. I left back doors, keys, fail-safes. Nobody but me knows they're there. Silence stretched between them, heavy, crackling. So, if Lady Vess reclaims her position? Rose continued, her voice a razor slicing through the quiet. I can lock down every major portal route between Concordia, Alfheim, and the border realms. She sat back again, letting the weight of it land. Control the movement of goods, troops, information. Quietly. Completely. Gunner tapped his fingers once against the steel armrest, the sound sharp in the tense room. You're not just trying to stabilize Concordia, he said finally, his voice low. You're trying to own it. Rose didn't deny it. I'm trying to make sure the next war doesn't start because we blinked first, she said, calm and cold. If we don't secure the portals, someone else will. Someone worse. Gunner exhaled slowly, a long, tired breath. He closed his eye briefly, thinking. Then he opened it and fixed her with a stare that felt like a physical weight. And if you get caught playing puppet master? He didn't need to say it. If Rose's back doors were discovered, if Vess realized the extent of the manipulation, it wouldn't just be Rose who burned. It would be all of them. Rose's voice was steady. Then we'll deal with it, she said. But I don't plan on getting caught. Another beat of silence. Then, from Gunner, a dry, exhausted chuckle. Of course you don't. He rubbed a hand over his face, rough and tired, then dropped it back onto the desk with a muted thud. For the record, he said, voice still rough but carrying that old bone-deep respect, this is a terrible idea. Rose's smile sharpened just a fraction. The best ones usually are. The silence stretched for a long moment, thick as smoke between them. Gunner leaned back slightly, his chair groaning under the weight. He picked up the empty glass from the desk, turning it in his hand absently, but his eye stayed locked on Rose. Then, without looking, he shifted his gaze to Lyra and gave a low grunt. You're quiet, he said, voice rough with exhaustion but edged with dry amusement. That's usually my first sign the world's about to end. Lyra snorted, crossing her arms and leaning back against the wall, shadows cutting sharp angles across her face. Just enjoying the show, she said. Figured I'd wait until you two finished circling each other before I threw a chair. The corner of Gunner's mouth twitched, not quite a smile but close. Rose gave a soft, dry chuckle, almost a release valve for the tension that had been building like a storm. But Gunner didn't let it derail him for long. His eye sharpened again, his tone shifting back to serious as he turned back to Rose. All right, you've made your case. He paused, just long enough to make sure she was paying attention. I'm not saying yes. Not yet. Rose didn't flinch. She hadn't expected a simple yes. Gunner set the glass down, the sharp click loud in the quiet office. You want to run this play, he said. You're going to do it by the book. My book. He held up one scarred finger. First, you move her under my lockdown, not yours. A second finger. Second, Eli and the twins sweep every inch of her magic and tech. Twice. A third. And third, you don't make any power grabs until I say green light. I don't need another storm breaking loose because you got ambitious. His voice dropped a notch, low and steady and final. You break those rules, Rose, even once, and I'll burn this whole plan down myself. The silence that followed wasn't tense anymore. It was ironclad. Rose studied him, her expression unreadable for a long beat. Then, without breaking eye contact, she gave a slow, deliberate nod. Deal, she said. Lyra pushed off the wall, letting out a slow breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Well, she muttered under her breath, at least we're all going to die together. Gunnar cracked the faintest tired grin. Wouldn't want it any other way. Gunnar leaned back in his chair, eye narrowing slightly as he weighed the room. And the people in it. Finally, he gave a quiet grunt and jerked his chin toward Lyra. Mind giving us a minute? The words were casual, but the edge beneath them was unmistakable. Lyra straightened from where she had been lounging against the wall. For a moment, it looked like she might argue, her shoulders tensing, that familiar spark of stubbornness flashing across her face. But then she caught the subtle shift in Gunnar's posture, the way his hands stayed loose but ready, the way his gaze never left Rose. This wasn't a casual request, this was Gunnar making a call. Lyra exhaled through her nose, a short, sharp sound. Fine, she muttered, shooting Rose a glance that was half warning, half reluctant trust. But if I hear any furniture breaking, I'm coming back in swinging. Without waiting for a response, she pushed off the wall and made for the door. The heavy steel slab groaned as it opened, rune locks disengaging with a hiss of released magic. Lyra stepped into the hallway beyond, and the door swung shut behind her with a heavy, echoing thud. The runes flared briefly and locked, leaving Rose and Gunnar alone in the room. The silence after Lyra's exit stretched, taut as a drawn wire. Gunnar remained where he stood, the quiet weight of his presence filling the room. His single eye, hard and unflinching, never left Rose. Finally he moved, slow, deliberate, stepping around the desk until he stood just a few feet from her. No armor, no orders, just Gunnar. He reached up, tugging off his battered glove with a sharp flick of his wrist. The motion revealed the heavy scarring that marred what remained of his hand, a map of battles fought and survived. Without a word, he reached out. 2 fingers brushed the edge of the silver bracelet around Rose's wrist, the metal cool against her skin. The touch sent a jolt through her. She stiffened instinctively, breath catching in her throat. Gunnar's voice when it came was rough but steady. I'm ready to take it off if you are. Rose blinked, thrown off balance harder than if he'd hit her. Of all the things she expected tonight, this wasn't it. She opened her mouth, a quip right on the tip of her tongue, but the words caught, twisted in her throat. Nothing witty came out, only silence. Gunnar's gaze didn't waver. You earned it, he said simply. All of it. Rose stared down at the bracelet, the silver band gleaming faintly in the low light, still snug against her wrist. It would be so easy, one gesture, one choice. Freedom. Her hand hovered there, trembling slightly, a betrayal of the war inside her. But then slowly, she curled her fingers back, shielding the bracelet from his grasp. No, she said, the word barely a whisper. Gunnar's brow furrowed, but he didn't speak. He waited, patient in the way only a man who'd survived everything could be. Rose drew a shaky breath, forcing herself to meet his gaze. You don't understand, she said, her voice breaking in places she couldn't patch. This isn't just about trust or magic, it's… She faltered, swallowing hard, the memories clawing up from the depths. I made him, she whispered. Ultranacious, Kalian, whatever name he goes by now. The confession hung between them, raw and ugly. I trained him, she said, voice thick with guilt. I spared him, I gave him the tools, and he turned them into weapons. I didn't see it until it was too late. Her hand tightened around the bracelet, fingernails digging into the soft underside of her wrist. You lost your team, she said, blinking hard against the burn in her eyes. You lost your arm, your eye, your future, because I didn't finish what I started. The words tasted like ash, but she forced them out anyway. This… She lifted the silver band slightly, the chain catching the light. Isn't punishment anymore. It's a reminder. that sometimes I don't get to win with power. Sometimes surviving without it is the only thing that matters. Gunnar didn't speak right away. He just stood there, steady as stone, letting her say it all, letting her bleed it out. And when the silence grew thick and unbearable, he did the only thing that mattered. He reached out, slow, unthreatening, and set his scarred hand over hers, closing it gently around the bracelet. "You survived," Gunnar said, voice low but ironclad. "So did I." A beat passed. "And you're here." He squeezed her hand once, firm, grounding, and then let go. No pressure. No command. Just choice. Rose stared at her closed fist, trembling faintly over the silver band, and for the first time in a very long time she realized she didn't have to be punished to be forgiven. Gunnar gave a grunt, something between agreement and acceptance, and without a word he turned and crossed the office to the heavy oak liquor cabinet tucked against the far wall. The cabinet doors creaked open under his scarred hands. Inside, battered bottles, each one earned through war and long, ugly nights. He pulled a dusty bottle of aged whiskey, no label, no pretense, and set 2 heavy glasses down with a quiet thunk. Rose watched him silently, the silver bracelet cool against her skin, still clasped tight. When Gunnar poured the amber liquid, it splashed in rough arcs, sloshing higher than etiquette would allow. He didn't care. Neither did she. He slid a glass across the table to her. An unspoken offer, not a demand. Rose picked it up. She hesitated for a heartbeat, the sharp, smoky scent of the whiskey burning her nose, so different from the fine, polished vintages she used to sip in Concordian salons. But she didn't flinch. Tonight wasn't about polish. It was about survival. Gunnar raised his glass, his single eye locking with hers. "To surviving the worst they could throw at us," he said roughly, "and still being mean enough to want more." A small, broken smile tugged at Rose's mouth, the first real one in what felt like a lifetime. She clinked her glass gently against his. "To survival," she echoed, her voice quiet but unshakable. They drank, no ceremony, no pause, letting the whiskey burn down their throats like fire and defiance. And for a few long breaths, there was no war, no betrayal, no crowns of broken glass waiting for them beyond the workshop doors. Just 2 souls who refused to fall. Rose set her glass down with a soft clink, the warmth of the whiskey still burning low in her chest. She met Gunnar's gaze, steady, unreadable as ever, but something new flickered there, a rough kind of understanding, maybe even pride. He leaned back against the edge of the desk, arms folded across his broad chest. "You've got a plan," Gunnar said. "Not a question, a certainty. Always do." Rose allowed herself the ghost of a smirk. "Maybe," she said lightly. "Maybe not." Gunnar grunted, the sound low and approving. He tilted his head, slightly studying her like he was committing this version of her to memory, the fire still banked under the surface, the silver bracelet gleaming like a scar she chose to carry. "Then go do what you do best," he said, voice rough with the weight of years. "Go make their lives a living hell." Rose's smile sharpened, a flash of teeth, a spark of the old predator in her. Not cruel, not reckless. Calculated chaos. "Careful what you wish for, Alpha," she murmured, rising to her feet with a grace that belied the steel in her spine. Gunnar just shook his head, a grim, knowing smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I ain't the one who has to worry," he said. "They are." Rose paused at the door, her hand brushing lightly against the frame. She glanced back over her shoulder, the fire in her dark eyes unmistakable. "For what it's worth," she said, voice low but earnest. "Thanks for still believing I can be something more than the wreck I used to be." Gunnar just gave her a look. Dry, steady, full of the kind of loyalty you didn't buy, beg, or steal. The kind you bled for. "You were never just the wreck," he said simply. You were the storm. For a second, Rose's throat tightened. Then she turned, pulling her jacket tighter around her shoulders as she headed toward the door. Rose turned, her fingers brushing the doorframe, ready to step into the night. But Gunner's gravel-rough voice stopped her. Hold up. She turned back as he reached down, pulling open the heavy bottom drawer of his battered desk. From within, he retrieved a small black pouch, worn leather, scuffed at the edges, but humming faintly with quiet magic. He tossed it to her without ceremony. Rose caught it, her fingers automatically recognizing the weight, the faint pulse of power within. A pack talisman. Her eyes flicked up to meet his. If you need us, Gunner said, his voice low but solid as iron, we're just a call away. Rose stared at the pouch for a long moment, feeling the gravity of what he was offering. Not just backup, not just muscle, family, loyalty, a lifeline. The kind of bond she hadn't dared believe she still deserved. She tucked the pouch inside her jacket close to her heart. I won't abuse it, she said quietly. Gunner gave a small, humorless chuckle. If you're calling us, he said, there won't be anything left for us to worry about. A small, genuine smile ghosted across Rose's lips. Without another word, she slipped out into the night, the heavy workshop doors swinging closed behind her. Somewhere in the darkness ahead, chaos was waiting, and she was ready to meet it. The heavy vault door to the armory slid open with a deep metallic groan, the rune locks hissing as they disengaged, spilling a wash of pale light into the hallway. Rose stepped through first, her boots silent on the reinforced stone floor, Lyra following close behind. The air inside was cool, crisp, tinged with the sharp scent of magic and gun oil. Rows of weapons, gear, and enchanted supplies lined the shelves in perfect order, a fortress of utility and lethal potential. But even before the door sealed shut behind them, the embedded runes at the threshold flared faintly, a pulse of golden magic rippling across the ceiling. Silent alarm. Eli knew they were here. Rose barely glanced up. She folded her hands neatly behind her back, adopting a posture of nonchalance she didn't entirely feel. She knew better than to go poking around Eli's domain without permission. Lyra, however, had no such hesitation. The moment her boots hit the floor, she veered sharply left, making a beeline for a sealed case of familiar black discs. The explosive pucks she had used in Merc Dust. A slow, almost theatrical sigh drifted across the room. From behind a stack of reinforced crates, Eli emerged, boots scuffing lightly on the floor, a rag slung over one shoulder, her arms crossed. Her bracer gloves glowed faintly with diagnostic magic, and the unimpressed arch of her brow could have cut steel. You thinking about touching that, Lyra? Eli said flatly. Or are you just admiring the craftsmanship? Lyra's hand froze about an inch from the case. There was a beat of tense silence. Then Eli smiled, thin and not at all friendly. Touch anything without asking, she continued coolly, and I'll personally remove the offending limb. At the shoulder. Lyra snorted and drew her hand back, barely. Relax, Tech Queen, she muttered. Just browsing. Yeah, Eli said, her voice sharp as a blade. You want a damn souvenir, go raid the lost and found. This is inventory, not a toy aisle. From her place near the door, Rose kept her expression carefully neutral. But there was a glint of amusement in her eyes as she watched the exchange. She knew better than to interrupt. This was Eli's world. And in her world, no one got a free pass. Not even them. Eli didn't even bother sparing Lyra another warning glance. She already knew how that battle would end if it came to it. Instead, her sharp green eyes flicked over to Rose, standing calmly by the door like she had all the time in the world. If Lyra was the hammer, Rose was the dagger. Silent, precise, waiting for the right moment to strike. And Eli knew better than most that Rose didn't show up here for idle window shopping. Crossing the room with measured steps, Eli wiped her hands on the rag and stuffed it into her belt. Her expression softened by a fraction. But it was still all business. You, she said, nodding at Rose. You're not here to keep her from blowing my damn armory sky high, are you? Behind her, Lyra scoffed. Please, everyone loves me. She gave Eli an exaggerated wink. I'm adorable. Eli shot her a flat look. You're an explosion with legs, Lyra. The only thing adorable about you is how fast you think you can outrun my security systems. Lyra smirked, but wisely said nothing. Eli turned her full attention back to Rose, her tone shifting, still sharp, but edged with curiosity now. So, Eli said, folding her arms again, what's the real reason you're creeping around my stockpile at 2 in the damn morning? Rose tilted her head slightly, studying Eli with those sharp, unreadable eyes. There was a faint flicker of a smile, just a whisper, but when she spoke, her voice was cool and even. Just looking, Rose said. But if you happen to have anything new, anything you haven't decided to accidentally misplace yet? She let the words trail off, nonchalant but heavy with implication. Eli's mouth twitched at the corner, not a smile exactly, but close. Looking for toys, she muttered. Always looking for toys. There was a short pause. Then Eli nodded once, tight, like a decision made. Fine, she said. You want to shop? You shop by my rules. She turned on her heel and motioned for them both to follow. The prototype shelf's open, for browsing only. Touch something without asking and you lose a hand. Start something on fire and Gunnar gets the repair bill. Lyra grinned, completely unbothered. See? She loves me. Eli muttered something under her breath that definitely didn't sound like agreement. Rose smiled to herself and followed, her boots silent against the stone. The prototype shelf was less a shelf and more a series of heavy-duty lockers, each one humming faintly with containment runes. Bright warning tags hung off half the cases, scribbled in Eli's sharp handwriting. Experimental. Touch at own risk. Will explode. Definitely will explode. Lyra made a beeline for the middle locker, her fingers twitching with excitement. Rose, more cautious, drifted along the far side, her sharp eyes scanning for anything subtle, not flashy, but useful. Touch nothing without asking, Eli barked from behind them, still cleaning her wrench with exaggerated patience. And I mean nothing. Lyra threw an innocent glance over her shoulder. I'm just browsing. Gosh, you're so suspicious. Because I know you, Eli muttered. Lyra ignored the warning, zeroing in on a set of slim black discs tucked into a padded case. Her eyes lit up. Bingo, she whispered, reaching for the case. Before her fingers could so much as brush it, a rune glyph flared, sharp blue light sizzling in the air with a crackling pop. Lyra yelped and jumped back, rubbing her singed fingertips. Eli didn't even turn around. I said ask first, Bomb Queen. Rose arched a brow at Lyra's pained grimace. Smooth, she said dryly. Shut up, Lyra hissed, blowing on her fingers. She pointed accusingly at the case. Those! I used one back in Murkdust, took down an entire portal station with it. They blend in, they cloak, they're perfect for field ops. I need more. Eli finally turned, wiping her hands on her work belt. Her expression was flat, unimpressed. You need a babysitter is what you need. But please, Lyra wheedled, flashing a too bright grin. You love me, remember? Eli stalked over, looming over the case like a dragon guarding treasure. They're prototypes, genius. They're unstable unless you know exactly how to activate them. I do, Lyra said quickly. I totally do. You nearly blew yourself and half the damn mountain to dust last time you used one. Lyra opened her mouth to argue. And Eli, without breaking eye contact, reached over and plucked the case off the shelf. With deliberate care, she handed it to Rose instead. You, she said, nodding at Rose, you get to babysit the explosive child. Lyra gasped. Treason! Rose smirked slightly, tucking the case into her coat without a word. And you, Eli added, pointing a finger at Lyra, get this. From a side drawer, she pulled out a small spherical object, no bigger than a marble, gleaming faintly blue. She tossed it to Lyra, who caught it clumsily. Lyra frowned, turning the sphere over in her hand. What the hell is this? Field disruption beacon, Eli said. Pulse scrambles basic magical detection for about 5 minutes in a 20-meter radius. Rose's interest sharpened slightly at that, but she stayed silent, letting Lyra pout and grumble. It's boring, Lyra whined. It's useful, Eli corrected, crossing her arms. Maybe you'll live long enough to appreciate it. Rose tucked the explosive pucks into her belt, her sharp gaze drifting lower across the cluttered prototype shelf. She paused, half hidden behind a box of enchanted lockpicks and what looked suspiciously like a self-heating coffee mug. A small device gleamed under the low light. It was roughly the size of a thick book, metal-bound with inset crystal veins that pulsed faintly with ley resonance. The craftsmanship was old, pre-modern portal design, the kind of artifact you didn't just build anymore. The kind of artifact you found buried deep under collapsed fortresses. Rose crouched, fingers brushing the device lightly. The crystal lines thrummed under her touch. Portal anchoring tech, specifically a ley seeker. Rare. Dangerous if misused. Able to detect and stabilize natural ley lines, the first step to carving new portal routes. Her heart thudded once. Hard. Eli, she said, her voice deceptively calm. Where did this come from? Behind her, Eli stiffened slightly. Pulled it out of the wreckage of Draven's fortress, she admitted after a beat. One of the extraction teams found it in a vault room still sealed after the battle. Was going to catalogue it once I finished clearing the backlog. Rose carefully lifted the device off the shelf. It was heavier than it looked, radiating a soft hum like a sleeping heartbeat. Do you know what this is? Rose asked, rising to her feet. Eli frowned. Some kind of old-world ley calibrator, right? Rose's lips quirked slightly, though there was little humour there. More than that, it's a ley seeker, designed to find the strongest ley currents where portals can be established naturally, not forced. It's old, rare, and priceless. Lyra peered over her shoulder, interested now. Sounds important. Also sounds like it would be fun to break. Touch it and I'll fry you, Rose said absently, her focus locked on the device. If what she was planning with Lady Vess was going to work, if she was going to re-establish the Brownstone's influence and stabilize Concordia, this was the tool she'd need. No, the weapon. Eli shrugged. If you can make use of it, take it. Better in your hands than collecting dust. Rose tucked the ley seeker under one arm, feeling a thrill of dangerous possibility flicker to life inside her. She didn't say thank you, but the way she nodded at Eli was enough. They were moving into unknown territory now, and Rose wouldn't have it any other way. The armory door sealed shut behind them with a sharp hiss, and the crisp night air of the garage rushed in. The scent of oil, hot wiring, and magic residue mixed in the vast space. Floodlights buzzed overhead, throwing long shadows across the skeletal frame of the next Wolfmobile. In the middle of it, hunched over a half-assembled turret mount, was Darren. He didn't look up right away, but Rose knew better. The twitch of his jaw, the slight tilt of his head, said he clocked them the second they stepped through the threshold. As they passed, Darren finally straightened, a wrench dangling loosely from his hand. "Leaving without saying goodbye?" he called, his voice casual, but layered with mock injury. Rose slowed, throwing him a sidelong glance. "Figured you were busy building your midlife crisis truck." Lyra snickered, but Darren just pressed a hand to his chest, staggering back a half step like she'd physically struck him. "Cold, Rose," he said dramatically. "Real cold. After all we've been through, murk dust, gunfire, bad cafeteria coffee." "You left me behind at the portal once," Rose said, smirking. "We're even." "You still owe me hazard pay for that mission," he shot back. She stepped closer, her expression softening just a fraction. "Caleb's staying," she said, quieter now. "Keep him alive. He's one of mine." Darren's smile slipped into something more serious. He nodded once. "You got it," he said simply. "I'll look after him." Rose lingered for half a beat longer, enough to let it mean something. before tipping 2 fingers off her forehead in a lazy salute and turning away. As she and Lyra moved toward the portal access, Darren's voice chased after them, rough and teasing. "Hey, when you realize you miss me, you know where to find me. Bring snacks!" "Noted," Rose called over her shoulder without breaking stride. The heavy garage door clanged shut behind them, leaving Rose and Lyra in the dimly lit maintenance corridor. The familiar hum of Echo Division's massive internal systems vibrated faintly through the walls. Generators, magical conduits, distant security drones. They moved briskly down the main passage, past the armory annex, and toward the heart of the facility. Even at this late hour, the place never truly slept. Technicians and sentries manned their stations, low murmured conversations, and the click of boots echoing off concrete and steel. As they passed the open construction zone in the lower levels, Lyra slowed slightly, her eyes catching on the skeletal framework of the new permanent portal hub being assembled inside. Massive rune plates were being lowered into place by levitation rigs, humming faintly with raw ley line energy. "Looks like they're gearing up for something big," Lyra muttered, giving the construction a sideways glance. Rose nodded without breaking stride. More than just murk dust this time. They descended the final stairwell, security tightening with every step. Armored doors, biometric scanners, and rune glyphs pulsing a low, warning blue. At the end of the hallway stood the main access to the portal chamber, thick steel doors flanked by 2 heavily armed guards in Echo tactical gear. As they approached, one of the guards, a thick-set man with a buzz cut and a scar along his jaw, raised a hand to stop them. "Authorization," he barked, his gaze hard beneath his visor. Rose casually flipped out her Echo Division ID. "Rose and Lyra. We're on mission." The guard eyed the ID, then frowned. "No travel orders logged for you tonight." Lyra huffed, crossing her arms. "Really? Midnight bureaucracy?" The second guard, a woman with runed gloves, shifted subtly. Not threatening, but definitely ready. "New regs after the Merc Dust breach. No one crosses through without top-level clearance." Rose narrowed her eyes slightly, then without a word pulled her comm and keyed into the secured command channel. The response was almost immediate, Gunner's voice tired but sharp. "They're cleared. Let them through. And log it under Tier 1. My authority." The guards snapped straighter. "Understood, Alpha," the male said quickly, stepping aside. The steel doors rumbled open with a hiss of released air pressure, exposing the secure portal room beyond, a wide chamber reinforced with warded stone and sigil-laced steel. In the center, the portal shimmered, a swirling oval of pale silver-green energy anchored by ancient runestones embedded in the floor. As they crossed the threshold, the guard called after them. "Guardian Vale has been notified. She's waiting on the Alfheim side." Rose didn't answer. She just gave a small nod and strode forward, Lyra trailing behind with a cocky smirk. The portal's hum grew louder as they approached, a steady thrum like a heartbeat pulsing through the reinforced chamber. Without hesitation, Rose stepped into the swirling energy. Lyra grinned and followed with a wink over her shoulder. "Last one through buys drinks." The portal swallowed them whole and the chamber fell silent once more. The shimmering portal solidified around them, and then, with a sudden jolt, Rose and Lyra emerged onto the cool, misty grounds of Alfheim's primary portal platform. The air here was crisp, rich with the scent of moon lilies and old protective magic. High silvered trees lined the marble paths, their branches glistening under the twin moons' glow. Waiting for them, hands folded calmly before her, stood Eliana Vale, guardian of Alfheim. Her robes were woven with celestial threads, their silver-blue shimmer subtly reinforcing her authority without the need for armor or weapons. Her posture was serene, but the weight of her presence pressed against the skin, like standing near an ancient, unbreakable wall. Rose stepped forward first, giving a respectful nod. Guardian. Aeliana's cool gaze swept across them, lingering on Rose for a moment before shifting, harder to Lyra. You come under unusual circumstances, Aeliana said, her voice calm but carrying the sharpness of a blade, sheathed but ready. And you, her eyes narrowed at Lyra, should not set foot on these grounds. Lyra shifted slightly, her stance casual, almost insolent, but Rose noticed the slight stiffening in her shoulders. You are only here, Aeliana continued, because I choose to allow it. You walk Alfheim at my risk, Lyra of House Vire. And if you dishonor that trust, there will be no second chance. No shouting, no drama, just a quiet, absolute truth that hit harder than any shouted threat. Lyra, to her credit, dipped her head, just enough to satisfy formality without bowing too low. Understood, Guardian, she said in a tight, even tone. Satisfied, Aeliana returned her gaze to Rose. Gunnar sent word, she said, but I would hear your purpose directly from your own lips before we proceed. Rose offered a faint smile. She expected nothing less. It's simple, Rose said. I need access to the detention facility. One prisoner. No distractions. After that, straight to Concordia. Aeliana studied her for a moment longer, a silence so heavy it seemed the very air held its breath, before finally nodding. Then come, she said, turning smoothly and leading them down the gleaming pathway. Her final words floated back to them, clear and cold in the night air. There will be no deviations from this path. No mercy if you stray. The marble streets of Alfheim stretched ahead, shimmering faintly beneath the twin moons. Aeliana's robe fluttered as she moved without hesitation, the weight of her authority palpable with every step. Rose and Lyra followed, their footsteps echoing in the cold, magical air. No distractions, no mercy, no turning back. The path wound downward, deeper into Alfheim's hidden heart, where the stone grew darker and the magic grew heavier. Ahead lay the detention facility, the place where secrets were buried and debts demanded payment. The deeper they moved into Alfheim's subterranean vaults, the colder the air became. Soft lights pulsed in regular intervals along the corridor, casting long shadows across the smooth black stone. No sounds but their footsteps and the faint whisper of layered magic in the walls. Ahead, the entrance to the detention facility loomed. Thick, silverwood doors reinforced with ancient runes. Aeliana paused briefly, her hand pressing against a glowing sigil. The doors rumbled open, revealing a wide chamber of crystalline cells, each humming with containment spells, so potent the air vibrated with them. Two figures were visible behind the nearest cells. One was Lady Vess, seated regally despite her confinement, her expression unreadable. The other was Ravina. The fallen fae lounged lazily against the wall of her own cell, her once proud wings now dulled and ragged, barely flickering with any of their old majesty. The moment she caught sight of Rose and Lyra, Ravina straightened, tension flickering behind her violet eyes. Gone was the haughty smirk she'd worn the last time they crossed paths. She looked weary, caged, diminished. Rose folded her arms casually, studying Ravina through the barrier. A faint, dry smile tugged at her lips. Not cruel, not angry, just inevitable. Well, Rose said, voice smooth as silk, looks like someone finally got their wings clipped. Ravina stiffened but didn't rise to the bait. Her fingers curled loosely around the edge of the cot behind her, nails tapping out a slow, tense rhythm. I suppose you would enjoy the sight, Ravina murmured, her voice low and far less venomous than before. Lyra tilted her head slightly, one eyebrow rising in mock sympathy. You're lucky you're even breathing, she added under her breath, earning a sharp glance from Aeliana, who said nothing, yet. Rose stepped closer to the glass, her gaze never leaving Ravina's. Enjoy it? She echoed quietly. Number, I don't enjoy seeing power wasted, potential squandered, but I do believe in consequences. The charged silence stretched between them. For once, Ravina didn't try to bluff or boast. She simply lowered her gaze, her wings twitching once, brittle and hollow. Without another word, Rose turned away, shifting her focus toward Lady Vess's cell, where a different, far more complicated conversation awaited. The crystal glass walls of Lady Vess's cell shimmered faintly, the runes etched into them pulsing with slow, contained magic. Inside, Lady Vess sat like a queen dethroned, regal in posture, but her silvery robes dulled by captivity. She looked up as Rose approached, and the corner of her mouth lifted in something that was almost, but not quite, a smirk. Almost. The silence between them stretched thick, the air between the containment glass feeling heavier than the cold stone of the corridor. Rose said nothing at first. She simply stood there, arms crossed, her weight shifted easily onto one hip, watching, measuring. Lady Vess was the first to break the silence. "I wondered how long it would take," she said lightly, voice smooth but strained at the edges. "You don't usually leave loose ends." Rose's lips twitched. It wasn't quite a smile, more the tightening of a blade before a strike. "No," she said quietly. "I don't." The simple statement hung there, heavy, dangerous. Lady Vess's hand curled slightly in her lap, her fingertips ghosting over the simple binding cuff at her wrist. It was a nervous gesture, small but noticeable to Rose's trained eye. "Good. You're not here to finish it, though," Vess said, studying her. "If you were, we wouldn't be talking." Rose stepped closer, her boots making a deliberate, sharp click on the stone floor. "You're right," Rose said, her voice like velvet over steel. "If I were here for that, you'd already be a pile of ash." Lady Vess swallowed. A minute gesture, but it was there. Even a woman as proud as she knew the truth when it stared her in the face. For another long heartbeat, they simply stared at each other. Two queens in exile, calculating their next moves on a battlefield made of grudges and necessity. Then finally Rose spoke again, her voice colder now, surgical. "But you're not dead yet, Vess," she said, "which means we have something to discuss." Rose let the silence stretch a moment longer, letting the weight of her words sink in before she moved again. She drew closer until only the shimmering rune barrier separated them. She tilted her head slightly, studying Lady Vess with a clinical detachment, like a weapon she might consider reforging if it was worth the effort. "You built something once," Rose said, her voice low, deliberate. "The House of Silver Mirrors. A network of secrets, commerce, and power that stretched across Concordia." Lady Vess's eyes narrowed slightly, cautious now. "You were good at it," Rose continued. "Better than most. Ruthless when you had to be. Clever enough to survive where others fell." A pause. Then, "and stupid enough to think you could betray me and walk away." The sharpness of those words lanced the air between them. Lady Vess flinched, just slightly, before her expression smoothed over again into a mask of icy dignity. "But despite that," Rose went on, her voice softer but no less dangerous, "you are still useful. And I don't waste useful things, not when the real war is just beginning." Lady Vess's gaze sharpened, something calculating flickering behind her eyes. "You need me," she said carefully, testing the waters. Rose smiled then. A slow, dangerous thing. "No," she said, voice cutting through the glass between them. "I don't need you, but Concordia might. And you?" Her smile faded, replaced by something colder, truer. "You need me. Because right now, Lady Vess, you are nothing more than a rumor in a cell." She let that sink in before leaning slightly closer, her voice dropping to something conspiratorial, almost intimate. "I'm offering you a chance to rebuild, under my terms, with my protection. And just so we're clear," she added, her voice dropping to a near whisper, deadly calm, "I don't need you. Not even a little. I can rebuild Concordia with you, or over your ashes. A small shrug, almost casual. Your choice, Vess. But I decide quickly. My patience tonight is already wearing thin. She stepped back a fraction, arms folded loosely across her chest, the weight of the decision left squarely and ruthlessly in Lady Vess's lap. For a moment, silence stretched taut between them, razor-thin, humming with tension. Lady Vess lifted her chin, a flicker of the old arrogance creeping into her posture. "And if I refuse?" she asked, her voice deceptively calm. Rose arched an eyebrow, amused. "Then you rot in this pretty little cage until the dust claims you. Or worse, they find a use for your parts." She flicked her gaze briefly toward the enchanted walls, where the faint traces of suppressive magic pulsed like a heartbeat. Vess hesitated, not long enough to be insulting, but long enough that Rose's smile sharpened into something predatory. "You think you still have leverage," Rose said, almost kindly. "Adorable." She took a slow, deliberate step closer to the barrier, close enough that Vess could see the fire banked behind her eyes. "Let me make something clear." Her voice dropped, soft and lethal. "I'm not here to bargain. I'm not a desperate player scrambling for pieces. I already won." Lady Vess's mouth tightened. Rose leaned in slightly, the barest hint of a smirk tugging at her lips. "Refusing me doesn't save you. It just ensures the last thing you ever taste is your own regret." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Vess's hands unclenched at her sides. She lowered her gaze, the smallest gesture of submission. But Rose caught it, marked it. Good, she thought. There was still pride in Vess, but survival was louder. Finally, Lady Vess spoke, her voice stripped of its former grandeur. "Fine," she said, each syllable tasting like ash in her mouth. "I'll work with you." Rose's smile thinned, a glint of fire sparking behind her eyes. "For me," she corrected, her tone deceptively soft, a scalpel slicing clean through the air. "You work for me, Vess, never alongside." Lady Vess stiffened, the last embers of her pride smouldering under Rose's calm gaze, but she said nothing. Silence was agreement. Rose let the silence stretch a moment longer, then leaned back, the ghost of satisfaction curling at the edge of her lips. "Good girl," she murmured. Rose stood, the dim light of Alfheim's detention chamber gleaming off the silver bracelet still locked around her wrist. She circled Lady Vess slowly, each step deliberate, radiating the cold power of someone who knew she held every card. "You will work for me," Rose corrected crisply, her voice slicing through the air like a blade. "Not with me, not alongside me, for me. Every move you make will be watched, every word weighed." Lady Vess stiffened, her jaw tightening, but she wisely said nothing. "You'll rebuild the House of Silver Mirrors," Rose continued, her tone clinical. "You'll do it my way, at my pace. No secret negotiations, no private alliances." She paused in front of Vess, tilting her head slightly, the faintest hint of a smirk tugging at her mouth. "And, speaking of secrets," her voice dropped lower, silk over steel. "Draven's dead. Has been for a few weeks now. Figured you'd want to update your mental playbook." She delivered it casually, like commenting on the weather, but the spark of shock in Vess's eyes was impossible to miss. Rose smiled coldly and leaned in just slightly closer. "Oh, and one more thing," she said, almost lazily. "If I find out, even for a second, that you're whispering with the House of Night Whispers without my blessing." Her smile sharpened into something predatory. "I'll burn your precious house to the ground, and then I'll salt the earth where it stood." She let the threat hang between them, heavy and undeniable. Lady Vess, pale but composed, inclined her head ever so slightly. Submission, or at least the appearance of it. Rose stepped back, satisfied. "Good, then we understand each other." Behind her, Lyra smirked, arms crossed, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Lady Vess lowered her gaze slightly, carefully composing her expression into one of calm submission. But Rose, no stranger to masks, caught the faintest flicker, the tightening around Vess's mouth, the way her fingers curled and uncurled ever so slightly. She wasn't accepting defeat, she was calculating. Good, let her scheme. Rose was 3 moves ahead. As Rose finished laying out her expectations, Lyra, ever the restless one, meandered casually to a battered supply shelf along the far wall. She picked through it with apparent disinterest. A few cracked scroll tubes, some old ink vials, until she found a roll of heavy parchment and a stub of charcoal. Without missing a beat, she unrolled the parchment across a nearby table, the ancient script flowing easily from her fingers. Smooth, elegant, elvish lines took form. I, Lady Vess, am a total bitch for what I did to Rose. Signed in shame and eternal embarrassment. Lyra's grin was pure mischief as she dusted the parchment off and rolled it back up tightly, keeping it close as she returned to the centre of the room. Rose, sharp-eyed as ever, caught the flicker of movement but said nothing. As Vess finished her stiff nod of agreement, Lyra stepped forward, her voice sugary sweet. "One last thing," she said. "In Alfheim, deals are bound by signature. And blood." Vess blinked, caught off guard. "Blood?" Lyra nodded, utterly serious. "Tradition." She held out the parchment and a small ceremonial dagger she had also borrowed from the shelf. "Just a prick of your finger. Sign your name. It seals the deal." Vess hesitated only a heartbeat. She wasn't in a position to refuse. With a grimace, she pricked her index finger and pressed the bloodied tip against the bottom of the parchment. The magic ink absorbed it instantly, binding the contract. "Done," Vess said tightly, handing the parchment back. Lyra accepted it with a little bow, barely suppressing her smirk, and then, with exaggerated reverence, offered it to Rose. Rose unfolded it slowly, reading the Elvish at a glance. Her lips twitched. For a brief, dangerous moment, Rose's fire-bright eyes gleamed with real amusement. She refolded the parchment, slipping it into her coat. "You're a menace," she murmured to Lyra under her breath. Lyra just smiled sweetly, tossing a wink as if to say, "You're welcome." Vess, oblivious, remained stiff and silent, none the wiser. The iron doors of the detention wing slammed shut behind them, locking away the ghosts of past betrayals. The hallway ahead was dimly lit, lined with the soft glow of containment wards. Waiting just beyond the threshold, Aeliana stood with her arms folded, her silver hair catching the low light like threads of woven moonlight. Her gaze swept over Rose and Lyra, then to Lady Vess, whose hands were still secured in rune-bound cuffs. Aeliana's eyes cooled a fraction, but her voice remained composed. "You completed what you set out to do," Aeliana said, her tone neutral as she gestured for them to follow. "Come, the portal is waiting." They walked the long, echoing corridor together, but the silence wasn't empty. It thrummed with tension. Every step forward carried the heavy knowledge that the choices they had made today would ripple outward. At the entrance to the portal chamber, a vast room humming with ancient magic, Aeliana slowed. She turned first to Lady Vess. "You are free," she said, though her voice sharpened slightly. "But under the conditions set forth by Rose, and under her watch. Should you break the terms..." She let the words hang, cold and final. Lady Vess offered no retort this time, just a nod, tight-lipped and careful. Aeliana's gaze then shifted to Rose, her expression changing. A rare softening from the stoic guardian. "I spoke with Gunnar before you arrived," Aeliana said, her voice carrying the calm weight of centuries lived. "He told me he gave you one of the Pack's talismans." Rose shifted slightly, feeling the small object tucked securely in her jacket. She gave a short, respectful nod. "Good," Aeliana continued, stepping closer, lowering her voice so only Rose and Lyra could hear. "You are clever, fierce. But even the strongest warriors forget that strength does not mean solitude." Her hand rested lightly, briefly, on Rose's shoulder. a rare and meaningful gesture. "You carry many burdens, Rose," Eliana said, "but should the day come when even you cannot bear them alone, call, the pack will come, I will come." For once, Rose didn't offer a quip or a smirk. She simply inclined her head, the smallest flicker of emotion tightening the corner of her mouth, gratitude she wouldn't voice. Lyra, lingering behind, grinned. "We'll try not to break too many things before we call for backup," she said lightly. Eliana gave a ghost of a smile at that, but her eyes remained locked with Rose's for one last moment. "Remember," she said, her voice steady, "the brightest flames are often born in the deepest shadows. But if the darkness ever tries to claim you again—" Her gaze flicked briefly to Lady Vess, then back to Rose. "Know that you are not alone." Without waiting for a reply, Eliana gestured toward the portal. It flared to life, a shimmering window of light and magic, its edges crackling softly. "This will deliver you to the Concordian nexus. From there, your next moves are yours to make." Rose took a breath, then squared her shoulders and stepped toward the portal, Lyra matching her stride. Lady Vess followed, silent and wary, under the weight of their combined scrutiny. The portal snapped shut behind them, leaving only the fading whisper of their passing. Eliana lingered for a heartbeat longer, gazing into the empty air. Then she spoke so softly, the ancient stones alone bore witness. "May the stars watch over you, firebrand." And with that, she turned and walked away. The portal opened with a low crackle of magic, the light folding inward before expelling them into the dusk-shadowed edges of Concordia. The realm's skyline loomed ahead, fractured towers, crooked domes, and the silent ghosts of once bustling trade halls. Even with Draven dead, the air held a weight like storm pressure waiting to break. Rose stepped out first, her boot crunching on dry stone and scorched ivy. Lyra followed close behind, her hand resting on her dagger's hilt out of habit. And between them, draped in a travel cloak, and held upright more by tension than strength, walked Lady Vess, the once feared voice of the House of Silver Mirrors, freed from her prison in Alfheim, but not from Rose. "Stay close," Rose said without looking back. "Eyes are already on us." Vess didn't speak. She hadn't since they pulled her from that lightless cell. Her pride had gone silent, but Rose knew better than to think it had vanished. Pride like that didn't die. It waited. The three moved quickly through the outer district, where the buildings still bore scars of Draven's last purge, burned thresholds, abandoned stalls, sigils hastily scratched out or repainted. This was a city fraying at the edges, leaderless but not lawless. Giro's estate came into view just as twilight dipped below the spires. It was quiet, guarded by old magic and older loyalty. Master Chen's legacy still lingered here, not in power, but in memory. Rose knocked 3 times on the wrought iron gate, then waited. A moment passed, then another. The gate creaked open, just enough to reveal Giro, older now, more weathered than she remembered. But the fire in his eyes remained. He looked from Rose to Lyra, and then narrowed his gaze on the cloaked woman between them. "Is that who I think it is?" Rose gave a slight nod. "She's not here to rule, just to sit still until it's time." Giro stepped aside. "Then you'd better come in before someone gets stupid." They slipped through the gate, which shut behind them with a resonant clang. The interior was calm, smooth floors swept clean, incense smouldering faintly in the air, and carved woodwork still bearing the marks of Master Chen's patient hands. Rose breathed it in. This place felt like before, not home exactly, but like a place that had once known peace. "Thank you, Giro," Rose said. He studied her a moment longer. "You're not done, are you?" "No," she replied, "but I've started." Lyra followed her deeper into the hall, one hand still resting on her blade, the other subtly watching Vess from behind. Because no one here trusted Vess, and Rose wasn't about to let her out of arm's reach. Not yet. The estate hadn't changed much. Polished stone floors reflected the flickering light of lanterns, enchanted to glow only when their mistress was near. Wards still hummed faintly beneath the surface, subtle and defensive, not aggressive. Jiro had honoured the spirit of Master Chen's home, fortified it perhaps, but never corrupted it. Rose walked slowly down the central corridor, her fingertips grazing the carved railing along the edge of the upper landing. It had been years, but the weight of memory hadn't lessened. She paused near a carved pillar, tracing a groove Master Chen had once pointed out as a flaw, one he had chosen to leave as a lesson in humility. She smiled faintly. Behind her, Lyra moved like a shadow, silent, alert, her eyes scanning every doorway and passage. Vess, by contrast, walked with regal stiffness, her silence louder than words. The woman had been a symbol once, elegance, ruthlessness, power, but now she wore the exhaustion of captivity and the dull restraint of someone who knew she wasn't free. Jiro reappeared from a side hall, his sleeves rolled up, eyes sharp. I prepped the lower study, thought you might want a secure room to plan in. It's shielded, soundproofed, and no one gets in without me knowing. Rose nodded. Perfect. I'll take her there. She stays under roof, within sight, and never alone. Vess gave her a withering look, but Rose met it flatly. You're not a prisoner, Rose said, but you're not a guest either. I'm the only reason the House of Silver Mirrors hasn't collapsed entirely, Vess said, voice like brittle glass. And you know it. Rose stepped in close, just enough that Vess could feel the heat radiating from her skin, the fireheart crystal beneath her cloak responding to her pulse. I know exactly what you are, she whispered, and if you try to be anything else, I'll finish what Draven started. The tension pulsed between them like drawn wires. Then Rose turned and nodded toward Lyra. Escort her. As Lyra moved, hand firm on Vess's arm, Jiro leaned toward Rose. You going to use her? I'm going to let her believe she's being used, until she believes it's her idea. Jiro gave a low whistle. You haven't changed. I've changed enough, she replied. Now tell me, who's still in Concordia? I need names. Factions. Which way the wind is blowing. Jiro rubbed the back of his neck. It's bad. The collapse of Draven's structure created a vacuum. Every minor house thinks they have a shot at the crown. The trade councils are fractured. Blood feuds are erupting again. Old debts called in. The Crimson Wheel has returned. The sable knives are hunting in the open. And the Night Whispers? They're watching. Rose's eyes narrowed. Watching or waiting? Both, Jiro said. And they've noticed your back. Good, she thought. Let them notice. Let them remember who laid the foundation they're now trying to profit from. She walked into the lower study Jiro had prepared. The room was familiar and the old map still hung behind the desk, layers of arcane threads woven into the corners, enough to make the shadows dance if the wrong person stepped in uninvited. Lyra stood against the far wall, arms crossed, her gaze falling on Rose as she entered. She's in the adjoining room. No weapons, no magic. I'll keep it that way. Rose gave her a nod, grateful for the quiet loyalty. We won't be here long, just long enough to set the board. Jiro followed her in with a tray, 3 cups, a kettle of dark tea, and a scroll case. Intel, he said simply, setting it on the desk. Compiled over the last few weeks. Portals, patrols, shifting allegiances. It's not everything, but it's enough to make you dangerous. That's all I ever needed. She unrolled the scroll and began scanning. Lines of magic illuminated her irises for a moment, drawn by the fire-heart crystal's presence. The scroll whispered its secrets, house movements, night whisper disappearances, ghost factions rising again. Lyra stepped closer. You going to call them? Rose didn't look up. The House of Night Whispers. Yeah, I'm not calling, Rose said. I'm challenging. Lyra tilted her head. Risky. It's the only language they respect. Silence fell as the strategy began to take shape. The Queen hadn't returned. The Empire wouldn't rise. But something new was coming. Something colder, sharper, more deliberate, and it had just walked back into Concordia. Jiro returned a few minutes later carrying a sealed envelope on a tray. No name, no sigil, just this. He set it down beside the scrolls. Rose didn't move right away. Her eyes were fixed on a thin strand of vapour curling from the ink well beside her. She didn't need to touch the envelope to know who had sent it. The paper was folded with a method she had invented. The wax seal was pressed in a specific 3-part rhythm. No crest, no identifying mark, but to the right eyes, a signature. Not a threat, not a plea. A reminder. Someone just blinked, she murmured. Lyra raised a brow. Problem. Number and opportunity. Rose broke the seal and unfolded the note carefully. It held only 5 words scrawled in perfect slanted script. The ledger remembers the flame. She exhaled softly through her nose, a ghost of a smile forming at the corner of her lips. Old clients? One of the sharper ones. Friend or foe? Lyra asked. Rose tapped the parchment against her palm. Someone I gave leverage to once, who's apparently still breathing because of it. Should we meet them? In time, Rose said. This is the first whisper. They're testing the waters, seeing if I'm really back or just passing through. Jiro leaned against the doorway. Sounds like the old Concordia's waking up. It never slept, Rose replied. It just went underground. She folded the note and slipped it into a hidden pocket inside her coat. That simple message wasn't just a call. It was currency. A sign the old network still existed, still remembered who once held its web together. Information was power here, and she'd built an empire on both. She stood and moved to the tool cabinet near the window, unlocking it with a flick of her fingers. Inside sat a worn leather case, the one she'd hidden before fleeing Concordia years ago. She opened it slowly. Maps, contacts, payment records, debt markers, arcane and mundane, and most importantly, names, all encoded. Lyra stepped closer and glanced inside. You kept all this? I never throw away tools, Rose said, especially the ones sharp enough to cut the future. Her fingers slid over a parchment-bound ledger inscribed in sigil script. She opened to a bookmarked page and read silently. 3 houses owe me. 2 others would kill me on sight. 1 still sends wine on my birthday. Lyra blinked. You've got to teach me how to build enemies like that. You don't build enemies, Rose murmured. You cultivate them. Keep them just useful enough to not pull the trigger. Then give them a reason to hesitate when the time comes. She closed the ledger. Let them keep whispering, she said. Let them wonder if I've come to burn Concordia down. Or save it. The estate quieted as night deepened. The distant hum of wards settled into a low pulse. Outside, the wind danced through the overgrown garden with whispers only Concordia could speak. Lyra stood at the balcony, one boot propped against the railing, watching the street below with the patience of a predator. She hadn't said much since the note. She didn't have to. She was here, for Rose. That was enough. Behind her, the guest room door creaked closed. Jiro had seen to Vess personally, assigning her a chamber with no windows, only one exit, and more wards than she'd likely noticed. Vess hadn't spoken a word since being shown the room. She wouldn't run. Not yet. But she was calculating. Rose knew the look. Measured silence, not defeat. And that was fine, so long as she stayed visible. Rose stood in the centre of the study, the fire in the hearth casting low orange light across the scrolls and sigil-bound ledger on the desk. She hadn't touched the tea Jiro brought earlier. There was too much to think through, too many old debts left unpaid. Jiro re-entered quietly. She's settled. The wards are up. I'll sleep light. Rose gave a nod. Thank you. He hesitated. You sure this is where you want to be, Rose? Concordia's not what it was. And neither are you. She glanced toward the fire. That's the point. If it were what it was, I wouldn't need to be here. Jiro offered a tired half smile. Then I'll see you in the morning. Try to rest. After he left, Lyra finally spoke. We'll have to hit them soon. The longer we stay quiet, the more they plan. I know, Rose said. Then why wait? Rose didn't answer right away. She moved to the window and looked out across the fractured city skyline. Lanterns flickered in the distance. Somewhere out there, her name was being whispered again. For the first time in years. I'm not waiting, she said softly. I'm listening. Lyra nodded once, then vanished into the shadows down the hall. Rose remained at the window a moment longer, the Fireheart crystal pulsing softly beneath her cloak. She was home, and Concordia would learn, once again, that the most dangerous weapon wasn't fire or steel. It was a whisper in the right ear. She turned away, doused the lantern and closed the door behind her. The fire had burned low in the hearth, only embers now, crimson veins pulsing softly in the ash, echoing the glow of the fire dagger Rose turned slowly in her hands. She sat alone in the study, the others tucked away in their rooms. Vess under warded lock, Jiro asleep behind a double-barred door, Lyra somewhere. Rose hadn't asked. She didn't care. At least that's what she told herself. The dagger was warm, not magically, emotionally. It remembered its owner. You called dibs, Katrina had said, placing it in Rose's hand like it was a gift, not a wound. Rose hadn't flinched then. She'd nodded, pocketed the blade, and walked away, just like she always did. But now, in the flickering dark, she couldn't stop staring at it. She could still feel the weight of chains on her wrists, still taste the copper tang of blood, still hear Draven's voice, low and gloating, telling her who made the betrayal possible, who opened the door, who stood there and watched. A soft creak behind her. No knock, just the sound of a boot brushing the doorframe. She didn't look up. I thought you'd be asleep, Lyra said, her voice like a smirk half hidden behind shadow. Rose kept turning the dagger. Guess not. Lyra stepped into the room. You always were the night owl. Same chair, same fire. Little more blood on your hands now, though, huh? Still no reaction. Lyra moved closer, stopping just short of the edge of the rug, respecting distance, or pretending to. I saw the look in your eyes earlier, she said, quieter now. Back at the portal. You wanted to say something. Rose finally looked up. Her face was unreadable, blank, almost calm. But her eyes burned. I had a lot of things I wanted to say, she said flatly. Lyra studied her a moment. So say one of them. You wouldn't listen. Try me. A long silence. Then Rose stood, slow and deliberate. She placed the fire dagger on the table between them. Her voice was quiet, controlled, lethal. You gave this to Katrina when you thought you were going to die. Lyra nodded once. Yeah. And that was the closest thing to an apology I ever got. Lyra's smirk faded. No, Rose cut her off, her voice sharper now. Don't talk, not yet. Another silence fell, this one heavier, thick with unsaid names, unburied memories, and a love burned into something crueler. Rose took a step closer. You think we're fine, that you walked back in, and I just moved past it. Her voice didn't rise, but it got colder. I haven't moved past anything. You left me. You watched him take me, and then you disappeared like a coward and handed off a sorry like that made it okay. Lyra flinched. For the first time, she didn't have a comeback. Rose leaned in, just enough that Lyra could feel the heat from her skin. The Fireheart crystal beneath her cloak flared briefly, pulsing with restrained fury. You want to rekindle something? Rose asked. Then you can start by earning it, because right now, Lyra. She picked up the fire dagger and pressed it into Lyra's chest, not with violence, but with clarity. All I see when I look at you is what you let happen to me. And with that, she stepped back, turned away, and walked toward the door. "You can sleep wherever you want," Rose said, not looking back. "Just not near me." Then she disappeared into the hall, her footsteps silent. Lyra stood alone in the firelight, and for once in her long, dangerous life, she had nothing to say. Lyra didn't move. The door was still swinging slightly in Rose's wake, the soft creak a cruel echo in the silence. She looked down at the dagger in her dagger now carried by the woman who once trusted her more than anyone. The warmth it gave off wasn't magical. It was memory. It was weight. The fire in the hearth had nearly gone out now, leaving only a dim orange glow dancing across the walls like shadows of a past too stubborn to die. Lyra stood there in the quiet, the dagger resting against her palm. She didn't follow. She didn't speak. She just watched the fire fade and wondered if anything between them could ever burn again. The scent of roasted herbs and fire-seared meat drifted through the estate like a promise. Jiro moved with practiced precision in the kitchen, his sleeves rolled up, his long hair tied back in a rough knot. Steam rose from a pot as he plated a spread. Eggs, blackened vegetables, a loaf of fresh bread sliced into even pieces. He was already setting the table by the time Rose walked in. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Jiro looked up, gave her a quiet nod, and pulled a chair out for her before she even chose one. "Coffee, strong. No sweet," he said, already pouring. Rose sat, glancing briefly at the perfectly prepared plate that slid in front of her. Her expression didn't change, but the tension in her shoulders eased half a degree. "Thanks," she murmured. "Always," Jiro replied. Across the table, Lady Vess was already seated, dressed in silks too fine for the mood, smiling too much for someone who had no control anymore. "I must say, Jiro, the estate smells divine. Master Chen would be proud." He gave her a nod, but it was lukewarm, polite, distant. "I cook for those who earned this house," he said. Vess's smile faltered, just a flicker, before recovering. "Of course. Old loyalties. How charming." Before she could angle further, the door creaked open again. "Lyra." She stepped in, hair slightly tousled from a night of tossing, eyes scanning the table with faint surprise. Rose didn't even look at her. Jiro did, but not with warmth. He gave a small nod, one of recognition, not welcome, then gestured with his thumb to the far side of the kitchen where a stack of clean plates and a covered tray waited. "Help yourself." The words were crisp, courteous, final. No offer to sit, no poured drink, no plate. Lyra hesitated only a second. She got the message. She walked to the corner, uncovered the tray, and began serving herself in silence. Jiro returned to the table and placed a small jar of smoked salt near Rose's hand, as if he remembered the exact way she liked her food. Which he did. As he sat beside her, he offered a casual but cutting remark. Master Chen always said the measure of a guest is how they enter a house, and what they leave behind when they go. Lyra froze just slightly, a spoon hovering mid-scoop. Vess, watching the exchange like it was theatre, sipped from a glass of tea she poured herself. Rose finally spoke, low and measured. "Then let's hope the ones who come back know what kind of table they're sitting at." No one said anything for a moment. The room wasn't hostile. It was worse. It was heavy with knowing. Jiro buttered a slice of bread. "Second kettle's still warm, Lyra. Mugs in the cabinet." That was all. No invitation to sit, no recognition of rank, just a neutral space and a corner in which to stand. Vess cleared her throat delicately, dabbing the corner of her mouth with a silk napkin that didn't belong to her. "Well," she said with a light laugh, "isn't this cozy? I must say, Rose, you've come a long way from firestorms and bloodshed. Look at us now, quiet mornings, shared meals, almost civilized." Rose didn't lift her gaze from her plate. "You call this civilized?" she murmured. "Vess, someone threw you through a portal prison and you still showed up in silk. That's not civilization. That's delusion with better tailoring." Jiro bit into a slice of bread, clearly entertained. Vess smiled tightly. I'm merely adjusting to new surroundings. Unlike some, I don't cling to the ashes of old grudges. Rose looked up at her finally, cool and unblinking. Number, you just build your throne out of them. The silence cut deeper than shouting ever could. Vess tried to recover, her voice smooth. I'm simply saying that perhaps this is a time for reconciliation, for rebuilding. Rose stirred her coffee. You say that like you're holding a hammer, not a leash. Vess stiffened, but Rose kept going, soft and surgical. You want to rebuild? Start with your credibility. Right now, the only thing you've constructed since walking back into Concordia is a performance. She leaned back slightly in her chair, every word measured. So, let me make something clear. You're here because I allow it. You breathe without chains because I say so. And you're eating at this table because I haven't decided where your betrayal is most useful yet. Vess opened her mouth. Rose raised a finger, gently, almost like a teacher pausing a child. You don't need to speak. Really, this isn't your scene. Vess sat back, lips pressed thin. Lyra, now leaning against the wall with her plate, gave Rose a sideways glance. No smirk this time. Just a flicker of understanding. She'd been on the receiving end of that same edge once. Recently. Jiro sipped his tea, calm as ever. Second kettle's almost cold. Vess pushed her tea away. Rose smiled faintly. Pity. Jiro cleared the table with the same quiet precision he brought to everything. The tension lingered like smoke in the room, but no one dared name it. Rose set down her coffee cup, the faint clink on ceramic marking the shift. We need eyes on the House of Silver Mirrors, she said, voice casual, but every ear in the room turned toward her. Draven's men are gone, but that doesn't mean the house is empty. It's a vacuum now, ripe for the wrong kind of interest. Vess leaned forward slightly, eager. I can speak to the staff. Some of them were loyal to me. If they've remained... Rose held up one hand, silencing her with the smallest flick of her fingers. You're not walking in as a lady of anything, not yet. You're walking in as a shadow, an observer. You'll do nothing until I say otherwise. Vess bristled but said nothing. Rose's gaze slid to Lyra. You'll go with her, Lyra blinked, to babysit. To watch, Rose corrected, and if something's waiting in the dark, I trust you to see it first. Lyra gave a small nod, no protest. She understood this wasn't a trust mission. It was containment, tactical and personal. Vess exhaled through her nose. And where will you be? Rose stood, adjusting her coat with practiced ease. I have my own visit to make. No one asked where, but Jiro, who had known her longer than most, narrowed his eyes slightly. You're going to them, he said softly. Rose didn't confirm it. She didn't need to. The name didn't have to be spoken. Everyone in Concordia knew the whispers still travelled, through inkless scrolls, fading graffiti, flickering lights at midnight. The House of Night Whispers. Rose looked toward the window, where the morning sun was cutting through the mist like a blade. They've stayed quiet long enough, she said, and they remember me. Lyra tilted her head. You think they'll still open the door? Rose's smile was razor-thin. They won't have a choice. The room had gone still again. Only the faint clink of Lyra's fork against her plate broke the silence, and even that sounded cautious now. Rose adjusted her coat, then fastened the last clasp at her throat with precise fingers. When she looked up, her gaze swept the room like a blade finding its sheath. Jiro, she said, you're in charge until I return. He inclined his head. No questions, just quiet loyalty. To Vess, Rose offered no words, only a long look. Not a warning, a verdict waiting to be passed. Then to Lyra, not cold, but not warm either. Keep her alive. Keep her honest. Lyra nodded once, as if that balance was one she knew too well. Without another word, Rose stepped toward the door. Her boots barely made a sound on the stone. The fire dagger rested against her hip, silent but warm, its heat trailing behind her like memory. She opened the door. Misty daylight greeted her, grey and soft, curling along the cobbled street like breath on glass. And then she was gone, into Concordia's winding streets, toward a door she helped build, in a house where whispers didn't echo. They listened and remembered. The alleys of Concordia were quieter than usual, like the city itself was holding its breath. Rose walked with the practiced grace of someone who didn't need to look over her shoulder to know she was being watched. She took the old paths, the ones even the Shadowrunners forgot. Not because she needed to, but because the House of Night Whispers respected those who remembered the unspoken rules. She reached the archway at the edge of the old market district, faded paint, broken signage, an alley that led to nowhere, unless you knew the right wall. Unless you knocked the right rhythm. She did. 3 taps. Pause. 2 more. Then silence. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the bricks shimmered, just slightly, and folded inward. The shadows beyond were thick, familiar, and waiting. She stepped through without hesitation. Inside, candles flickered against stone. The air was thick with incense and secrets. Whispers moved like wind through a forest of veiled corridors. Lucian was already standing at the end of the hall. Tall, elegant, wrapped in shadow and silk, his grey hair tied back, his sharp eyes unreadable. He didn't smile, but he didn't scowl either. "Rose," he said smoothly, "you look comfortable." She met his gaze. "Only in places that remember me." Lucian gave a small, deliberate nod. "Oh, we remember." He turned, motioning for her to follow deeper into the sanctuary. "Word travels fast these days," he said, "especially when a warlord dies in the night and the entire realm stumbles trying to figure out who killed him." He cast a glance over his shoulder. Elves, humans, working together, not something we've seen in centuries. He stopped at the inner door. "Tell me, Rose, should I be lighting a candle to mourn Draven?" Rose didn't blink. "Depends who you're mourning. The tyrant or the opportunity." Lucian's eyes glinted. "Ah, there she is." He opened the door. "Let's talk, shall we?" The chamber was warm and dim, lit by floating orbs of low golden light. Books lined the walls, maps hung like aging skin across the stone, and a long blackwood table stretched down the centre of the room, scarred by candlewax memory and negotiations long since faded into legend. Lucien gestured to a chair. "Please." Rose sat, crossing one leg over the other, hands resting neatly on the table. Composed, civil, but never unarmed. Lucien poured 2 cups of something that smelled faintly of ginger and smoke. He didn't offer a toast, neither did she. "I've had 3 reports," he said after a beat. "One says Draven was slain by a rebel faction. One says he fell to a misfired ritual, and one, my favourite, claims a disgraced elven assassin and a fire-wielding tactician walked through his front door and left a crater behind." Rose took a sip, unbothered. "Sounds theatrical." "It does. And it sounds like you." She looked up. "If I were involved, I would have left fewer rumours, and fewer survivors." Lucian's lips twitched. It might have been amusement. "So you're telling me you weren't involved?" "I'm telling you Draven was always going to fall, whether I was the flame or the wind beneath it. Does it matter?" Lucian studied her over the rim of his cup. "To some, yes." "Then they're looking for someone to blame. I suggest they choose someone who won't burn the house down in return." Lucien smiled now, slight, knowing. "There she is." He set his cup down. "You want something. You didn't come here just to reminisce." "No," Rose said, leaning in slightly. "I came because Concordia is unravelling, and your house is one of the few that remembers what it looked like before it all went to hell." Lucien folded his hands. "And?" "I'm rebuilding stability. Vess is under watch. The Hall of Silver Mirrors will rise again, but not as it was. I'll make sure of that." "Through her?" "Through what she used to be," Rose said coolly. and what she fears becoming again. Lucien tilted his head. You're offering order? I'm offering balance. In return, I'll keep your portals hidden, operational, and untouched. And if I say no, Rose smiled faintly, then I'm afraid other houses may rediscover their entrances by accident, and they won't knock before coming in. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Lucien studied her, tapping a single finger against the table. You always were dangerous when you whispered. And you always listened, she said. Another long pause. Then Lucien leaned back, hands steepled. We'll back your play, for now. But if Concordia burns again... Rose stood. Then I'll be the one holding the bucket. Lucien gave a soft chuckle. Try not to spill it on the carpet. Lucien rose and crossed to the far wall where a map of Concordia stretched floor to ceiling, updated not with borders, but with faint magical glyphs and flickering markers. Power signatures, faction trails, whispers made visible. He touched one of the glyphs. It pulsed red for a heartbeat, then faded. You're not wrong, he said, voice low. The city is unravelling. Half the noble houses are waiting for someone else to move first. The Crimson Wheel is recruiting again. The Black Dawn remnants are scattering, but not vanishing. Rose moved closer, eyes scanning the map. She didn't ask questions. She waited. Lucien turned to her. We know who's circling the Hall of Silver Mirrors. We know who Vess owes favours to. We know which couriers were paid to look the other way, which guards took bribes, and who's pretending they don't still serve a dead man's agenda. He let that settle in the room like dust. Rose met his gaze. Then tell me. Lucien gave a slow, deliberate smile. Oh, Rose, you know better. She exhaled slowly. What do you want? Lucien moved past her, returning to the table. He picked up the second cup of tea, now cooled, and rolled it between his fingers. Access, he said simply. When the portals you control come online, we want a thread, a silent tether, one that doesn't glow, doesn't alert your elven watchdogs, and doesn't interrupt your precious balance. Rose didn't answer right away. Lucien arched a brow. You want the truth? Then let us listen again. Let us move, quietly. Your fire keeps the wolves back, but our shadows keep the rats from chewing through the floor. She turned that over. A thread, a listening line, one she couldn't fully track. You want to sit at my table? Rose said, voice calm. But you want to keep a key to my door. Lucien shrugged. It's the cost of knowing what's beyond it. The silence stretched. Then Rose nodded once. Fine. A thread, not a gate. And only on my terms. Lucien smiled. Naturally. He turned back to the map. Then let's talk. The power players are shifting, and you'll want to know where the next knife is coming from. Rose didn't move toward the map. She didn't need to. Her voice cut across the chamber with the weight of a blade sliding into its sheath. I want everything you have on the Black Dawn. Lucien turned slowly, eyebrows raised. Everything, he echoed, feigning surprise. Names, safe houses, contacts, money trails, anyone who still wears their colours or pretends they never did. Her gaze sharpened. I want to burn them out of Concordia, root and rot. Lucien studied her for a long moment. Draven's dead. The organization's fractured. They're not finished, Rose replied, voice like flint. You know that as well as I do. They're hiding, licking wounds, rebranding. She stepped closer, eyes hard. I don't care what banner they hide under next. If they were his, they're mine now. Lucien's expression shifted. Not fear, he didn't fear her, but recognition, understanding. The grudge wasn't strategic, it was personal. He moved back to the table, drew a small crystal shard from his sleeve, and laid it on the wood. This will give you partial access to a mirror archive, coded, quiet. It updates in real time. Rose looked down at it but didn't touch it yet. Lucien added, some of their cells are splintering. Others are consolidating under new leadership. One name keeps resurfacing, Syrian. No face, no confirmed location. But survivors talk about him like a ghost. Rose's expression didn't change. Lucian leaned in, folding his arms. "You're not just hunting shadows, are you?" Rose finally picked up the crystal. "No," she said. "I'm setting fire to everything that ever grew from their roots." Lucian gave a small, sharp nod. "Then you'd better be quick. Shadows grow faster in the dark." Lucian watched her as she pocketed the crystal, his expression unreadable. "You always did know how to burn things down," he said quietly. "But fire has a way of drawing attention." Rose didn't respond. He circled the table once, then stopped behind her. "A word of caution," he said. "Don't get tunnel vision. The Black Dawn may have hurt you, but they're broken now, scattered, bleeding, desperate." He stepped to her side, voice lower now, more pointed. "Concordia has other watchers. Older ones. Ones that didn't fear Draven because they fed him. You chase ghosts too long, and you might not see what's rising behind you." Rose turned to face him fully, cool and steady. "I see more than you think." Lucian smiled faintly, as if he both believed her and didn't. "Then act like it." He stepped away, signalling the conversation's end. "Your access is live. If something changes, you'll know first. But know this, if you make Concordia bleed again, no whisper will save you." Rose didn't flinch. "I'm not here to make it bleed," she said softly. "I'm here to make it remember who burned it last." And with that, she turned and walked out, leaving Lucian alone with the map and the knowledge that Concordia had just started smouldering again. The gates of the House of Silver Mirrors stood cracked and crooked, one hinge shrieking softly as wind tugged at its rusted frame. Ivy crept through shattered window panes, curling like fingers through the bones of a forgotten throne. Vess stood just outside the courtyard, arms folded tightly across her chest. Her face was composed, regal even, but Lyra could see the tension in her jaw. "This used to shine," Vess murmured, eyes sweeping over the broken mosaic tiles. There were light catchers on every floor. They reflected the morning sun through every hall. Lyra stepped past her, boots crunching on debris. "Now it reflects dust and rot." "Thank you for that, Captain Obvious." Lyra smirked, just setting expectations. They moved through the entryway together. The once grand foyer was silent, scattered with broken glass and torn banners. Dust danced in the shafts of pale light, breaking through fractured ceilings. Vess touched the banister, fingers lingering on a scorch mark. "This isn't just a ruin," she said. "It's a warning." "Draven made it one," Lyra replied, "but Rose will make it something else." Vess turned to her. "Will she?" Lyra met her gaze, firm and unblinking. "She always does." They moved deeper into the estate, each step echoed like a memory. Somewhere down the corridor, a loose door creaked open on its own. Vess stopped. "You feel that?" Lyra's hand drifted to her blade. "Yeah, someone's been here." They moved in silence now, instinct overtaking memory. Lyra took point, blade drawn but low, senses attuned to movement, vibration, breath. Vess followed, slower, her expression unreadable, but her eyes lingered too long on certain walls, certain scorched portraits. The upper hall was a graveyard of silk and shattered ambition, furniture overturned, tapestries slashed, cabinets gutted, but not looted. No valuables were taken, just scattered. "Draven wasn't here for the silver," Lyra said quietly. "This was a purge." Vess crouched by a shelf half torn from the wall, fingertips brushing ash. "He wanted everything tied to my name erased. Not just the people. The memory dot." Lyra knelt beside a shattered mirror frame. The glass had been removed, but the edges bore strange burns. Not fire, not magic. "Someone took this carefully," she murmured, "like they needed it." Vess's brow furrowed. "A mirror?" Lyra stood. "Not just a mirror, a viewing glass. Could have been bound to a memory archive or a surveillance sigil. Someone took the whole thing." They rounded the far corner and stopped. A study lay ahead. Door half closed, frame splintered from force, but the room itself was almost untouched. Everything too neat. Papers organised, a small writing desk left standing, a single book open at its centre, dusty but undisturbed. Lyra stepped in first, eyes scanning the corners. "No traps," she said. Vess followed slowly, gaze drawn to the open book. The ink shimmered faintly, sigil-bound. Faded now. Old. But something remained. Lyra moved closer, frowning as the script began to pulse gently under her gaze. "A message," she muttered. Vess reached toward it. Lyra grabbed her wrist firm. "Don't touch it. Not yet." She knelt, inspecting the sigils around the book, then nodded. "It's a memory lock. Old tech. Tied to a phrase." Vess leaned in. What kind of phrase? Lyra glanced at the faint scrawl on the top corner of the page. Just 4 words, written in trembling ink. "Glass cuts deepest unseen." The page flared suddenly, light blooming from the letters, casting wild shadows on the walls. Then a voice filled the room, calm, female, and afraid. "If you're hearing this, I'm already gone. Draven's taken the mirror. He knows it shows more than reflections. He's hunting the roots now. Every house that touched the network. Every whisper that travelled without permission." Lyra's blood ran cold. "Vess, if you're alive, I'm sorry, I never should have trusted him. I should have told Rose. He was never after the portals. He was after the archives hidden beneath them." Then silence. The light faded. The book smouldered and turned to ash. Vess stood frozen, hand over her mouth. Lyra exhaled slowly, eyes still on the empty table. "Well," she said quietly, "looks like Rose isn't the only one with ghosts." The silence after the message burned hotter than the flare itself. Lyra turned slowly toward Vess, her expression unreadable, but her tone sharp enough to peel paint. "Archives beneath the portals?" Vess didn't answer right away. Her fingers trembled at her sides, her mask beginning to slip. Lyra took a step closer. What did she mean? Vess's lips parted, then pressed together. Lyra crossed her arms. "Rose trusted you once. That got her a prison cell and a scar she doesn't talk about. So if you're holding back now—" "I'm not," Vess snapped, voice too fast, too defensive. Lyra arched a brow. "Convincing." Vess exhaled sharply, turning away from the ruined desk. The archives weren't just information. They were records of every deal the house made through the portal network, every whisper, every transaction, names, dates, clients, secrets. Lyra's expression darkened. "You're saying Draven didn't just want power, he wanted leverage." Vess nodded. He wanted to own every shadow Concordia ever produced. Control the flow of secrets. Lyra's jaw clenched. "And you didn't think to mention this before?" Vess met her gaze, eyes sharp now. "You think Rose would have let me walk through the front door if I had?" That gave Lyra pause. "You think I don't know what she's planning?" Vess said, voice low, bitter. "She's going to use me to draw out the survivors, rebuild the house in her image, then cut me loose the moment I'm not useful." Lyra didn't deny it. Vess took a breath. "The only reason I'm standing here now is because I didn't tell Draven where Rose's hidden archive was." That made Lyra blink. "There's another archive?" she asked carefully. Vess turned away again. "It's not active, not connected. It was her failsafe. I helped her build it. And no one knows where it is. Not even you." The words hung between them, heavy as stone. Lyra stepped back, eyes narrowing. "Then you better pray she never finds out you kept that to yourself." The moment Vess fell silent, the air shifted. It was subtle, barely a breeze, barely sound, but Lyra's instincts flared like a match. "Get down!" she hissed. She shoved Vess behind the half-shattered desk just as a sigil flared on the far wall, pale blue and pulsing, hidden beneath a layer of charred wallpaper until now. Then came the click. Lyra didn't wait. She tackled Vess fully to the ground just as the wall exploded inward. Not fire, but force, compressed arcane air designed to crush, not burn. The bookshelf beside them split in half and slammed into the opposite wall like a missile. Dust choked the hallway. Old Stone groaned. Vess coughed, her voice muffled. A trap? Lyra rolled off her, already pulling her dagger. Worse. A monitor sigil. We weren't alone. They stood cautiously, scanning the wreckage. Then they heard it. Faint footsteps above. Not echoes. Not old boards shifting. Real. Deliberate. Vess's eyes went wide. Who the hell is in my house? Lyra grabbed her arm. Doesn't matter. We're leaving. Now. They sprinted down the corridor, dodging fallen beams and cracked floorboards. Another sigil pulsed briefly on the wall to their left, then flickered and died. Someone's disabling them as we go, Lyra muttered. Cleansing evidence. They turned the final corner toward the front hall. And froze. The doors were already open, and no one had touched them. The cold morning light streamed in like judgment. Lyra reached for a flare crystal in her belt, fingers tense. I don't like this. Vess, shaken but recovering her poise, moved slower. They wanted us to find that message. Lyra nodded. And to know we were being watched doing it. Lyra looked at the shattered crest above the entryway, the sigil of the House of Silver Mirrors, split clean down the center. This place isn't abandoned, she muttered. They stepped out into the pale morning light, the shattered door of the House of Silver Mirrors creaking faintly behind them. Lyra paused at the edge of the threshold, her eyes scanning the rooftops and alleyways. Still. Too still. Not the kind of stillness that came from abandonment, but the kind that came from observation. From something waiting. She turned back, gaze drawn once more to the long, ruined hall behind them. That's when she saw it. A smear of fresh footprints in the dust, bare, oddly spaced, leading to the center of the hall. Not away, not toward anything. Just there, facing the door. Still. Vess followed her gaze, brow furrowed. What is it? Lyra didn't answer right away. She studied the doorway, the entry hall, the faint magical residues still curling along the walls like after smoke. This wasn't just an echo, she said softly. Someone wanted us to find that message, and someone wanted to see what we'd do when we did. Vess paled slightly. Are you saying we were being watched? I'm saying, Lyra replied, stepping back from the door, that we weren't the only ones with keys to this house. They walked away in silence, the estate shrinking behind them. Only once they were clear of the courtyard did Lyra murmur, they didn't care that we were there. She glanced back over her shoulder. They cared about who we'd tell. The old gate creaked as it closed behind her. Rose stepped into the courtyard of Master Chen's estate like a shadow returning to familiar ground. The mist had lifted slightly since morning, but the city still felt quiet in a way that didn't soothe. It listened. And Concordia always listened before it acted. Jiro stood under the eaves of the veranda, sleeves rolled up, hands dusted with flour. He'd been baking again, something Rose never questioned but always noticed. He met her eyes as she approached and nodded once, respectful and calm. You didn't burn anything, she said. I only do that when you're late. A flicker of a smirk touched her lips. Gone almost as fast. They walked toward the back garden, once a training yard, now overgrown with low shrubs and moss-choked stone paths. The place still held memory, even if time had softened its edges. You were gone longer than I expected, Jiro said, keeping his tone neutral. I was careful, she replied. And Lucienne? Still listening. Still dangerous. She glanced at him. Still remembers everything I didn't ask him to. Jiro sat on the low stone bench, wiping his hands on a cloth. And what did you ask him for? Names, Rose said. Movement, remnants of the Black Dawn, anyone trying to reshape what's left. He raised a brow. And? Someone's gathering them. Quietly. Name of Syrian keeps surfacing. No face, no solid location. But Lucien says he's not rebuilding. He's evolving. Jiro was silent for a moment, then he nodded slowly. That's not just vengeance anymore. Rose didn't answer. Instead, she knelt near the fountain basin, long dry, and ran her fingertips along the rim. I won't let them take root again. Not here. Not in my city. You'll burn yourself doing it, he said softly. You always do. Rose's hand stilled. I'm already ash, she said. Jiro didn't respond, not out of agreement, but because he knew better than to argue when she meant it. They sat like that a moment longer, quiet, steady, familiar. Then the gate creaked again. Footsteps, 2 sets. Rose stood. Lyra and Vess entered the courtyard. Dust on their boots, silence in their eyes. Lyra's face gave nothing away. Vess looked shaken beneath her polished composure. Jiro rose and stepped aside without a word, letting them approach. Rose folded her arms. Well? She asked, her voice calm, but cold. Lyra met her gaze. We found a message, left by someone Vess trusted. Said Draven wasn't after the portals. He wanted the archives underneath them. Jiro stilled beside her. Rose's expression didn't change. Go on. Lyra's eyes darkened. The rooms were ransacked, not looted, like someone was looking for something. And they weren't alone. Someone else was in that house, still is. A long silence. Then Rose spoke, quiet and slow. Concordia is a city of secrets, but someone is digging them up. She turned toward the door of the estate. Then let's make sure we get to them first. Rose turned sharply on her heel. Inside, she said. No raised voice, no edge, but it was not a request. They followed her through the estate's side hall, past carved doorways and faded tapestries, until they reached the study, Master Chen's old war room. The door shut behind them with a soft click, and Rose activated a silence ward with a flick of her fingers. A faint shimmer washed across the ceiling, then vanished. No one would hear what came next. She took the seat nearest the fireplace, where the embers from that morning's fire still glowed faintly. Lyra remained standing, posture sharp, while Vess hovered closer to the wall, eyes flicking between the two. Rose folded her hands. Start from the beginning. Lyra nodded once. The front hall was wrecked, but not looted. Everything looked dismantled, like someone wanted to erase, not steal. She glanced at Vess. Then we found the study, untouched. Dust on the furniture, a book left open like someone meant us to find it. Rose's gaze didn't waver. And? It was sigil-bound, memory-locked, a warning left behind by someone Vess knew. Rose looked to her now. Who? Vess hesitated, then said quietly, Ilrina. My former steward, trusted, until I failed her. She's dead? Rose asked. Vess nodded. She left a message, Lyra continued. Said Draven wasn't after the portal system. He was after the archives buried beneath them. Jiro swore under his breath. Rose's expression darkened. She said he was targeting the network of whispers, records of every transaction, every black deal, every movement Concordia tried to hide. He wanted to own every secret we ever buried. And did he find them? Rose asked, voice low. Lyra shook her head. We don't think so. But someone took the viewing mirror Ilrina referenced, carefully, recently, and there was something else. She looked to Rose now, meeting her gaze directly. There were footprints, fresh, bare, wrong, standing still in the shadows. Vess finally spoke. They weren't running, they were watching. The room fell silent again. Then Rose leaned back in the chair, slowly. So we have ghosts in broken halls. A buried archive no one was supposed to know about. A viewing mirror missing, and someone who watched you find it. She tapped one finger against the armrest. They're not hiding, they're hunting, but not for me. She looked up. Not yet. Vess stepped forward from the wall, voice soft but deliberate. If they're watching, she said, then they're calculating. That message wasn't a warning for me. It was a litmus test. Rose raised an eyebrow. Explain. Vess folded her arms, regaining some of her court-born poise. Ilrina was loyal, but she was precise. She wouldn't have left that message behind without knowing it would be found, which means it was placed after Draven took the house and before he fell. Lyra frowned. That window's narrow. Exactly, Vess replied. She wanted someone to find it after him, not before. Rose tilted her head. And why would that matter? Because Ilrina didn't trust me to survive, but she did trust that someone else would take Concordia back. Vess's gaze flicked to Rose. That message was for you, not me. Rose was silent, but the shift in her posture said she'd already considered it and was now re-evaluating what it meant. Vess pressed on. And if someone else is watching the house now, standing still, leaving sigils intact, footprints visible, they're not trying to stop us. Lyra gave her a sharp look. You're saying this is all performance? I'm saying, Vess said carefully, that we're being measured. Rose leaned back in her chair again, fingers steepled. They want to see what I'll do. Yes, Vess said. And more importantly, how you'll do it. Giro's voice cut in from the corner, calm but razor-edged. Whoever's out there is playing long. You don't leave pieces behind unless you're planning something 10 moves out. Rose didn't reply right away. Then she stood, slow and deliberate. Well, she said, brushing invisible speck from her sleeve. Let's not disappoint the audience. Rose's fingers drummed lightly against the armrest, once, twice, then she turned toward the desk and picked up a sheet of clean parchment. She made a few notations in her tight, elegant script, every motion precise. She didn't look up when she spoke. You did well, she said, almost offhandedly. Lyra blinked. It wasn't warm, but it wasn't dismissive either. Your assessment was accurate, Rose added. You kept Vess alive, got the information, and didn't trigger whatever was watching. That's more than most could have managed. Lyra tilted her head, cautious. I take it that means I passed. Rose paused, then finally looked at her. Calm, sharp, unreadable. It means you didn't fail. A beat. Then, gently, with just enough weight to matter. That's not nothing. Lyra looked down for a moment, then gave a small nod. Fair enough. Rose returned to her notes, the fire casting a soft glow across the edge of her face. The silence stretched. Comfortable for a moment. Familiar even. Then Rose spoke again, quieter this time. Not warm, but less guarded. I don't need you to earn back what we had. Lyra's expression shifted, almost hope checked quickly. Rose didn't meet her eyes. I need you to prove what we have now is worth trusting. That hung in the air like smoke. Lyra gave a quiet exhale. No smile, just a nod that meant more than words. Rose finished writing, folded the parchment once, and tucked it into her coat. We move on the survivors next, the ones still hiding in the cracks, the ones too quiet since Draven fell. She glanced at both of them. And if Syrian's real, we find him before he finds us. Lyra straightened. When do we start? Rose gave the faintest smile. We already have. Rose stood from her chair with fluid grace, crossing to a low cabinet against the wall. She opened it, revealing several bottles tucked behind an etched crystal decanter. She considered them for a moment, then selected a vintage wrapped in fading elven silk. Giro, still near the door, raised an eyebrow. That good, huh? Rose uncorked the bottle with a soft twist and poured slowly into 3 glasses. We're surrounded by betrayal, fractured loyalties, and watching shadows. If ever there were a time for a good vintage, this is it. She handed one glass to Vess without looking at her, poured another and held it out to Lyra, then paused. Her eyes locked with Lyra's, steady, unreadable. Don't worry, she said, voice smooth and quiet. This one's not drugged. The air tightened. Even Vess froze mid-sip. Lyra took the glass without flinching. That's a shame. I was hoping for a nap. Rose didn't smile, but something flickered at the corner of her mouth. She turned, lifted her own glass, and raised it slightly toward the fire. "To archives lost," she said, "and the ones still watching." They drank. The room settled, tense but grounded. 3 women, bound by politics, danger, and fractured history, gathered in a circle not of trust, but of necessity. And for now, that was enough. The streets of Concordia had never seen her like this. For years, Rose had ruled from behind doors lined with silken secrets, her power spoken only in whispers, her name a signature on the wind, never a presence in the fire. She had been beauty, precision, control. But this morning, as sunlight fractured through the high mists and warmed the quiet stone alleys, the city saw something new. They saw her, in armour, not gilded robes, not a jewelled corset or fur-lined cloak. Fire-kissed armour, scorched crimson and ash-black, hugged her frame, etched with unfamiliar runes that pulsed low and steady like a beating heart. Her walk was deliberate, every step silent, measured, terrifying in its restraint. At her hip, a coiled bullwhip, long rumoured, never seen. Around her neck, for all the world to witness, hung the fire-heart crystal, the last remnant of Eldermire's forbidden core, glowing visibly with unnatural heat. Its light bled through the slits of her armour like molten truth. And behind her walked Lyra, blades visible but eyes downcast, her silence doing the talking. Lady Vess flanked the other side, cloaked in dignity and barely leashed discomfort. She smiled at every passerby they passed. No one smiled back. The 3 of them moved through Concordia like prophecy written in iron. People stopped what they were doing. Merchants froze mid-haggle. A child pointed and asked something her mother refused to answer. Some whispered. Others bowed their heads, not in reverence, in calculation. For years they had spoken of Rose in rumours. Today they saw the myth walk by. They didn't speak to her. They didn't dare. She did not look at them. She was already looking ahead. The House of Silver Mirrors stood in the distance, chipped and cracked, its banners long torn, its sigil split down the middle like a scar that had refused to close. The gates hung loose, one dragging along the stone, the other crooked on a single hinge. Rose walked through the front entrance without pausing. No guards stopped her. None dared. Inside, the shattered beauty of her former world lay exposed. Elegant destruction, memories trampled by soldiers and blood-stained robes. The silence inside was not peace. It was an invitation. She stepped into the grand hall, boots echoing where once only whispered deals had tread. She paused beneath the fractured arch of the upper gallery and slowly, with precision, unclasped her cloak and let it fall. The Fireheart crystal caught the morning light and magnified it. "I want everyone watching to see this," she said calmly. Lyra took her place at the side of the room, gaze sharp. Vess lingered near the hall's centre, uncertain. Rose raised her voice, not loud but clear, measured, deadly. "To those still hiding," she said, her voice like the edge of a wineglass, "your time is up." She extended her hand, just a flick of the wrist. A trail of flames snaked out across the floor, curving in a perfect arc, igniting the remnants of Draven's banners in a single breath. "To those still loyal to ghosts, you now serve me, or you serve no one." She stepped forward as the room began to glow in orange reflection. "Let the house burn," Rose said. "Only the right ones will rise from its ashes." The flames curled upward from the banners, smoke rising in thin trails through the cracked ceiling. They burned clean, not wild, but controlled, like everything Rose touched. She didn't turn to the gathering shadows beyond the archways. She didn't need to. They were already watching, but Lady Vess stepped forward. She moved with practiced grace, the hem of her cloak brushing the scorched tiles as she turned to face the open corridor and raised her voice, soft, but clear, trained, political. "To those who still remember what this house once stood for," she began, I am still here. A pause. Just long enough. I survived what Draven tried to erase. I carry the knowledge of every oath, every alliance, every name that made this place strong. But the future of the Silver Mirrors does not belong to memory. It belongs to those willing to rebuild it. She turned slowly, letting her voice echo. Those who served with loyalty, you will be protected. Those who betrayed this house, you've already heard the fire speak. In the corner of the hall, Lyra leaned against a half-cracked column, one boot braced behind her, arms folded. She wasn't even pretending to be subtle. Her eyes scanned the darkened edges of the room, the stairwell, the second-floor balcony, the hall to the east. Watching, waiting, daring. A figure shifted behind a column, flinched too quickly, then stopped cold under Lyra's stare. She smiled. Not friendly. More like a wolf who had heard a twig snap. Vess continued, unaware, or pretending to be. We don't ask for blind faith. We ask for presence, for rebuilding, for strength with purpose. She gestured toward Rose, who stood still at the center of the firelight, the crystal at her chest gleaming like a third eye. We have leadership again. But know this, your loyalty now won't be judged by the words you speak. It will be measured by what you do next. A heavy pause followed, the silence held. Then a voice, a rough one from the balcony, called down, and if we don't want to serve her. Lyra's foot shifted. Rose didn't answer. Lyra did. She drew one of her knives slowly, held it at her side, and said in a low, almost amused tone, "Then you'd better start running." A few nervous murmurs rippled in the shadows. Rose finally lifted her head just slightly, letting the room breathe again. Vess stepped back, her role finished. For now. And the House of Silver Mirrors held its breath, waiting to see who would kneel and who would burn. The silence after Vess's speech hung like a held breath. Then Lyra moved, fast, too fast for the eye to follow. Her body twisted, arms snapping upward as a flash of steel left her hand like lightning loosed from a bottle. The blade flew true, arcing up toward the second-floor balcony where a faint glint had caught her eye. Metal, glass, something hidden behind a shadowed curtain. Thwack. A scream tore through the rafters. The dagger snapped back to Lyra's hand, wet with blood. The echo of the cry still rang through the stone when the shadows answered. Figures exploded from the alcoves, from behind columns, from the stairs above and the cracked doorways below. 10, maybe more, Black Dawn. Armed, masked, and already mid-attack. The crowd of Concordians scattered like birds from a bell tower. Screams erupted, feet pounded across stone, someone knocked over a brazier, flames licking across the broken tile. Vess ducked just in time as a curved blade missed her throat by inches. Lyra didn't flinch, her second blade was already in hand. Finally. Rose didn't move at first, not fear, calculation. Then the whip at her side uncoiled like a serpent awakened. With a crack of thunder, the enchanted leather lashed outward, wrapping around the wrist of the closest assailant midair, yanking him down so hard he cracked the stone floor. Another charged her from the flank. Rose spun, sweeping the whip in a flaming arc that ignited the air in front of her, forcing him to retreat or burn. Vess backed toward the center of the hall, ducking low, calling out in a voice edged with command. "Protect the lady! Bring the mirrors down!" 3 Black Dawn soldiers ignored her completely, targeting Rose. Lyra intercepted 2, blades dancing, carving tight arcs that left blood in their wake. The third reached Rose Dash, only to be caught by the whip around his neck, yanked off balance and thrown into the pillar behind her. "You really thought this was still your house?" Rose hissed under her breath. More figures dropped from the balcony above. One hurled a smoke sphere, shattering in a hiss of chemical fog. Visibility vanished. Only firelight flickered, screams, clashing steel. the sound of Lyra laughing under her breath as she moved through the haze like a demon from some old elven tale. Rose stood in the eye of the storm, crystal at her chest glowing brighter with every breath. And the House of Silver Mirrors? It was no longer a hall of memory. It was a battlefield. As Rose and Lyra go back to back, exchanging banter and clearing the House of Silver Mirrors one body at a time while keeping Vess alive and pinned in the middle of their fire and steel. Smoke filled the great hall like a curtain of war. Sparks danced in the haze, and the black dawn descended like wolves, sure they had the numbers. But they'd made one fatal miscalculation. They thought Rose was just a name. They didn't realize she was the fire they used to whisper about in fear. A dagger whistled past Lyra's cheek. She spun, caught the attacker's wrist mid-swing, and drove her elbow into his jaw with a crunch that sent him crashing into the wall. She looked toward Rose through the haze. "You couldn't have warned me they'd be throwing a party." Rose's whip cracked in reply, a burning arc slicing through the mist as it coiled around a Black Dawn soldier's leg. She yanked hard, dropping him just as he lunged for Vess. "I didn't send the invitations." Another enemy came from the right. Rose spun, letting the flame surge through the whip's length. It roared as it snapped forward and lit the soldier ablaze mid-air, his scream muffled by the smoke before he hit the floor in a heap of burning cloth. Lyra deflected two incoming blades at once, twisting into a spin that left both attackers bleeding and stunned. "I like you better like this," she muttered, angry, covered in soot, whipping people. "Don't read into it," Rose said dryly, then cracked the whip again, the fire trailing like a comet through the smoke. Near the center of the chaos, Vess crouched, daggers drawn but defensive, more mouthpiece than fighter. She shouted toward the hall's east wing, "Get those gates sealed!" One of the attackers turned toward her. Lyra saw it first. "No, you don't," she growled, leaping across the ruined floor in a heartbeat. She slammed into the would-be assassin blade first, pinning him to the ground with a grunt. "You want her, you go through me!" From behind her, Rose called out, "Try not to kill them all too fast. I'd like one left breathing." Lyra smirked, never breaking stride. "Then you'd better slow down." More Black Dawn poured in. 5 left, maybe 6, masked and focused. But they weren't coordinating anymore. They were reacting. That was the mistake. Rose flicked her wrist again, the whip alight, flames curling in mid-air like it had a mind of its own. She lashed it once, slicing through a pillar support, and the stone crashed down between her and the last 2 attackers, cutting them off. They backed away. Too late. Rose stepped through the falling dust, the crystal at her chest glowing like a heartbeat of molten light. "You should have stayed in the dark," she said softly. Then she struck, 3 lashes, precise, burning, final. They didn't rise again. Lyra wiped a smear of blood from her jaw and exhaled as the last echo of footsteps retreated into silence. Vess stood slowly, eyes wide but unshaken. Rose turned to both of them, the firelight dying slowly across the floor. "House reclaimed," she said. And this time, no one questioned it. The last scream had already faded. The smoke curled lazily now, drifting through broken windows like it no longer had purpose. Ash coated the floor like snowfall. The only movement was the soft crackle of scorched banners and the slow, deliberate coil of Rose's whip as she wrapped it back at her side. All 10 were dead. Burned, broken, crushed beneath collapsed stone or bleeding across the black marble. Lyra paced the hall once more, blades lowered but still in hand. Her eyes scanned for movement, but there was none. "That's the last of them," she said. Vess straightened from her defensive crouch, hair mussed, cloak torn. Her voice was tight. "Is it over?" Rose stood still for a long moment in the center of the ruined hall. The fireheart crystal still glowed against her armor, but dimmer now, calmer. She looked around at the bodies, then exhaled quietly. "I should have kept one breathing." Lyra arched a brow. Didn't feel like you were in the mood for subtlety. Rose gave a humorless half-smile. I wasn't. She stepped over the nearest corpse, eyes sharp but the heat in her voice cooling. They were sent to die, not to speak. Vess moved to her side. Then whoever sent them knows us too well. Rose glanced up at the shattered crest above the hall, the stone still smouldering from the flames. They'll know more soon enough, she said. Then, with a slow turn, she looked toward the door, out toward Concordia. Because this time, we're not hiding either. Somewhere deep beneath Concordia, beyond the reach of rumour and daylight, Syrian watched the flickering mirror. It was fractured, half covered in soot, and bound to a network of stolen sigils and butchered scrying marks. The image wasn't clear, but it was enough. Flames, smoke, the shattered house of silver mirrors, and her, Rose, wrapped in fire-kissed armour, crystal blazing at her throat, whip in hand like something pulled from a storybook soaked in blood. Syrian grinned. She leaned forward on her elbows, her chin perched in one gloved hand, the fingers of the other tracing lazy circles in a pool of ash spilled across the warped table before her. Well, 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 she purred. The girl burns down the house and wants applause for it. Isn't that cute? Behind her, shadows flickered against the stone walls. No sound answered her voice, no movement. But she tilted her head anyway, listening. I know, I saw it too, she whispered. She's still so contained, like fire in a lantern. But you said she'd crack. You promised, remember? Silence. Syrian's smile widened. Oh, don't sulk. You had your moment, your glorious, world-ending, soul-splitting moment, and now look at us. She turned her head slowly toward the darkened corner of the chamber where a single cradle sat shrouded in shadow, silent, unmoving. We're legacy now. The mirror crackled with another pulse of static light, rose again, this time mid-strike, her whip catching a soldier by the throat and yanking him into fire. Syrian watched it play out, lips parted slightly in admiration. She's faster than she used to be, she muttered. Sharper, like a knife that finally stopped pretending to be silverware. She stood then, bare feet soundless on the cold stone, and drifted toward the mirror like a ghost caught in the pull of memory. She doesn't know, does she? Syrian whispered. Not who you are, not who I am. She placed her palm against the warped glass, smiling faintly at the image flickering within. But she will. Her voice dropped lower, almost fond. And when she does, I wonder if she'll cry. Syrian turned from the mirror, her expression softening into something twisted and warm. She crossed the room, bare feet gliding over cracked sigils, and knelt beside the shadowed cradle. Her fingers traced the edge, affectionate, reverent. He's getting louder, came a voice behind her, one of the mages draped in grey. Careful, measured. He's waking, Syrian replied, not looking up, just like his father did. The mage stepped forward slowly, holding a rune-scrawled tablet. We've completed the transfer glyphs. The fallback realm is ready, remote, quiet, hidden behind 3 veils. She stroked the curve of the cradle's hood, humming softly. We strongly advise you accompany him, Syrian. The flames in the city are spreading. If she... Syrian snapped her fingers and a jet of violet fire flared between them, not aimed to harm, but enough to silence. If she comes, Syrian said, standing, then the fun's just starting. The mage stiffened but said nothing more. Move him, Syrian said at last. Her voice was soft, absolute. Make sure the shadows on the other side know he's not to be touched, not seen, not even whispered about. She turned back toward the mirror, eyes wide with manic light. He's not ready yet. A pause. But I am. The flames from the mirror pulsed again. Rose's reflections smeared and wreathed in fire. Syrian's smile sharpened. Let her have her little house of mirrors. The map was painted in light, not ink. Not parchment, but flickering runes projected across the cavern wall like shifting constellations, each flare marking a black dawn cell, a hidden cache, a listening station buried in Concordia's crumbling bones. Most were blinking red now, fading, dying. Syrian stood barefoot in the centre of it, her silhouette cast tall and jagged in the flicker, her coat hung open wild around her ankles. Ash stained her hands. "One by one," she whispered, "our little stars go out." She turned slowly to face the gathered few, what remained of her inner circle, mages, scouts, operatives, all loyal, all afraid to speak first. She smiled. Time to blow out the candles. Her hand swept down, and the map vanished in a pulse of violet light. "Pull every asset from Concordia. No delays, no second chances. Burn it if you must, but get them out." The group moved quickly, heads bowed, orders whispered into enchanted stones. Except for one. Ralos, the eldest of her surviving generals. Scarred, heavy-voiced, tactician to the bone. He didn't move. Instead, he took a step forward. "With respect, if we pull out now, we lose the networks we built here. The informants, the weapons caches, the dash." Syrian's head tilted. "Respect?" Her smile turned slow, dangerous. "I don't want your respect, Ralos. I want your silence." He didn't flinch. "You've risked too much. You've become visible. That fire witch is consolidating fast. If she strikes before we're ready, you—" Syrian stepped forward, her voice low and sweet. "I've already been struck." She placed a finger gently on his chest. "Stabbed, shot, burned, buried. And you know what I've learned, Ralos?" "A beat. That I don't break." She leaned in, whispering now. "I evolve." Then, without warning, her hand snapped upward, gripping his jaw. Magic bloomed. A violent surge of dark light flared from her palm, and with a flash, Ralos dropped, twitching, gasping, breath stolen from his lungs. She stood over him, smiling faintly. "I said pull out." The others nodded, retreating quickly to obey. Syrian turned back toward the stone balcony above the war room, stepping out into the cold air of the surface, wind catching her coat like wings. Below, the ruins of Concordia flickered in the distance, smoke curling lazily above the skyline where the House of Silver Mirrors had burned again. She exhaled. "I'll stay," she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. The Queen should always see the final act. She rested her hand on the balcony rail, watching the world with hungry eyes, and behind her, the child's absence lingered like a heartbeat in another room. The fires outside had dulled. The last of the Black Dawn assets had vanished into the veils, leaving Concordia behind. But Syrian remained. She sat alone now, cross-legged before the cradle of ash and ember that served as her shrine, his shrine. A small basin of scorched obsidian, once used for scrying, now filled with charred feathers and flaking sigil stone, remnants, echoes. The glow of the mirror had faded, but in her mind, she still saw it. Rose, standing tall, cloaked in heat and light, unbroken. Syrian stared into the embers, speaking softly. "You said she'd fracture. You said the fire would hollow her out." The basin didn't answer. She leaned forward, voice lower now, more desperate. "Tell me again what you want." For a moment, only a breath, something stirred in the ashes. A flicker, a curl of smoke shaped like a claw or a crown or a whisper. Syrian's eyes widened, and then she smiled. "A wolf?" she breathed. "Yes, of course, the spectre wolf." She sat back slowly, fingers curling against her palms, nails digging into scarred skin. "I'll find him," she whispered. "I'll find the ghost who walks with death." The ashes shifted once more, then stilled, and Syrian began to laugh, soft at first, then deeper, until it echoed through the hollow stone around her. She didn't notice the blood at her fingertips, only the fire behind her eyes. The fire had long since died. Only blackened stone and scorched banners remained, the grand hall of the House of Silver Mirrors reduced to smoke-kissed silence. Yet in the ruins, life stirred again. Lady Vess moved through the corridors like a ghost made flesh. She wore dark robes embroidered in silver thread, not regal but precise, measured. Her every step echoed with old authority, tempered now by ash and memory. She didn't bark orders. She gave invitations, and they carried weight. "You stayed," she told an old seneschal lingering near the wrecked gallery. "That means you remember what we once were." To a former steward clutching a damaged ledger, "I have not forgotten your service, nor the names you protected when others sold them." One by one, they began to nod, to follow. Not all, but enough. Lady Vess was rebuilding, not from loyalty, but from need. And that was more durable than love. Lyra crouched over the corpse before the Eastern Arch. It was the first one she'd dropped, clean, efficient, a throw without hesitation. The body still lay in the dust, face down, blood soaked into the cracked tile. She flipped him over carefully. No insignia, no identifying marks. But the weapon lying beside him? That was something else. She picked it up, holding it with care. Black, sleek, pulse vents along the sides still faintly warm. A Black Dawn rifle. The same type Echo Division had recovered before. Her thumb brushed across the emitter coil, and the memory clicked into place, the fortified outpost. The blast patterns that didn't match conventional tech. She frowned, rising to her feet and slinging the rifle over her shoulder. This wasn't standard issue. This was a message. Rose stood at the edge of the central balcony, overlooking the ruined courtyard below. Her armor was still singed at the edges, the fire-heart crystal resting against her chest like a still-burning wound. She hadn't spoken much since the battle, not to Lady Vess, not to Lyra. She had nothing left to prove. Now it was about control. A quiet knock echoed from the corridor. Jiro stepped into view, handing her a small scroll, delivered not by courier but by whisper. No signature, just a familiar weave in the wax seal. Rose broke it with one sharp flick. The contents were short. "The house would like your presence, tonight. No games." Her brow arched slightly. So they wanted her to show up, to remind Concordia who whispered loudest when the knives were drawn. She rolled the scroll tight and tucked it into her bracer. No response needed. She would go. Because fire might reclaim a house, but whispers still ran the city. The city was holding its breath. As Rose moved through Concordia's back streets, whispers slid between doors and under stones, but they meant nothing without context. Fragments, hints. Not enough. Not for her. She wasn't here to chase rumors. She was going to the only place in the realm that still knew how to sort truth from noise. The House of Night Whispers had summoned her. She intended to hear what they had to say. The alley narrowed, the glyph on the door barely visible even to trained eyes. She knocked, once, pause, twice, pause, once again. The wall shimmered, and without hesitation Rose stepped inside. The halls of the House of Night Whispers didn't echo. That was by design. Every footstep was absorbed by velvet-lined stone, every breath dampened by spells older than most of the city itself. Secrets weren't just traded here, they were protected. Rose followed the servant in silence. The girl was young, robed in grey silk with her hair veiled and her eyes carefully unfocused. She didn't speak, didn't glance back, just moved with the soft precision of someone trained to never draw attention, even while leading the most dangerous person in Concordia through the quiet dark. The passage twisted and dipped, lit only by low glowing stones set into the archways. Each one flickered slightly as Rose passed, recognizing her maybe, or measuring her. Finally, the servant stopped before a tall, lacquered door wrapped in pale runes that looked like nothing at all unless you knew how to read them. She turned to Rose and spoke with rehearsed stillness. "He is waiting." Then she stepped aside and vanished into the corridor, her footsteps fading like mist. Rose didn't hesitate. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The chamber was circular, lined with drapes that shifted subtly in a breeze that didn't exist. Runes hung in the air like dust motes, half seen and half imagined. Lucien stood at the centre, still tall, still cloaked in shadow-coloured robes, still impossible to read. He didn't smile, but his eyes sharpened the moment he saw her. "Rose," he said, his voice smooth as oil. "I'm glad you came." She didn't respond, just moved closer, stopping a safe few paces away. "You called," she said. "I assumed it wasn't to reminisce." Lucien tilted his head slightly as if amused. "Number? But I did want to see you again." He glanced down, as if searching for the right words. "It's not every day that fire walks back into a burned city." She raised an eyebrow. "You didn't call me here for poetry." "No," he agreed. "I called you because Concordia is shifting, and I thought you might want to know who's pushing from below." He gestured toward the centre table, bare, except for a single folded piece of parchment resting atop it. "I'll give you a taste," he said almost kindly. "But if you want the full dish—" His smile was sharp now. "We'll have to talk price." Rose didn't reach for the parchment. She studied it, then Lucien, eyes sharp beneath the faint flicker of light. She tilted her head slightly, just enough to signal curiosity without submission. "You want a deal?" she said, not asking. "Fine. Let's start there." Lucien blinked once, not shocked, but momentarily off balance. Rose continued before he could reply. "You want a tether to the portal network, a silent one. No glow, no alerts, no interference with the fire crystal. Just a back door for your agents to move and listen without lighting up every ward in Concordia." She stepped closer to the table now, still not touching the parchment. "You asked for it once, quietly. I didn't answer." She smiled just a little. "Maybe this time I will." Lucien's mouth twitched at the corner. Amusement. Or irritation. Maybe both. "You always were infuriating," he said smoothly. She arched an eyebrow. "You're just upset. I'm not easier to corner." He gestured toward the parchment. "And here I thought I'd draw you in with mystery." "You're not the only one who trades in whispers, Lucien. You just brand yours better." He exhaled through his nose. "You haven't changed." "I have," she said simply. "You're just slower to notice." Lucien recovered quickly, stepping aside, hands folded neatly. "Very well. If we're naming prices, then yes. That's what I want. Discreet access, restricted, monitored, and limited to my agents. In return—" He tapped the parchment with a single fingertip. "You get what's in there, and what's not written down." Her gaze sharpened. Now she reached for it. Rose picked up the parchment. She unfolded it carefully, the crisp edges whispering like old paper and colder intentions. She read the first line, and her posture changed. It was subtle, shoulders tightening by a fraction, the fire in her eyes no longer just a glow, but a calculation being rewritten in real time. Lucien watched her, silent now, measuring. She read the second line, then the third. When she reached the fourth, she folded the parchment again with sharp, controlled precision and set it down as though it might burn through the table. "You're sure?" she asked. Lucien didn't smile now. "We don't send false fires." She stared at him for a long moment. Then, "You've seen the child?" "Number, but someone has. Someone who didn't live long enough to lie." Rose's fingers tapped the table once, then stilled. "And you're telling me this?" "Because?" "I'm telling you," Lucien said evenly. "Because if anyone can finish what started with that child's conception, it's you." He paused. "And I'd rather the fire be on your side than in my halls." Rose's expression gave nothing away. No surprise, no panic, just the faint narrowing of her eyes as if Lucien had confirmed something she'd already suspected, but not yet believed. She let the silence stretch a moment longer. Then, with a tone just above casual, she asked, "And where was this informant found?" Lucien's reply was smooth. Dead. Dockside. Throat opened, mind shattered. But his blood held enough of the sigil residue we needed. Rose gave the faintest nod. And the child? A glimpse. A handler. A brief exchange. But the operative who saw him said one thing before dying. Lucien leaned in slightly. He wasn't born. He was forged. Rose's jaw didn't tighten. Her pulse didn't rise. But the fire-heart crystal at her neck pulsed faintly. Just once. She tilted her head slightly, studying Lucien as if weighing something. Then she smiled. Subtle. Cool. "Funny," she said. "You always were better at collecting whispers than reading them." Lucien's brow arched just slightly. "Am I?" "Oh, yes." She circled the table now, slow and graceful. "You know a piece. A sliver. Just enough to scare you. And you know more." "I know what Draven was hunting when he took this city," Rose said. "What he tried to extract from the House of Silver Mirrors before I broke him." Lucien's gaze sharpened. His voice dropped. "The archives." Rose didn't confirm. She didn't have to. Instead, she traced a finger along the edge of the table. "You've imagined what's in them, I'm sure. Names, deals, failures, blackmail older than most realms remember." She paused just behind him, voice like silk drawn across steel. "Now, imagine if I opened them again. Carefully. With the right audience." Lucien turned slightly. "Are you offering them to me?" "No," she said smoothly. "I'm offering a possibility." She moved back to the parchment. "You give me the child, real, confirmed, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you read a name or two." Lucien was quiet. Then, "You're dangling a lightning strike." "And yet," she said, meeting his eyes, "you're still standing in the storm." Lucien didn't smile. Not this time. He studied her like a scholar inspecting a rare and venomous creature. Beautiful, yes, but only valuable if you survived the bite. "You're very confident for someone walking blind into a city on fire," he said calmly. Rose met his gaze. "And you're very brave for someone trying to trade shadows with the one who lit the match." He didn't flinch. Instead, he moved closer to the center table and tapped the parchment again. Once deliberately. "Let's not pretend you're in full control here. I gave you a name, a location, and a ghost. One your allies, Alfheim, Echo Division, the Pack, would kill to find before you." Rose's expression didn't change, but her posture stiffened just a fraction. Lucien's voice dropped, silk over steel. "They're hunting him too, harder than you are. You think your secrets will buy you time. But time," he leaned in, "is what you're out of." For a beat, nothing moved. Then Rose stepped forward, measured, precise. "No," she said softly. "You've just forgotten how I use it." She leaned forward across the table, barely a whisper between them. "If Alfheim or the Pack finds him first, they'll quarantine him, study him, hide him." Her voice was ice now. "I'll end him." Lucien blinked, not because she shocked him, but because she meant it. "You don't know what he is," he said. "I know what he could become," she replied. The room held its breath. Then Lucien slowly, very slowly, nodded. "I'll get you the next location," he said. "But when I do, you bring the archives." Rose turned without another word, her cloak catching on the edge of the shadows like flame against velvet. At the threshold, she paused. "I'll bring what's necessary." Then she was gone. The scent of polish and scorched velvet filled the air. The House of Silver Mirrors was far from whole, but Lady Vess moved through the halls like it already was, her cloak trailing like a banner behind her, her voice rising and falling with the rhythm of a woman who had commanded rooms long before they fell to ash. "Drape the windows. No banners until the sigil's reforged. I want the marble in the east wing cleared by nightfall. If it can't be saved, replace it." She didn't shout. She didn't need to. Every former steward, every hesitant retainer who'd answered her summons had fallen into step like dancers returning to a familiar waltz. They obeyed because she made them believe the house still mattered. Because she believed it. Lyra sat on a low windowsill, one boot propped up, elbow resting on her raised knee. She watched the bustle unfold with the same expression she wore in war councils. Detached, faintly irritated, always scanning. One of the servants tripped over a cracked tile. Vess barely looked up. "Fix that, no limping lines." Lyra sighed audibly. A younger attendant glanced at her nervously, then looked away just as fast. She muttered to herself, "I've killed demons faster than she's folded tablecloths." Another servant bowed as he passed Vess. "Lady Vess, should we begin restoring the Hall of Whispers next?" "No," Vess said, not missing a step. "That part of the house stays sealed, for now." Lyra arched a brow. That was interesting. She'd ask Rose about that later, if she cared enough. She leaned her head back against the stone and closed her eyes. This wasn't a battlefield. It was a rebuild. And Lyra hated rebuilding. "Still here?" came Vess's voice, smooth as always, but just a touch too sharp. Lyra didn't open her eyes. "Not much else going on." Vess approached with the soft swish of robes and the clipped rhythm of someone walking off frustration. "I've just reclaimed the most powerful house in Concordia from ruin, and you're perched like a gargoyle watching peasants sweep soot." Lyra cracked an eye open. "That's generous. Pretty sure that one just dumped clean water into a bucket of ash." Vess folded her arms. "You could help," she said coolly. "I could," Lyra agreed, swinging her boot down to the floor. "But let's not lie to ourselves, Vess. You wouldn't want me organising flower arrangements." Vess tilted her head. "You're good at killing. That doesn't make you useless when the knives are sheathed." "I like knives," Lyra said, tone dry. A silence passed between them, charged, not hostile. Just enough tension to keep the air from settling. Vess broke it first. "You think I'm wasting time?" Lyra gave a half shrug. "I think you're building a pretty little palace on a foundation that's still bleeding. But sure, hang up the tapestries." Vess's jaw tightened for just a breath. Then she smiled, sharp and not entirely sincere. "And I think you enjoy sitting where you can look down on everyone without being responsible for anything." Lyra stood. Not angry, just done. "I am responsible," she said. "I just don't pretend I'm in charge when I'm not." And with that, she walked past Vess down the hall, leaving the noblewoman staring after her, lips pressed into a thin line. Lyra's boots made no sound as she walked deeper into the east wing. She moved like a shadow, out of sight, out of the script Lady Vess had written for the day. The marble tiles here were cracked, but clean. Too clean. No servants had been sent this way, no brooms, no cloths. Just silence. The same kind of silence that always meant someone was hiding something. She stopped at the end of the corridor, facing a sealed double door wrapped in faded runes and old dust. No guards, no chains, just wards layered in quiet precision. The Hall of Whispers. She ran a finger along one of the runes. Recently reactivated. Whoever locked this place down hadn't done it years ago. They'd done it after the house fell. "Vess, what are you hiding?" she murmured. She slipped a slender blade from her hip, not to fight, but to trace. Lyra was no mage, but she'd learned enough over the years, enough to cut through silence wards and slip through a locked door like breath through cracked stone. The rune dimmed, the air shifted, the doors creaked open half an inch, inviting. Lyra pushed inside. The chamber beyond was circular, vast and still. Dust clung to everything, but the kind that settles only when a room hasn't been touched in weeks, not years. Bookshelves lined the curved walls, but more than that. Mirrors. Hundreds of them. Small, large, framed, cracked, whole. Each one enchanted, their surfaces dulled as if holding their breath. At the far end, a raised platform cradled what looked like a viewing pedestal. Its surface was bare, except for burn marks and melted wax where a crystal mount once stood. Lyra's eyes narrowed. This was it, the archive, or what was left of it. She stepped further in, the door sliding closed behind her with a soft click. The chamber smelled of dust, wax, and faintly burnt silver. Lyra moved through it slowly, one hand on her blade, the other trailing the edge of a cracked mirror frame. None of the glass showed reflections. Some pulsed faintly, others stayed dark. One near the floor hummed, a pulse like a breath, but when she knelt to look, it flickered and went still. Dead connections, severed threads. None of this was alive. None of it was the real thing. She rose, wiping ash from her hand. This isn't it, she muttered. The mirrors were enchanted, sure, the kind used to monitor conversations, capture glimpses of key players, freeze moments of blackmail and power games. But this was surface-level spying. Not the legendary web of secrets Rose once hinted at. Not the system Draven was hunting. If he had found this room, he would have burned it, torn the stone apart, searching for more. And he hadn't. That meant one thing. This wasn't the archive. It was a mask, a decoy. Her eyes narrowed as she circled the room again, slower this time, looking not for what was shown, but what was missing. Then she found it. A low cabinet beneath the central viewing pedestal, heavily warded, subtle, layered not to guard against entry, but against notice. She crouched, ran her finger along the etched line, and smiled slightly. You almost got away with it. She didn't open it. Not yet. Instead, she stood and turned slowly in the quiet space, eyes sweeping the mirrors, the furniture, the deliberate layers of misdirection. If this is what you wanted people to find, she said aloud, then what are you still hiding? The chamber didn't answer. But somewhere behind the walls of this ruined house, a deeper secret waited. And Lyra was done sitting still. Lady Vess stood in the central corridor of the restored gallery, her voice crisp as she directed the final adjustments to the light fixtures and rune-woven drapes. Clean symmetry, she said sharply to the steward. If I see one more crooked runner, I'll replace the rug with your uniform. The staff moved faster. The house was beginning to hum again, its bones scrubbed clean, its walls already forgetting the fire. She could feel it, control returning, elegance reborn. She glanced around, expecting to see a lean figure lounging in a doorway, arms crossed, eyes sharp with perpetual boredom. But the hallway was empty. No Lyra. Vess frowned. She turned toward one of the nearby guards. Have you seen the assassin? The guard stiffened. She left the main hall 20 minutes ago, milady, toward the east wing. Vess's expression cooled slightly. Of course she did. She looked down the long corridor that led to the sealed Hall of Whispers, then sighed. If she breaks anything, she muttered, I'm telling Rose it was tactical disobedience. She turned away, but her shoulders had tightened. Because the one person she couldn't control was also the one already sniffing around the house's most dangerous secret. By the time Rose returned to the House of Silver Mirrors, the fires were out, the banners replaced, and the marble floors beneath her boots were no longer stained with blood, but scrubbed, reset, curated. Just the way Vess liked them. She said nothing as she entered. Let the staff bow. Let the watchers whisper. Let the city pretend to have seen this before. She walked alone through the grand hall and paused beneath the restored crest of the house, once shattered, now whole again. But even as the symbol gleamed above her, her thoughts were elsewhere. On a child whispered into existence, on a name not written, on a war that was supposed to be over. She looked toward the eastern wing. Lyra wasn't in sight. Good, some secrets even now were worth digging up. Rose exhaled slowly, letting the weight of the city settle over her shoulders. And when she spoke quietly to no one, it wasn't a warning. It was a promise. Let them think the fire's burned out. She looked to the door. It always burns lower before it spreads. The pull started in her bones. Subtle at first, Just a twinge behind the ribs, a pulse beneath the skin. A sensation not entirely her own. Syrian had felt it once before, the night her son was born, when the dark essence inside her had nearly burned its way out through her breath, her skin, her soul. Now it was back. But this time, it was pulling. Not toward her child, not toward the past, but toward something older, wilder, waiting. She stood alone in the half-lit chamber she no longer called a home. The others were gone, her child carried into shadow, her followers scattered with orders never to return. She had kept nothing, except the feeling. She traced her fingers down the center of her chest to the place where Ultranasius had once reached through death and seeded her with legacy. The place where that cursed breath still coiled inside her like a brand. And now, something was answering it. Distant, feral, unclaimed. She whispered to no one, "You're awake." The mirror gave her no reply. She turned from it anyway, strapping her blades to her thighs, folding her cloak with trembling fingers. There was no one to dress her now, no soldiers, no attendants, no voices left to tell her she was making a mistake. Good. Mistakes were for people who still feared consequence. She should have gone straight to the portal. That was the plan. The rational move. The one she'd whispered to herself in the dark after sending everyone away. Get out. Go quiet. Go now. But Syrian had never been good at plans, especially not when Rose was involved. So instead, she walked the back alleys of Concordia one last time. Alone, cloaked, unseen. And she let her feet carry her where her thoughts had already gone. To the House of Silver Mirrors. She didn't approach directly. That would be suicide. But she perched across the street, up on a decaying rooftop, hidden beneath a tattered awning and the veil of her own silent spell. From there, she could see the upper balconies, the fresh banners, the glow of runes being reactivated one by one. The house was alive again, and Rose was inside it. Syrian watched the light flicker across polished glass, watched servants scurry and shadows pass behind curtained windows. She didn't blink, didn't breathe. Still playing queen, she murmured, voice low and soft, like she was talking to a friend who wasn't there. Still so upright. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. You should have burned it all, Rose. You should have stayed hidden. But now I get to watch. She laughed, quiet and sharp, and wiped a tear from the corner of her eye that may or may not have been there. Then, finally, she stood. The portal wasn't far. One of her own, hidden in the bones of a forgotten temple 2 layers beneath Concordia's surface. It was tethered to an ancient relay stone long abandoned by Alfheim, shielded by blood signatures and mimic glyphs. No one would know she used it. No one would see her go. And no one in Alfheim would be ready when she arrived. As she stepped into the ring of runes, she felt it again. A tug, not from the portal, from the mountains beyond it, dark, cold, watching. The spectre wolf, it felt her, and it waited. The portal flared once, no sound, no surge of wind, just a ripple of cold light and a brief taste of iron in her mouth. Then the world turned, and Syrian stepped into Alfheim. The air here was cleaner, sharper. Every breath felt like glass wrapped in silk. Above her, tall trees stood like sentinels, roots older than memory, leaves touched by twilight even in daylight. The portal she emerged from was sunken in a moss-covered stone circle, tucked into a thicket near the outer reaches of the Sorrow Range. No alarms triggered, no wards flared. This wasn't an elven gate. It was older than that, forgotten by the realm, claimed by something else. She stood still for a long time, letting her eyes adjust. The land was quiet, but not peaceful. She felt it immediately, like a low hum vibrating through the soil. Wrongness. Familiar. Wrongness. Her fingers brushed the inside of her wrist, where her veins still burned sometimes. From the child. From him. The same blood, the same breath, the same echo. She turned her eyes to the peaks in the distance, jagged silhouettes rising like broken teeth from the earth. The mountains. She didn't know where the Spectre Wolf was hiding, but she didn't need to. Because now here, standing on this soil, her blood humming in resonance with the ancient wrongness it had once accepted, she could feel him, watching, waiting, and just for a moment. Syrian smiled. She moved carefully through the underbrush, staying just off the main paths. Her cloak had shifted tones to blend into the wilds, one of her few remaining enchantments. The mountains loomed closer now, their jagged shadows cutting through the trees like a warning. Then she heard it. A snap of a branch, the whisper of metal drawn from leather. She froze. 3 figures emerged from the trees to her right, elven rangers, clad in light armor woven from leaf steel and spell thread. Their bows weren't drawn, but not one of them looked relaxed. The leader stepped forward. "You're not supposed to be here." Syrian smiled, small, polite. "Most people aren't. That's why I came." The leader's eyes narrowed. "You crossed a portal unauthorized. There's no village nearby, no guide stone." "I didn't mean to cross at all," she said smoothly. "Old rune. Half buried. I was tracking a dark trail through another realm. Magic got confused. Pulled me through." The second elf raised a brow. "You're a realm walker?" Syrian gave a light shrug. "I'm a lot of things." "Name?" the leader asked. "Elena," she lied effortlessly, "from the borderlands near Duskfen." It was vague enough to exist, and far enough to make checking difficult. The elf stared at her for a long time. She met it without flinching. Finally, he stepped back. "You're trespassing," he said, "and if there weren't bigger problems near the Highlands, I'd take you in." Syrian tilted her head. "Something stirring?" He didn't answer, but his silence said enough. She bowed slightly. "I'll be gone soon." "Be sure of it," he said. "If we see you again, the questions won't be polite." They vanished back into the trees. Syrian waited a full minute, then turned her eyes toward the mountains again. She whispered under her breath, to no one at all. "So, they felt you too." And she began walking again. This time, faster. The trees thinned as she climbed higher, and the light shifted, no longer golden but pale and sharp, like moonlight filtered through glass. The wind changed too, colder, heavier. It carried no scent, no sound, but something deeper. Something that whispered to her bones and reminded her of the silence that came before a scream. She didn't stop. She couldn't. Whatever waited in those mountains was tied to her by blood, by essence, by the ruin of what Ultranacious left behind. It knew she was coming. And she knew it was waiting. Syrian lifted her hood as the wind rose, and she smiled again, quiet, certain, and utterly mad. The mountain wind tasted of old stone and cold teeth. Syrian stood at the edge of the highlands now, the last tree behind her gnarled and stunted from the elevation. In every direction ahead, frost-kissed grass, broken crags, and a silence too heavy for birdsong. She pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders, not for warmth, but to dampen the sensation crawling up her spine. He was here, somewhere. She felt it in her gut, in her blood, in that ancient wrongness that flared when the child was near, when her dreams cracked open into visions of fire and teeth. She stepped forward onto the stone. It didn't welcome her. But it didn't push her back either. She'd walked for hours before she saw the first sign. A ridge of stone carved in unnatural lines, like claw marks dragged into the earth itself. Not fresh, not deep, but deliberate. She crouched low beside them, fingertips brushing the edge. Still warm. Her breath hitched. Just once, and she looked up toward the jagged peak ahead. There was no path, no trail, but the wind shifted again. And with it came the faintest sound, not a growl, not a howl, just breathing. Far off. Heavy. Ancient. Watching. Syrian didn't call out. She didn't summon or threaten. She simply rose, lifted her chin into the wind and whispered, "You know me." The air held its breath, and in the distance something moved. The wind fell still. No birds, no breath, no sound. Only the crunch of frost underfoot as Syrian crested the ridge and found herself looking down into a hollow carved by wind and time. The snow had receded here, replaced by dry stone and a stillness that watched. And in the centre of that hollow stood the spectre wolf. It was massive. Her breath hitched, her boots stilled mid-step. Something inside her, a second heartbeat long buried, began to pound again. It wasn't fear, it was recognition. She stood at the edge of a wind-blasted ridge, the stone beneath her boots frostbitten and sharp. Below, in the shallow hollow between crags, the creature waited. Not pacing, not stalking, waiting. It was massive. Fur like wet shadow, rippling without wind, shoulders heavy with coiled silence, and eyes that caught hers and held. Syrian took one slow step forward, breath shallow, her heart no longer hers alone. Something older was beating beneath her skin, something she hadn't felt since the child stirred inside her for the first time. "You were waiting," she said, her voice thin against the wind. "I thought I was hunting you, but—" She trailed off. The wolf didn't move, didn't growl. It just watched her with stillness that felt intentional. Then, slowly, deliberately, it stepped forward. Not toward her throat, not toward her blade, toward her side. Syrian stood her ground. She didn't reach for it, didn't speak again. She just turned toward the wilderness ahead. The wolf mirrored her. Together, without a word, they walked into the wind. Not as master and creature, not as predator and prey, but as two pieces of something broken, finally moving in the same direction. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. The wind wrapped around them as they walked, one woman and one beast, bound not by leash or oath, but by the same ancient echo that had once tried to devour the world. They moved higher, away from the trees, away from the watchful eyes of elven patrols and fading whispers. The path ahead was empty. The story behind them was not. After a long stretch of silence, Syrian glanced sideways at the wolf. "You ever been to Atherin?" she murmured. "Pretty place. Cold-blooded people. But I hear his daughters rule now." The wolf said nothing, but she smiled anyway. "They hated him too, you know. Maybe they'll hate us less." They walked on, into the wild, into the unknown. Not fleeing, not hiding, just becoming. The morning sun filtered in through the tall paper screen windows of Master Chen's estate, casting soft light across the polished floor and the low lacquered table set at the centre of the main room. The scent of jasmine tea and roasted scallions lingered beneath steam rising from a pan of rice porridge. Jiro moved with quiet purpose, sleeves rolled, hair tied back, placing bowls and chopsticks with precision that felt more like ritual than routine. Across the table, Rose sat with her cloak draped loosely over one shoulder, armour set aside for now. But never far. The fireheart crystals still glowed faintly at her throat, catching the morning light like a living ember. Her posture was calm, composed, watching. Lyra leaned back against a support pillar just behind her, one leg stretched out, the other drawn up. She picked at her bowl lazily, already halfway through her second cup of tea. She hadn't spoken since sitting down. Lady Vess, seated across from Rose, was impeccably dressed even this early. Her silks pressed, her tone polite, but the edge in her voice was as unmistakable as the fine lines of fatigue near her eyes. "We should move back," Vess said smoothly, lifting her cup without glancing up. "The estate is ours again. Letting it sit vacant this long, it leaves the wrong impression." Lyra raised an eyebrow. "You mean the impression that we might actually enjoy a quiet morning without assassins in the drapes?" Rose said nothing. She reached for her tea. Vess continued undeterred. "The living quarters are functional. I've already had 2 rooms restored, and with a few more days—" "We're not short on rooms," Lyra muttered, mouth full. We're short on people we trust to sleep near us. Vess gave her a sidelong glance. Then perhaps you should be more selective in who you kill. Rose set her cup down with a quiet clink. I agree, she said. Vess blinked, caught off guard. Then Rose continued, the house should not be left unattended. She glanced between them. But it also shouldn't be reclaimed by appearances alone. Rose reached for her bowl, stirring the porridge with the back of her spoon. We start small, she said. Visible presence, quiet control. Vess, you'll oversee the remaining staff who returned. Keep them working, but slow. Measured. No public decrees. No banners until I say so. Vess nodded slowly. Understood. Rose looked to Lyra. You'll take 2 of the hall guards and do another sweep. Discreet. I want every crawl space, sigil point, and corridor rechecked. Lyra snorted. Planning another ambush or just paranoid? Both, Rose said without looking up. Lyra grinned. Fair. Vess added, there's also the matter of the southern wall. Structural enchantments were broken when Draven's forces took the house. It's stable for now, but... Fix it, Rose said, quietly. We don't need another incident while I'm drinking tea. Jiro returned with more bowls, placing them between them before stepping back into the shadows. He hadn't spoken once, but he was listening. He always was. Rose continued. I'll remain here for another day, then we move. Back to the house? Vess asked, a little too eagerly. Rose met her gaze. Eventually, but not all at once. We rotate. We're not just rebuilding a home, Vess. We're baiting the ones who think they can still reach into it. Lyra raised her teacup in mock salute. And here I was, hoping for another full-blown firefight before brunch. You had 3 last week, Rose said flatly. Doesn't mean I'm not still hungry. Vess sighed. She's insufferable. I'm delightful, Lyra replied. You're just mad I don't fold linens. Rose stirred her tea once, then set the spoon aside. We rebuild, yes, but not to restore what was. That's gone. She looked out through the window, toward the city still waking up around them. We build what's needed next. Vess set her teacup down with a soft clink, folding her hands neatly in front of her. And what exactly, she asked carefully, is needed next? Rose didn't answer right away. She looked out the window, letting the question breathe. Jiro poured another cup of tea for her in silence. Then, softly, Rose spoke. A purge. The word landed with more weight than volume. Vess blinked. You mean more executions? Rose shook her head once. Not spectacle. Not public hangings or staged displays. This isn't about fear. She turned her gaze back to the table, calm, controlled. It's about removal. Lyra leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. Of what? Rose looked at her. Influence, infiltration, networks that were loyal to Draven, or worse, pretending not to be. Vess frowned. And you intend to root them out yourself? No, Rose said. We will. Her tone made it clear that we was not a suggestion. She reached into her cloak and set a small bundle of scrolls on the table, wrapped in black silk and tied with a wax seal bearing the mark of the House of Night Whispers. Names, she said simply. Lucien confirmed them. Lyra arched a brow. So we're cleaning house? Rose gave the faintest smile. The scrolls sat at the center of the table like coiled snakes, quiet now but promising venom once unwrapped. Lyra reached out and nudged them with one finger. You really know how to start a morning? Rose rose to her feet, the Fireheart crystal catching the light as she moved. Better we start it, before someone else does. Lady Vess looked down at the silk-wrapped bundle, her voice soft but steady. Then we begin today. Rose nodded once, already turning toward the hallway. Make no announcements, she said. We don't cleanse corruption by shouting it down. We remove it so cleanly no one remembers it was ever there. As she disappeared into the shadows of the corridor, Lyra leaned back and sighed. Remind me again why I missed her. Vess didn't answer. She just picked up the scrolls carefully, as if they might explode. We're setting the rules for who gets to live in it. The doors of the House of Silver Mirrors opened without ceremony. There was no trumpeted return, no procession. Just the hush of finely heeled boots on polished marble and the scent of rosewater drifting faintly through the air. Rose stepped inside first, cloaked in elegance. Gone was the fire-kissed armour. In its place, a tailored ensemble of deep plum and obsidian silk, draped like midnight over glass. Her gloves were soft leather, her pendant tucked neatly into the folds of her collar. Power didn't scream here. It whispered. Lyra followed 2 steps behind, boots loud by comparison, blades openly worn and visible. Her coat was shorter, more practical, dust still clinging to the hem. She didn't walk like a bodyguard. She walked like a warning. Lady Vess came last, composed, regal, and faintly smug, her heels striking a sharper rhythm against the stone, back where she belonged. In the atrium beneath the crystal ceiling and flanked by 2 rebuilt columns, a man was already waiting. He sat with his legs crossed and a cup of untouched tea in front of him. Older, lean, dressed in navy with silver trim and a badge of a defunct merchant guild barely hidden beneath his lapel. His name was on the list. Halric Vonner, smuggler, whisper broker, and former ally of Draven's administration. The kind who sold neutrality with a smile while leaking names to whichever side was louder. He stood as Rose entered, posture too stiff to be confident, too careful to be casual. "Lady Rose," he greeted, voice measured. "You look resplendent." Rose stopped just inside the room and gave him a long look, measured, unreadable. "I know," she said simply. She moved to the table but didn't sit. Lyra stood behind her, arms folded. Vess took a chair, directly across from Halric, and crossed her legs delicately. "Shall we begin?" Vess said. Halric tried to smile. "Of course. I thought it would be best if we—" Rose raised one gloved hand. "You thought," she interrupted softly, "that by showing up first, we'd mistake presence for loyalty." Halric's smile faltered. Rose tilted her head. "I'm here to determine if you're useful." She gestured lightly to the chair across from her. "Not if you're guilty." Rose didn't sit. She walked, slow, unhurried steps around the table, her fingers trailing lightly along the back of Halric's chair as she passed. The silk of her gown whispered across the marble. Halric straightened, adjusting his lapel. "I understand there's been confusion, misinformation. I thought it best to come directly to you to clear the air before any assumptions." Rose smiled. "That's very thoughtful, Halric. You always did know how to sense the direction of the wind." He gave a short, uncomfortable laugh. "Well, business makes one adaptable." She paused behind him, her voice light and amused. "Adaptable is such a charming word for slippery." His smile faltered again, just slightly. She came around to face him, finally taking her seat. Elegant, measured, like a queen lowering into a throne she didn't need to claim aloud. She leaned slightly forward, resting her chin in one gloved hand. "Tell me," she said softly, "how long did it take for Draven's people to find you useful?" Halric hesitated. "I wouldn't say useful implies loyalty. I was a resource, a neutral one." "Of course," Rose said, nodding gently. "Neutral, like a knife left on a table. No one's fault if someone decides to pick it up." Lyra smirked from her spot near the pillar. Halric shifted in his chair. "My dealings were strictly logistical. Trade routes, supply allocations. I had no access to operational decisions." Rose's eyes glimmered. But you knew about them." A pause. "I may have heard things," he said carefully. "Of course," Rose said again, "and I imagine you've kept careful records. A man like you always does." He blinked, then leaned slightly forward. "Hooked. If those would be useful to the house again, I'd be happy to share. Under renewed patronage, of course." Rose leaned back slightly, expression still warm. Naturally, but I have to ask, if you're so loyal to the house, why didn't you come forward sooner? Well, things were unstable. I didn't want to cause trouble. I waited for the right moment. The right moment, Rose repeated, letting it roll off her tongue like silk over steel. Isn't it strange how often the right moment follows survival? Halric swallowed. Vess spoke now, calm and crisp. You waited for the smoke to clear. We understand. I acted with caution. You acted with instinct, Rose corrected gently, which is why you're still breathing. She rose again, slow and fluid. Now, let's see what kind of instincts you have left. Her smile was kind, almost fond. Because if your records are real, and your memory intact, we may yet find room for you in this new version of the house. Halric nodded eagerly. Yes, of course, I'll have my ledgers brought within the hour. Rose turned toward the hall, her voice drifting back like a ribbon of perfume. And if they're not? She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. Rose turned as if the conversation had already ended, because for her, it had. Halric stood awkwardly, unsure whether to bow, speak, or flee. She offered him one final look over her shoulder, her voice soft and sweet. Be useful, Halric. She smiled again, warmer than it should have been. It suits you. Then her eyes slid almost lazily to Lyra. A silent cue. Lyra straightened, the slow grin spreading across her face like a blade slipping free of its sheath. She tilted her head, meeting Halric's eyes, and winked. Halric went pale. Vess didn't even look up as she sipped her tea. Giro, Rose called lightly, already halfway into the hall. See that our guest finds the door. Of course, Lady Rose, came the smooth reply from somewhere down the corridor. Halric stammered a farewell, barely audible as Lyra followed him with a predatory calm that made it very clear. Useful was the only way he'd be left intact. The hallway narrowed as they climbed to the upper wing. Rose moved ahead without speaking, her steps silent but deliberate. This wasn't exploration. It wasn't surprise. She had been here once already, just over a week ago, when the dust was still thick and the air tasted like someone else's breath. This time, it was reclamation. She opened the door to her office with a quiet flick of her wrist. Inside, the furniture remained as it had. Her original desk still in place beneath the tall arched window, the workbench unmoved, the faint shimmer of her pocket realm sigils intact beneath the rug. She'd confirmed that on her last visit. What had changed? The energy. It was hers again. She stepped inside and exhaled slowly, scanning the room, not to search, but to decide. Behind her, Lyra leaned casually in the doorway. Planning to redecorate? Rose didn't look at her. I'm removing the clutter. Her eyes settled on the two cabinets Draven's people had installed, ornate but garish, out of place in a room built for precision and purpose. She tapped one with her gloved hand, then turned to Lady Vess. These go. Today. I want the original aesthetic restored. Clean lines, shadowed corners. I designed this room to speak for me. Vess gave a nod. Understood. This office isn't storage, it's strategy. I'll need the mirror lines reconnected. Quietly, no announcements, no teams. Lyra tilted her head. You rebuilding the web? Rose gave a small, measured smile. I'm making sure the city remembers who hears everything first. Then she turned back to the desk, opened the center drawer, and began clearing it. As Rose finished smoothing the inner drawer, content with the reclaimed silence of her office, Lyra stepped inside. No smirk this time, no sarcasm, just that calm, steady gait that said she had something worth saying. So, Lyra said casually, I took a stroll while you were out playing Queen of the Whispers. Rose didn't look up from the desk. The East Wing? Lyra leaned against the nearest bookshelf, arms crossed. You know me too well. I know what Vess said about that wing. I also know how little you care. Lyra shrugged. She told me to stay out. Naturally, I didn't. Now Rose looked up. I found something, Lyra said, in the Hall of Whispers. Rose arched a brow. Lyra went on. Not a real archive, but something close. Mirrors, cabinets, shelves set up like a staging ground. Too neat, too obvious. Rose's eyes narrowed. That space was supposed to be empty. Vess told me it had been stripped. Well, she either lied, Lyra said, or forgot to check under the rug. She stepped forward and dropped her voice just enough to be personal. There's a warded cabinet in the floor beneath the pedestal. Old, elegant, elven make but layered in House of Mirrors sigils. Rose stood slowly and turned from the desk slowly, eyes narrowing as she processed what Lyra had just told her. You're sure? She asked. Lyra nodded once. Too polished to be accidental. It was meant to look like an archive, but just wrong enough to be missed by someone like Draven. Rose crossed the room and stood by the tall window, her reflection ghosted in the glass. She folded her arms. I didn't authorize anything like that, she said quietly. Not for this house. Lyra stepped in closer, voice low. So the question is, who did? And why? Rose said nothing at first, just stared at the light curling through the broken clouds outside, then, don't seal it. Lyra blinked. No? No, Rose said, turning back toward her with a look that was pure calculation. I want to know who goes near it, who touches it, who waits until they think no one's watching. She stepped back to the center of the room, her tone like silk pressed against steel. Let them think I still don't know. Lyra smirked. You want me to keep an eye on it? I want you to haunt it, Rose said smoothly. Quiet, unseen. Watch the watchers. Now that, Lyra said with a grin, is more my style. Rose's gaze drifted back to her desk. Let's see what secrets this house still thinks it owns. The moment passed in silence. Then the door opened. Lady Vess stepped in, trailed by a poised young attendant, carrying a small notepad and a dusting cloth. Vess's voice was already mid-sentence, polished and purposeful. And please make sure to catalogue what's inside those cabinets before they're removed. I don't want anything discarded until I've personally reviewed. She paused, taking in the room. Rose standing by the desk, Lyra leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Her expression smoothed. Ah, I see you've begun reclaiming the space. Rose turned slowly. It was overdue. Vess smiled, motioning toward the cabinets. I've assigned someone to assist you in clearing the clutter. You shouldn't have to manage that alone. Lyra arched an eyebrow. How thoughtful. The attendant stepped quietly toward the furniture, but Rose lifted a hand, graceful, not sharp. Later, she said simply. The assistant froze, then retreated a half step, glancing to Vess. Vess's smile didn't falter. Of course, whatever pace you need. She turned to leave, her silks trailing behind her, but just before the door closed, she looked back and said, I'm glad you're making this place yours again. Then she was gone. Rose waited until the footsteps had faded. Then, to Lyra, You see that? Lyra nodded. She doesn't know we know. Rose turned back to her desk. Good. The coach was quiet as it rolled through the narrow streets of Concordia's upper district. No banners flew from the carriage, no sigils marked the doors, just polished black wood, silver trim, and the faint drifting scent of sage and myrrh, the kind of scent that meant presence without pageantry. Inside, Rose sat in composed silence, legs crossed, hands gloved, and folded neatly in her lap. Her attire was tailored for diplomacy, deep green silk, high-collared, trimmed in pale gold. The Fireheart crystal was hidden today, tucked beneath fabric and subtle wards. Beside her, Lyra lounged, boots up, blades visible, expression unreadable. This one's not going to beg, Lyra said. I don't need him to beg, Rose replied. I just need him to believe. They arrived at a quiet stone estate, tucked into the hillside. No guards at the gate, but watchers behind the windows. Always watchers. The door opened before they reached it. Lord Renmar Hale waited inside. He was an older man with sharp eyes and an even sharper mind, an economist turned information merchant who had once backed the House of Silver Mirrors with coin, logistics and whispered favours. He had survived the Draven years by remaining politically invisible. Too invisible. In the sitting room, Rose took the centre chair. Renmar poured tea himself. "I wasn't sure if your invitation was formality or formality with teeth," he said lightly. Rose smiled. "That depends entirely on how sharp your memory is." Renmar chuckled, offering her a cup. "Then let me start by saying, I'm glad you're alive. And I'm here to see if you're still useful." She said it with grace, with warmth even, but it landed exactly where she wanted it to. Renmar sipped his tea, calm, polished, unafraid, which made him dangerous. Rose smiled politely, letting the silence hang for a breath longer than was comfortable. "You kept your head down," she said at last. "Smart." He inclined his head. "I've always preferred shadows to stages. Yet you were once very invested in mine." Renmar gave a diplomatic shrug. "I backed stability. When the house was strong, I was proud to be near it. When it burned, I chose not to burn with it." Rose leaned forward slightly, fingers resting on the rim of her teacup. "Clever," she said, "but not infallible." Renmar's eyes narrowed just slightly. "You think I backed the wrong side?" "I think," she said sweetly, "you're waiting to see if this one wins." He didn't answer, so she pressed, gently. "You had access to trade records, shipment routes, diplomatic filters that kept the Silver Mirrors solvent even during the lean years." She stirred her tea once. "You didn't stop supplying when Draven took the house, but you didn't start working against him either." Renmar's jaw tightened. "And now?" "Now," Rose said, "I need someone who knows how to operate below the table without vanishing beneath it." She let her eyes linger on his. "I don't want revenge, Renmar. I want reach, and you've always had very long arms." He nodded slowly. "So, this is my interview?" "This," Rose said with a smile, "is your chance to choose a side. And if you choose right, your past will be a footnote." He was silent a long time. Then, "And if I choose wrong?" Rose rose to her feet, finishing her tea. "Then your future becomes one." The silence lingered as Rose turned to leave, her cup set down with surgical precision. Renmar shifted slightly in his chair, adjusting his sleeve, still poised, but no longer entirely composed. And then Lyra moved. She hadn't spoken once since entering the room. But now, as she stepped closer, her bootfalls just audible over the ticking clock, she reached out and gently ran a single finger across the polished wood of the mantel behind his chair. "You ever seen what a whisper looks like when it bleeds?" she asked softly. Renmar froze. She smiled, sharp and unkind. "Don't worry, it doesn't scream, just sort of leaks." The colour drained slightly from his face. He looked at Rose, whose back was half turned, already walking toward the door. "I have something," he said quickly. "A ledger, not recent, but coded references. Trade contacts I was told to sever during the takeover. Some of them never stopped moving product." Rose paused, turned back. "Draven's people?" "I don't know who they answer to now," Renmar said, voice steadier but lower. "But they were connected and cautious. They'll surface again if someone doesn't stop them." Rose nodded once. "Send it. Discreetly. If it's clean, you'll hear from me again." Renmar gave a tight nod. Lyra grinned, tipping an invisible hat. As they stepped out into the corridor, Rose didn't speak right away. Finally she murmured, "That was cruel." Lyra shrugged. "He deserved worse." Rose smiled faintly. "Yes," she said, "but now he thinks we're merciful." The invitation was handwritten. Simple, elegant. No house sigil, no seal. Just a name, a time, and a location. But the weight of it was unmistakable. Councillor Thren Avalon was not a man used to being summoned. He had survived the Draven years with a veneer of neutrality and a backroom full of favours. Some called him the voice of balance, others the Chancellor of Silence. He called himself untouchable. So when he entered the restored private chamber in the east wing of the House of Silver Mirrors, he did so with all the arrogance of a man who thought the game was still his, to rig. Rose sat waiting, not in armour, not in gold, but in black, tailored, precise, elegant enough to rival a coronation and sharp enough to draw blood. She sat with one leg crossed, one gloved hand resting on the edge of her chair, and the Fireheart crystal hidden beneath her collar, like a secret waiting to burn. No guards, no audience, just Lyra, standing in the corner with arms folded, watching like a storm on pause. "Lady Rose," Thren said smoothly as he entered, "I admit I was surprised to receive your message." Rose didn't rise. "Good. I hate being predictable." Thren smirked. "I expected your people to seek my support eventually, but I would have thought Vess would reach out first. Less dramatic that way." Rose tilted her head slightly. "You think this is dramatic?" He gestured around them. "No aides, no scribes, just tea and tension." She smiled faintly. "You should be grateful." His brow furrowed slightly. She gestured to the seat across from her. "Sit, Councillor. You came all this way. Let's find out if your influence still buys you anything." Thren took the offered chair without hesitation. No bow, no courtesy. He crossed one leg over the other, adjusted the cuff of his navy sleeve, and offered a thin, practiced smile. "I must say, your return has stirred quite the ripple. The fires, the banners, the public reappearance. Very theatrical." Rose's expression didn't change. "I thought you appreciated theatre," she said. "I appreciate order," Thren replied, "and power that knows how to stay quiet. You've always had presence, Lady Rose, but presence alone isn't influence." Rose didn't flinch. She didn't even blink. Thren leaned forward, voice smooth and confident. "Concordia thrives because of stability. Men like me ensure that while nobles play at reclaiming lost titles, I supported the house when it mattered. I kept certain doors closed when others wanted to burn them down." Rose let the silence stretch. Then, finally, "You protected yourself." Thren's eyes flickered. "I protected the balance," he said, correcting her. "And I still can. But let's not pretend this is about loyalty. You brought me here because you know I'm necessary." He smiled again, wider now. "You need my connections, my voice in the trade courts, my neutrality." Rose set her hands gently on the arms of her chair. "No, Councillor," she said. "I brought you here to find out if you're useful." Thren blinked. She continued, calm and sharp as silk drawn taut. "Because neutrality isn't strength, it's fear with better tailoring." Lyra gave a low, quiet chuckle from the corner. Thren's jaw tightened. "I think you underestimate what I can still control." Rose's eyes narrowed slightly, not with anger, with precision. "No," she said. "I think you overestimate how long that control lasts once someone stops pretending it matters." Thren's smirk returned, smug and unshaken. "You've always been clever, Rose, but let's not forget your place. You were an information broker, a glorified scribe with a penchant for secrets." Rose didn't move. Thren went on, the smile deepening. "Now you're dressing up power like it's perfume, hiding behind theatrics and a dog on a leash." He didn't finish, because Lyra moved. One heartbeat, and she was across the room, steel half drawn, hand at his throat, her weight slamming him back into the chair so hard it cracked. "Say it again," she growled low and deadly. Thren choked, frozen. Lyra's eyes burned, not with rage, with precision, like she was calculating exactly where to end him. "Enough." Rose's voice was soft, but it cut through the air like cold iron. Lyra didn't look at her, but she obeyed. She pulled back slowly, fingers leaving a faint red line where her nails had pressed too deep into Thren's throat. She turned away with a predator's grace, sliding her blade back into its sheath. Rose stepped forward, no fury, no theatrics, just absolute stillness. She looked down at Thren as he gasped, straightening in the chair, red blooming at his collar. "You forgot something," she said quietly. "You're not here because you're important." She leaned in, voice velvet and ice. "You're here because you're expendable." He opened his mouth to speak. She didn't let him. "You insulted the only reason you're still breathing." She glanced to Lyra, then back to him. "And then you proved you're not just arrogant, but stupid." She straightened. "Which means you're no longer useful." Thren was trembling now, trying to regain his voice, his dignity. Anything. But Rose wasn't finished. She extended her hand, and with a subtle pulse, a faint shimmer of flame coiled at her fingertips. Not wild, not chaotic, controlled, beautiful, deadly. Thren's eyes widened. "What are you?" "You're going to walk out of here," Rose said softly. "Alive, but changed." She leaned in, her tone velvet. "I want every door you walk through to pause, every conversation to shift when you enter. I want you to feel what it means to be seen." She raised her hand toward his cheek. "You insulted me in my house. You threatened what I built. You wanted to remind the world who you are." Her fingers touched his skin. "Let me help." The sizzle was sharp, brief. The scent of scorched flesh bloomed in the room, just beneath the lingering tea and tension. Thren cried out, just once before biting it back through clenched teeth. Rose withdrew her hand. A perfect rose sigil, seared into his right cheek, now glowed faintly with a silvery heat. It would fade, eventually, but the scar would not. Rose turned to Lyra. "See him to the door." Lyra smiled. "I'll make sure he doesn't trip." As Thren stumbled past, shaking, face turned from the light, Rose watched him go with the calm of a storm receding. "Tell your friends," she said, barely above a whisper. "I'm not rebuilding. I'm reclaiming." Thren stumbled into the main corridor, one hand pressed against the side of his face, the smell of scorched flesh still clinging to his silk collar. His steps were uneven, stiff, not from injury alone, but from shock. Behind him, Lyra walked at an easy pace, unhurried, unconcerned. A predator who'd already made her point. She didn't touch him again. She didn't need to. He'd never forget who stopped her the first time. At the far end of the hall, Lady Vess emerged from the side corridor, followed by two of her personal aides. She slowed the moment she saw Thren, then stopped entirely. Her eyes narrowed, taking in the slight tremble in his hand, the blood at the edge of his collar. And the burnt, silver-scarred rose sigil on his cheek. One of her aides gasped. Vess said nothing. Not yet. Thren didn't meet her eyes as he passed. He kept his head low, his steps quickening, as if shame alone could outrun reputation. Lyra offered a quick wink to Vess as she followed behind him. "Don't worry," she said cheerfully. "He got to keep all his teeth." Vess's gaze followed Thren's retreating figure until the main doors closed behind him. Then slowly, she turned toward Lyra. "When Rose said she was reclaiming Concordia," Vess murmured, "I didn't realize she meant one face at a time." Lyra just smirked. "That's the subtle version." Vess didn't smile, but she didn't look away from the doors either. And in her silence, one truth was clear. She knew the rules had changed. Lady Vess entered the upper salon with deliberate grace, dismissing her attendants with a flick of her hand. The doors shut behind her. Rose stood by the tall window back half-turned, a fresh scroll open on the table beside her. The light cast a warm glow over the polished surface. Innocent, quiet. Vess didn't speak right away. Rose did. "That was for him," she said calmly, "and for everyone watching." Vess approached slowly. every step measured. He'll bleed that mark into every room he enters. That's the point. Some will call it brutality. Rose turned now, facing her fully. Let them. Her tone was calm, but the fire behind her eyes hadn't cooled. Vess studied her a moment. You've always been the one who dealt in whispers, in favours, influence. You were never theatrical. Rose's smile was faint. A crown doesn't just sit on your head, Vess. Sometimes you have to nail it there. Vess circled the table slowly, trailing her fingers along its edge. You've marked a counsellor. I've claimed a coward, Rose corrected, and I've reminded the others that silence doesn't make you clean. There was a pause, and then Vess said, Are you trying to make enemies? No, Rose said. I'm making sure they know I'm not afraid of them anymore. Another silence followed. Longer this time. Then, unexpectedly, Vess nodded. You're changing. Rose's gaze didn't waver. I'm evolving. Rose turned back to the table, picked up the scroll she'd set aside, and unrolled it halfway. Her finger traced a name near the centre of the list, neatly inked, carefully marked. Commander Kael Varner. A decorated tactician. Once a symbol of Concordia's strength during the Eastern Siege, retired with honours. Quiet during Draven's rise. Too quiet. Rose didn't look up as she asked, Tell me, Vess, how would you handle a man like Kael Varner? Vess approached slowly, peering down at the name. She exhaled just slightly. He was a sword, not a schemer. Loyal to the city, but not to any one house. He followed the strongest current. And now? Now? Vess folded her arms. He's old, still dangerous, but mostly forgotten. The kind who trains a new generation in quiet backyards while pretending he doesn't see what's coming. Rose nodded slightly. Would he accept a seat at the table again? Vess tilted her head. Depends on how it's offered. Rose looked up. I'm not offering. I'm deciding if the table needs fewer chairs. That earned a small smile from Vess. You don't want to threaten him. That'll make him stand, but give him purpose? A mission? He might just kneel. Rose's brow lifted slightly. You think he still wants to matter? He always wanted to serve something, Vess replied. He just never cared what, as long as it had a flag. Rose was silent a moment, weighing it. Then she nodded once. I'll speak to him, personally. And if he refuses? Rose's expression was calm as glass. Then I'll take the flag off his grave. The Varnor estate stood just outside Concordia's southern ridge, far enough from the city's noise to be forgotten, close enough to see its smoke. Rose approached on foot. No escort, no fanfare. The gate was open. The walkway swept beneath a canopy of old ironwood trees, their leaves a faded gold in the late morning light. The stone path was clean but unpolished, worn down by years of bootsteps that had once marched in perfect rhythm. Commander Kael Varner had not been seen in court for 5 years, but his estate breathed discipline. When the door opened, it wasn't a servant who greeted her. It was Kael himself. Tall, broad-shouldered. White-haired now, but sharp-eyed and straight-backed. His coat was simple, dark grey wool over a reinforced vest, sleeves rolled just enough to show the scars of old campaigns. He offered a small nod. Lady Rose. Commander, she replied with equal calm. Come in. He led her through the main hall, stone floor, muted tapestries, a blade mounted over the hearth. The sitting room had no servants, no distractions, just a fire, 2 chairs and a small tea set placed between them, the kind of room where words mattered. Kael poured the tea himself. You've made a stir, he said evenly. Word is you burned out the Black Dawn in broad daylight. Only the ones that stood in my way, he nodded. Good. He passed her a cup. Rose accepted it, eyes never leaving his. No love for them. Never did, Kael said simply. I served the realm, not its poison. There was a quiet pause. Then he added, which is why you're here. Kael sipped his tea, watching the firelight flicker along the rim of his cup. Word travels, Rose. Even out here. She raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Wasn't long after the smoke cleared in murk dust that rumours started surfacing, Black Dawn forces wiped out, leadership fractured, portals locked down. He paused, just long enough to let the next line land. Humans and elves fighting side by side, the pack on the front lines, Echo Division in full strength. Rose's gaze sharpened. Only slightly. He smiled. Sounded like quite the operation. She set her cup down. I wouldn't know, she said evenly. Kale nodded, that same calm look never faltering. Of course not. Just a rumour. Funny thing, though. Rumours like that usually don't come from storytellers. He met her eyes directly. They come from survivors. Rose leaned back slowly in her chair, still composed, still unreadable. And what do you think happened there? Kale's expression didn't change. I think Draven underestimated what happens when people stop waiting for orders and start fighting for each other. I think someone lit that fire from the inside. Rose sat across from him, perfectly composed, her gloves folded in her lap, the steam of her untouched tea curling upward, like a question that hadn't yet been asked. Kale had already spoken once. Now he sipped his tea again and spoke a second time. Word travels. He didn't elaborate, didn't lean in, just let the weight of it land between them. Rose didn't look away. It always has. Kale gave a small, knowing nod. They say murk dust was lit from the inside. That fire came through stone like it knew where to burn. He set the cup down gently. They say it wasn't a raid. It was a reckoning. Rose's face remained unreadable. He smiled slightly. Humans and elves, side by side. Not many could arrange that. Her tone was smooth, deflective. Rumours like to dress themselves up in heroes and legends, helps them sell better in taverns. Kale chuckled, not mockingly, just like a man who'd heard too many of those stories himself. Drunk soldiers don't lie, Rose. They just forget who they're talking to. That drew her eyes, quietly, sharply. Kale shrugged, not pressing. You'd be amazed what makes its way down the line. Doesn't matter what flag they served under. They all talk, especially after a bottle and a battle. Rose's expression didn't shift, but her posture changed, slightly. A tilt of her chin, a faint narrowing of her gaze. You've been listening. I've been watching, he corrected, even when no one asked me to. He held her gaze now, his voice low but even. I served this city before it forgot who it was, and I didn't stop just because it fell quiet. Another pause, then softly. You didn't stop either. Rose let that sit a moment, then picked up her tea, sipped once, set it down. I'm not here for stories, Kale. I know, he said. You're here to see if I'm still useful. She gave the faintest smile. Are you? Kale leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. His hands were calloused, steady. I worked with the underground during Draven's rise, supplied the resistance, fed contacts when I could, never took credit, never left a trail. He let the weight of those words land. And if you're building something worth protecting again, I'd rather be inside the walls than watching them burn from a hilltop. Rose regarded him for a long, quiet moment. Then, calmly, she said, There are names I need eyes on. Voices that stayed quiet a little too long during Draven's rise, and a few that are still whispering in places I don't like. Kale nodded once. No threats, no blades, just the kind of clarity that doesn't come from court records. He stood, the floorboards creaking softly under his boots. Without another word, he crossed the room to a narrow cabinet tucked between two war banners. Opened it. Inside, crystal tumblers, a decanter of something deep gold, and a locked compartment built beneath the shelf. He poured 2 drinks, measured even, and slid the lower panel open. From it, he withdrew a slim leather folder. Then he returned, offering Rose 1 glass before he eased back into his chair. A toast, he said quietly. She lifted her glass. 2? He smiled. Continuity. They drank. The burn was clean, sharp, and lingering, like memory. Then Cale set his glass down and passed her the folder. Figured you'd ask for this, he said, his voice steady. Names, networks, 2 from the inside, 1 working both sides. None of them know I still pay attention. Rose opened the folder, scanned the first page. Her brow didn't lift, but her silence said everything. Kyle leaned back, satisfied. And then, with a faint wink, welcome back. The fire had burned low. Their glasses sat half-finished. Rose closed the folder slowly and looked up at Cale, who watched her with the quiet steadiness of a man who didn't need to speak first. She folded her gloves in her lap. You're not retired, she said. It wasn't a question. Cale gave the faintest tilt of his head. I'm not deployed. There's a difference. Rose nodded once, thoughtful. Good. Then you'll understand when I say this city needs more than soldiers. It needs watchers, observers. Someone who sees the collapse long before the bricks fall. Cale said nothing, but the air shifted, sharpened. She continued. I want you in the walls. I want you behind the mirrors. I don't need approval. I need foresight, leverage, truth. A pause. Then, I want you as my intelligence officer. Cale didn't move, but his eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that wasn't surprise. It was recognition. Of purpose, of necessity, of war disguised in politics. And if I say no? He asked. Rose smiled faintly. Then you'll keep watching from your hilltop, and one day I'll send someone else up there to find out why. Cale exhaled through his nose. Not offense. Something closer to amusement. Not many people would offer that job and a warning in the same breath. Rose stood slowly. I don't offer jobs. I offer roles worth surviving for. He stood too. After a beat, he extended his hand. I'm in. She shook it. Brief. Solid. Then Cale added, I'll need clearance. Names. Movement channels. Rose's expression stayed smooth. You'll have everything I can give. A voice cut in from the doorway. Except a leash. They turned. Lyra leaning in the doorway, one hand braced against the frame, one brow arched high. I hope you know what you're signing up for, General. Cale gave her a once-over. I know exactly what I'm walking into. Lyra smirked. Good. I hate having to explain myself. Cale's smile was dry. I don't expect you to. Rose watched them both, then turned for the door. If you two start stabbing each other, she said over her shoulder, do it outside. I like this rug. Rose stepped past Lyra without another word, her cloak brushing the doorframe as she moved into the cooling light outside. Lyra followed, her bootsteps quiet but unmistakable, never trailing, always shadowing. Behind them the door remained open for a moment. Cale stood in its frame, watching them disappear down the path of worn stone and drifting leaves. Just before Rose reached the gate, he called out, not loudly, just enough. I'll be in town soon. She slowed, turned halfway. We'll talk then, he added. Her reply was subtle, a nod. Nothing more. Then she and Lyra vanished through the trees, swallowed by Concordia's edge, the fire behind them fading to coal. Cale lingered in the doorway a moment longer, then turned back into his home, already clearing the tea tray, already thinking 3 moves ahead. Master Chen's garden, Concordia. The garden was smaller than she remembered. Maybe it was always this size. Maybe everything else had just grown louder, heavier, harder. The wind was soft here, different than the sharp currents that swept through Concordia's skyline. It carried warmth instead of warning. The scent of jasmine clung to the stone path like memory. Rose walked with slow, measured steps, her boots almost soundless on the worn stones. She wore no armor today. No jeweled cloak. Just a deep grey robe and a long sash that brushed the grass as she moved. Her hair was unbound. She passed through the trellised archway and into the quiet centre of the garden, where Master Chen's shrine stood, nestled beneath the bowed limbs of an old silverbark tree. The shrine was simple: a stone lantern, a flat platform for offerings, a single faded cushion that had once hosted hours of quiet conversation. It hadn't changed. But on the stone, still untouched by time or weather, was the she had left a couple months ago: silver charm. She knelt slowly, not as a warrior, not as a leader, just as Rose. Her hand hovered over the charm but didn't pick it up. Instead, she looked past it, to the empty cushion where he used to sit. "I don't know what you'd say right now." Her voice was quiet, steady. "I think you'd frown. That little disappointed sigh, the one you saved for when I did something clever and cruel." A faint breeze stirred the edges of her robe. "I told myself I was becoming like you, that I was rebuilding this city with influence instead of fire." She exhaled. "But I burned them anyway." She looked down at the charm. "I killed Draven." She let the words settle. There was no weight to them anymore. No sting. Just fact. He was my first teacher after I fled. He taught me how to read people, how to shape power with the portals. Her jaw tightened. And when I got too close, he used me, just like the Order. She didn't wipe the tear that slid down her cheek. "I burned him alive." A pause. "Part of me enjoyed it." She swallowed hard. "That part frightens me." She shifted on her knees, folding her hands in her lap. "I never told anyone what Kalian really was. They wouldn't believe me. Not even Gunnar." Her lips thinned at the name. "He killed him, Master. The one I thought was charming, clever. The one who helped me build my fire." She stared at the shrine. "He was ultranacious." The garden held its breath. "And now he has a son." She leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on her knees. "They made me in the Order, rewired me, gave me a face that wasn't mine, taught me pain was the price of power." Her voice cracked just slightly. "That boy, whoever he is, he didn't choose any of this either." She closed her eyes. "So tell me, Master, what do I do? Do I kill him because of who his father was?" She opened her eyes, red-rimmed but fierce. "Or do I break the chain?" She went quiet for a long moment, her breathing shallow. Finally she stood, picked up the charm, held it in her palm like it still carried warmth. "I'm tired, Master, so goddamn tired." She looked up at the tree, of being the one who always has to choose. Rose stood there in silence, the silver charm in her hand, when the memory crept in, slow and subtle, like the scent of the tea he used to steep before sunrise. Years ago, the garden at dusk. The lanterns were already lit when she'd stormed into the garden, still seething from the encounter with the border magistrate. She was younger then, no fire in her hands, but fire in her voice. "They think I'm weak," she snapped, pacing like a caged animal. "Because I don't raise my voice, because I smile, because I didn't burn his damn contract in front of the entire council." Master Chen sat calmly by the shrine, his legs folded, a small pot of tea cooling beside him. He didn't look at her, he trimmed a bonsai branch instead. "I could have ended him," Rose growled. Master Chen replied without looking up. "Yes." Silence. She waited. Then, "So why didn't you?" Rose's mouth opened and closed. "I don't know," she admitted. Master Chen nodded once. "Good." He set the trimming scissors down and looked at her. "There is power in restraint, Rose. But don't confuse it with mercy." She blinked. "Aren't they the same?" "No," he said gently. "Mercy is a gift. Restraint is a weapon. One you use on yourself." He poured her a cup of tea and held it out. "Anyone can destroy. Few can choose not to." Now, the present. Rose exhaled slowly, the weight of that moment pressing against her ribs. She looked down at the charm again, tarnished silver catching just enough light to remind her. She once believed in mercy, and she still might, just enough to hesitate. She lingered in the memory for a breath longer, fingers closing around the charm as though it might speak again. Then she felt it, the subtle shift in air, the soft brush of motion at the edge of the garden path. She didn't turn. "How long have you been watching?" A pause. Then the voice came, low and warm. "Only long enough to know Master Chen would have been proud." Jiro. He stepped into the garden quietly, hands folded before him, his posture humble but never small. His grey robe caught the breeze, and his boots made no sound on the stone. Rose didn't move. "I didn't mean to intrude," he said, "but your voice, it carries when you speak to him." Still she didn't turn. "And you listened." "I always do." She finally looked over her shoulder. His expression was calm, no pity, no judgment, just the same grounded serenity that had defined Master Chen. "You heard everything?" He nodded once. "Enough." She turned back toward the shrine, voice flat. "Then you know I'm losing faith." Jiro stepped to her side, a respectful distance kept between them. "Then you're more like him than you think." That made her glance his way, eyebrows arched just slightly. Jiro gestured toward the shrine. He questioned too. You just never saw it. He used to ask the wind for answers he already knew, because sometimes speaking it aloud was the only way to make peace with what had to be done. Rose looked away again, jaw clenched. And what would he say about a child born from Ultranacious? Jiro didn't answer right away. When he did, it was soft. He'd say it matters more what that child becomes than where they came from. Rose closed her eyes. The charm in her hand felt heavier now, and somehow lighter. She was quiet for a long time. The garden rustled around them, leaves sighing in the breeze, birds shifting in the branches overhead. The shrine stood still. The fire in her chest burned quietly now, for once not demanding anything of her. Then Rose spoke again. Not sharp, not cold, just tired. "Do you think I should tell him?" Jiro didn't pretend to misunderstand. He looked at her, really looked, past the fire, the strategy, the sigils etched in blood. "You've already decided," he said gently. She blinked. "Have I?" Jiro gave the faintest smile. "You wouldn't ask if you hadn't." Rose looked down at the silver charm again. "It'll change everything," she murmured. "It already has," Jiro replied. She nodded once, then slipped the charm into her pocket, turned toward the path, and walked back into the wind. House of Silver Mirrors, upper wing. The sunlight had shifted by the time Rose returned to the estate. She didn't waste time changing. She walked the halls in the same grey robe she'd worn to Master Chen's shrine, subdued, simple, unadorned. But somehow, she seemed even more in control than when she wore her armor. She found Lyra where she expected, on the upper balcony outside the Hall of Whispers, sitting on the ledge with a blade in her lap, sharpening it with a slow, lazy rhythm that didn't match the focus in her eyes. "You look like you're waiting for someone to disappoint you," Rose said, arms crossed. Lyra glanced over, smirked. "I usually am." Rose didn't return the smile. Instead, she stepped closer. "I'm going back to Earth for a few days." Lyra's smirk faded. "Alone?" Rose nodded. "Yes, but while I'm gone, I need eyes here. Quiet ones." Lyra set the blade down. "You want me on the archive?" "I want more than that," Rose said. "I want to know who built it, who still touches it, and what they've hidden that they were too afraid to give to Draven." Lyra leaned forward. "You want me to play nice?" Rose's voice lowered. "I want you to play smart." There was a pause. Then Rose added, "And if someone shows their hand while I'm away, don't cut it off." Lyra grinned. "Just dislocate a few fingers." "I trust your restraint as much as I trust your sarcasm." Lyra stood, tossing the dagger into its sheath. "Then I'll make sure they bleed quietly." Downstairs, Rose crossed the marble corridor and entered the restored study where Lady Vess was overseeing a report from 2 returning loyalists. The moment she saw Rose, she dismissed them with a flick of her hand and a polite smile. Rose didn't sit. I'll be gone a few days, she said. Back to Earth. Vess raised a brow. Something important? You'll survive not knowing. Vess gave a cool smile. How generous of you. Rose stepped closer, voice lowering. I'm trusting you to manage the house while I'm gone. Vess blinked, surprised but careful not to show it. That's a bold show of confidence. No, Rose said. It's a longer leash. She held Vess's gaze, voice calm as ever. And if you choke yourself with it, I won't be the one pulling. The room was silent when Rose returned to her quarters. Her steps echoed faintly across the stone, but she didn't rush. Every movement was deliberate. She approached the stand where her armor waited, fire-kissed crimson, reinforced with ash-black plating etched in ancient runes. It shimmered faintly in the low light. She unwrapped the sash around her waist, letting it fall away as she stepped out of her robe. Piece by piece she slid into the armor, fitting it like memory. The chest plate clicked into place. The gauntlets tightened against her forearms. She reached for the final piece, the Fireheart crystal, now pulsing quietly in its pendant setting. It was warm, steady. She fastened it around her neck and exhaled as the heat pulsed once through her bones. Not painful, not violent, just her. At the corner of the desk lay a worn leather pouch no larger than her palm. She opened it carefully, drawing out a single silver talisman, etched with runes gifted by Eliana herself. Rose held it between her fingers, whispered an activation phrase in low Elvish, and waited. The air in the room shifted, light bent slightly inward, and a pulse of old magic shimmered across the walls like a breath held in suspension. When the connection stabilized, she spoke. Eliana, I need a gate to the Pax workshop. No hesitation, just purpose. Echo Division workshop, Earth secure portal chamber. The portal flared once. No crackle, no thunder. Just a slow, deliberate pulse of light that rippled through the etched runes in the floor. The two elven guards standing at the inner perimeter straightened, silent but watchful, spears held in ceremonial formation. On the other side of the sealed reinforced door, the two human guards posted by Echo Division shifted instinctively, as if the temperature had dropped. And then she stepped through. Rose. Fireheart pendant glowing low at her throat, armor polished and silent, her presence changed the room. Not through sound, through pressure. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. The guards saluted her without being asked. She nodded once, to the elves, and walked forward as the security door unsealed with a heavy hiss. The walk-up was uneventful, if quiet. The corridors of Echo Division's facility were utilitarian. Grey walls, reinforced plating, conduits exposed in places where engineers still hadn't finished their rewiring. But the air carried that tension Rose always recognized. Preparation. She emerged into the heart of the workshop, long tables cluttered with enchanted tech, weapon prototypes, armor racks, drones mid-repair. A few younger operatives glanced up, eyes widening slightly. Some nodded. Most just got out of her way. Inside, the mood was anything but quiet. Okay, hear me out, Darren was saying, voice rising. No, Eli snapped. Arms crossed over her chest, her tools glowing faintly from a half-dismantled core on the table. You didn't even let me finish. Because it's stupid, Clara said bluntly. Why would you put a flamethrower next to the fuel cell? It's thermally shielded. It's Darren shielded, Eli muttered, which means nothing. Gunnar sat behind his desk, arms folded, eye narrowed, listening with the exhausted expression of a man who'd rather be anywhere else. Darren, he said slowly, if the Wolfmobile explodes and takes out half a city block, I don't care how cool the blueprints look. Darren threw his hands up. It wouldn't explode. It'd flare. Briefly. Clara glared. You're going to flare. Before Gunnar could reply, the secure comm panel at his desk pulsed once. Access point, basement portal, confirmed. A moment later, The outer door slid open, and Rose walked in. Rose stepped inside, gaze sweeping the room once, but she didn't interrupt. She moved to a chair near the far wall, unfastened the front buckle of her armoured cloak, and sat with perfect poise, one leg crossed, elbow resting on the arm of the chair. Amused, but quiet. Darren, mid-rant, didn't even notice her. "I'm just saying, if you let me install a retractable mortar system under the rear chassis—" "No mortars!" Eli and Clara barked at the same time. "With selective rune stabilizers," Darren added helpfully, completely ignoring them. "We'd finally have crowd control without needing external support." Eli slapped the table. "You mean we'd have a flying metal death box that lights up like a signal beacon and explodes when someone breathes wrong?" Clara pointed a finger. "You're not even cleared to calibrate dimensional recoil." Darren blinked. "That's just a suggestion." "You're a suggestion," Eli muttered. Across the room, Rose let out the softest breath. Not quite a laugh, but close enough for Gunnar to catch it. His single blue eye flicked to her, and she raised an eyebrow as if to say, "Enjoying yourself?" He took the out. "All right," Gunnar said, pushing back from the desk. "This has been educational." Eli looked betrayed. Clara looked victorious. Darren opened his mouth. Gunnar held up a hand. Not another word, not even a cool-down flare. "But not one dot." Gunnar stood, eye still on Rose. "You came back," he said. Rose gave a slow nod. "Didn't want to miss the fireworks." Gunnar turned back to the room, his voice dry. "Clear out!" Eli blinked. "Wait, what?" Clara raised an eyebrow. "All of us?" "Yeah," Gunnar said, already sitting back down behind his desk. "Especially the one with mortar designs in his duffel." Darren huffed. "You're just jealous of my genius." "I'm envious of your obliviousness," Rose murmured from the chair. Darren turned to her, finger raised in protest, then stopped, thought better of it, and just muttered something about flamethrower envy as he shuffled out. Clara lingered at the door, giving Gunnar a sharp look. "You sure?" He nodded. "Close it behind you." She gave Rose one last glance, half curiosity, half warning, then stepped out. The door sealed with a low hiss. Silence settled in. Just Rose and Gunnar now. No wolves, no watchers, no one to overhear. He leaned back in the chair, letting the silence stretch for a moment, eye fixed on her. "All right," he said quietly. "Why are you here, Rose?" Rose didn't answer his question right away. Instead, she adjusted the cuff of her armour with calm precision and crossed her legs the other way. Composed, collected, never rattled. "I assumed Ileana briefed you," she said smoothly. "Concordia is stabilizing." Gunnar didn't move. "That's not why you came." Rose continued as if he hadn't spoken. "Vess is consolidating loyalists. The House of Silver Mirrors is being restored. The archive is being watched." Gunnar narrowed his eye. "By Lyra?" "She needed something to do," Rose said dryly. "And I needed someone who knew what not to trust." He grunted. "Fair." She stood then, slowly, walking over to the table between them and brushing a bit of dust off the corner like it mattered. "There's another matter," she added, tone shifting into business. "Portal access." Gunnar raised an eyebrow. Rose turned, arms folded behind her back. "I've been considering establishing a direct channel between Concordia and Eldermire. I know the workshop has permanent anchors to Eldermire already. If I create a parallel line through my own systems, we could reduce transit time between my realm and yours by 2/3. Gunnar stared at her, silent. Rose's voice remained composed. "It's tactical, efficient, safer than relying on unstable secondary gates, especially with the Black Dawn pulling back and fragmenting." Still, Gunnar said nothing. Rose finally met his gaze. "What?" He exhaled. "You're deflecting like hell." Gunnar stared at her unmoved. "You're deflecting like hell." Rose stood, not rushed, not defensive. She smoothed the front of her armour with a sweep of her gloves and crossed the room with unhurried grace. "Shall we have a drink?" she said over her shoulder. Gunnar didn't answer. He didn't need to. She reached the liquor cabinet against the far wall, opened it and scanned the shelves. What? She muttered. No wine? She paused, just long enough to let the sarcasm settle, then answered herself with a dry chuckle. Right, this isn't a wine conversation. She pulled out the strongest bottle, something amber, aged, and dangerous. 2 tumblers came next. She set them down hard enough to make a point, poured 3 fingers into each, paused, looked at the glass. Yeah, no. She topped them off, nearly to the brim, then turned back to him. Her mask wasn't gone, but it was thinner. Rose sat down, glass in hand. She didn't look at him at first. The child was in Concordia. That part's confirmed. Gunnar's eye narrowed, but he didn't speak. Black Dawn pulled out fast, too fast. They moved him. I've got my people sweeping the networks, but so far, no trail. She took a sip, slow. If he's still in Concordia, he's under something deep. If they moved him out, we'll need more than luck to find him. A pause. Then she met his eye. I know what you're thinking. You want to kill him. I get it. I did too. Rose said it quietly, not soft, but with the kind of weight that didn't need volume to crush a room. Gunnar didn't move. He just stared at her. The glass in his hand remained untouched, his jaw tight, expression unreadable except for the subtle tick at the corner of his eye. He didn't blink, didn't breathe wrong, just locked in. That single blue eye saw straight through most people, but even Gunnar knew when he'd just stepped onto a battlefield he didn't understand yet. Rose took a drink, slow and steady, and set the glass down without flinching. Then, finally, she looked him full in the face. And what she said next wasn't strategy. It wasn't politics, it was truth. There are things you don't know about me. Things I've never talked about. Not to anyone living. She let that hang. Then, quieter. Only the ghosts know. The words cut the space between them like a blade unsheathed in slow motion. Gunnar's eye didn't narrow. It widened, just a flicker. Not surprise. Not yet. But attention. Full and undivided. He leaned back slightly in the chair, glass forgotten, and said only one word. Talk. The silence stretched. Rose didn't fill it. She stared into her glass, watching the amber swirl catch the overhead light like flame trapped in crystal. Her grip tightened slightly, then loosened. She took a slow breath, deeper than usual, and not for show. Not the kind she used before a negotiation, the kind she hadn't taken in years. One last breath, before a fall. She brought the glass to her lips and drank, not a sip this time, but a long pull that burned all the way down. When she set it back down, she didn't look at Gunnar. Not yet. Only after another heartbeat did her eyes lift, sharp and unwavering, her voice lower than before, but clear. It started with the Order of the Grey. The words came out like rot, finally exhaled. I wasn't always human, Gunnar. They made me this way. She let the words settle, watching for any sign of disbelief in his face. There was none, only stillness. A flicker of tension behind his eye, maybe, but no interruption. No doubt. She took another breath. Not as long this time, just enough to keep going. They took me when I was young, the Order of the Grey, a cult, a crucible. They hunted talent, children mostly, and broke them down into whatever they needed most. I was dark elven, blooded in shadow, but they didn't want a shadow. Her voice went distant, not detached, but buried. They wanted a flame. She leaned back in the chair, her eyes fixed on a point just past Gunnar's shoulder, like she was staring back through time and seeing the chains. They carved me out, body and soul, reforged everything that made me who I was. New skin, new voice, pain was their scalpel, and they used it until I stopped screaming. She blinked once, slow and deliberate, but her voice never broke. They didn't teach magic, they didn't guide it, they forced it, through blood rituals, Starvation, isolation, through fire so raw it didn't warm. It just consumed. And when I finally gave in, they gave me a name. Rose. Not mine. Theirs. A weapon. Dressed in beauty, wrapped in silken fire, and pointed at whoever needed to burn. She finally looked back at him. I don't remember what my name was before that. The room felt smaller now, not darker, heavier. And Gunnar still hadn't moved. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full, heavy with things neither of them had ever said aloud. Gunnar leaned back in his chair, his cybernetic fingers flexing once around the untouched glass before letting it rest again on the desk. His blue eye held hers. No pity, no shock, just respect. A long, steady breath slipped from his chest, almost like he'd been holding it since the moment she said, "They made me this way." He didn't reach for her, didn't offer comfort, didn't insult her with it. Instead, his voice came low, solid. That's why you saw him differently. Rose didn't respond, but she didn't look away either. Gunnar nodded once, as if answering his own thought. The kid, the Demon King's heir. You see you. His words weren't an accusation. They were understanding. Rose's voice slowed, controlled but not cold. This wasn't her usual deflection. This was memory dragged from the fire. Kalian, he was part of the Order. She looked down at the glass in her hand. He wore the same robes, spoke the same language, but he was different. Or I thought he was. She drew in a breath tight and low. He treated me like I was more than a weapon. He said the pain was the price of greatness, that I could learn to command it, not just survive it. And I believed him. Her eyes darkened. He taught me how to refine my flame, how to forge the whip. He told me the Flameheart crystal was meant for me. So I took it. A pause. He said I was finally free, but he was never helping me escape. She looked up now, straight at Gunnar. He was ultranacious even then, just wearing a softer mask. She sat forward, both hands resting on the glass between them. He didn't need chains. He made me build my own. She went quiet for a beat, then leaned back in her chair, fingers loosening from the glass as if the weight of the past had finally drained through it. That's why I can't look at that child and see a monster. Her voice was quieter now, but not weaker. Just bare. I see what the world will turn him into, what they already tried. He was born into this, just like I was. Not asked, not shaped, forged. She looked at Gunnar again, really looked. You want to kill him because he's Ultranacious's son. But that's not what makes him dangerous. She paused. It's what we do next that does. Another breath, this one steadier, sharper. I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm saying he hasn't had the chance to be anything else. She held Gunnar's gaze without flinching. And if you end him now without knowing who he really is, then you finish what the Order started with me. Gunnar didn't answer. Not right away. He stared at her for a long moment, silent, still, unreadable as ever. Then he picked up the glass, lifted it slowly, and drank. No wince, no grimace. Just a long, steady pull, like the burn grounded him, gave his hands something to do while his mind reeled. He set the glass down with a soft thunk, deliberate, not aggressive, then leaned forward, elbows resting on the edge of the desk, his cybernetic fingers interlaced. His voice was low. You think there's something left to save? It wasn't mocking, it wasn't dismissive, it was reflective, as if the thought hurt. Rose met his gaze without hesitation. I don't know. She didn't soften it, didn't hedge. I don't know if there's anything left to save. I don't know if he's already too far gone, or if someone else is pulling the strings. She stood then, not pacing, not dramatic, just needing to move. Her fingers brushed the edge of the desk as she stepped past it, toward the window that overlooked the range. But I know what it's like to have the whole world decide who you are before you ever get the chance. They made me a weapon gunner. They trained me to smile while I burned the world down. She turned back to face him, and I'm still trying to unmake that. Every damn day. A breath. If we kill him now, we're not protecting the world. We're just proving it never gave him a choice. Gunnar didn't speak. Instead, he picked up the glass again. Another long drink. No ceremony this time. Just burn and silence. He set the tumbler down gently, then stared at it, his fingers flexed once around the glass, metal on crystal, a quiet scrape that cut through the room. Then he turned his hand, slowly, staring at the blackened steel of his cybernetic arm. The runes along the inner wrist caught the light, each one a mark of magic, engineering, and survival. His voice, when it came, was quieter, lower. Ultranacious took my arm. Took my eye. He didn't raise his voice, didn't look at her yet. He had me beat, broken. A pause. One breath in. If it wasn't for his ego, if he hadn't stopped to gloat, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. Finally, he looked up. Right at her. No fire, no anger. Just that piercing, war-hardened steadiness that made even monsters hesitate. So tell me, Rose, is it worth risking the realms for one life? She didn't speak, not right away. Instead, she lifted her glass again, drained the last of it in a single smooth pull, and set it down with a soft click on the desk between them. Then she looked at him. Straight through the steel, the scars, the question. If it's the right life? Yes. Silence stretched again. Not hostile, not tense, just real. Her gaze dropped to the empty glass, fingers brushing the rim once. A faint, tired smirk touched the corner of her mouth. Master Chen used to say, the first sip is courage, the last one's regret. Everything in between is decision. She looked up again, eyes sharp but not cold. Guess we're somewhere in the middle. Gunnar stared at the glass for a long moment, then gave the faintest nod, almost to himself. Master Chen was a very intelligent man. Rose's expression softened just slightly. Her voice gentled, not with weakness, but memory. He was the smartest and dearest man I ever knew. No more words were needed. No promises, no answers, just understanding, shared, unspoken, and waiting in the quiet between them. Rose stood. She adjusted her cloak, slow and silent, then looked at Gunnar one last time. No speech, no push, just a single nod. Something to think about, she said quietly. Not everything has to end in death. Gunnar leaned back, his single eye fixed on her, jaw set with the weight of all they'd just laid bare. He nodded once. You're right. A beat. Create the link. Concordia to Eldermire. Make it stable. Rose held his gaze a moment longer, her answer unspoken but understood. Then she turned, cloak brushing the edge of the doorway as she stepped out. No words trailing behind her, just the fading scent of fire and permission. The scent of grease, ozone, and scorched metal hit Rose the moment the heavy bay doors hissed open. It was louder in here, less tension, more clatter. A wrench hit the floor. A plasma torch sparked, and underneath the exposed frame of Wolfmobile No. 2, a pair of booted legs twitched in time with some offbeat tune playing through a comm unit crammed behind an oil can. Darren, of course, and standing beside him, arms crossed, was Caleb, half grinning, half exasperated, watching the whole mess like a man morally obligated to narrate disaster. You're sure that's the suspension bracket? And not the ignition relay? Just asking before we all die in a very cool explosion. From beneath the chassis, I swear, if you'd stop breathing on it, I might actually finish a system without spontaneous judgment. Caleb leaned in, mock serious. So, not a no. I will weld your damn boots to the deck, Darren growled, and I'll look great doing it. Rose didn't speak as she stepped inside. She just stood there, hands behind her back, watching. It took about 4 seconds for Darren to notice the silence and roll out, a ratchet in one hand and grease smudged across his jaw like war paint. Rose. He gave her a crooked grin. If you're here to volunteer, the undercarriage is where things go to die, Caleb finished. She raised an eyebrow. Number just came to see which one of you sets this place on fire first. Darren wiped his hand on a towel that somehow looked dirtier after the attempt. Bet's still open. Rose lingered for a moment, watching as Darren wiped down a suspension mount with far too much flair and far too little precision. Caleb leaned closer, stage whispering. You know he talks to the engine when no one's around, right? Like, full conversations. I've heard him apologize. Darren, still under the frame, shot a hand out toward Caleb's leg. Say one more word and you're riding on foot. Please, I look amazing on foot. Rose smirked faintly. She stepped closer, crouched just slightly to catch Darren's eye where he lay underneath the rig. He looked up, squinting through oil-slick lashes. You're giving me that look. The one that usually ends with a fireball. No fireball, she said, dry as desert heat. Then, without warning. I like you. Darren blinked. Actually blinked. I'm sorry. What? Rose stood smoothly, cloak whispering around her boots as she turned away. Don't ruin it. She was already walking when she added, just loud enough for Caleb. Keep him safe, mostly from himself. Caleb chuckled. No promises. She exited the bay with just a flick of her cloak, boots tapping against metal flooring as she turned down the corridor. Now it was time to find Eli. As Rose disappeared through the doors, her last words still hanging in the air like the faint scent of scorched silk, Caleb stood there grinning. Darren slid back out from under the Wolfmobile, wiping his hands again, brow furrowed. What the hell does that even mean? Caleb didn't look at him. He just crossed his arms, still watching the door she'd vanished through. Means she likes you. Yeah, I got that part, Darren muttered. But why now? What's she up to? Caleb smirked. Rose doesn't say anything unless it costs her nothing. Or everything. Darren blinked. That's comforting. Better you than me. The lab was chaos. Organised chaos, but chaos nonetheless. Crystals buzzed in suspended rigs, runic plates hummed beneath containment fields, and half a dozen enchanted tools floated mid-air, aligning themselves with the precision only Eli could demand. At the far bench, she was wrist-deep in a diagnostic matrix, arcane light pulsing from her gloves as she recalibrated a damaged telemetry sensor. If you're here to break something, she called out without looking, wait until I've finished fixing the last mess you brought in. Rose stepped into the room, arms crossed lightly. I brought no mess, just a proposal. Eli glanced up over her goggles, one eyebrow arching with clinical suspicion. That always sounds like the beginning of a mess. Rose let the door close behind her with a soft hiss. Concordia's stabilizing, but I don't trust stability, not when too many ghosts still have keys to the house. She walked over, tapping a silver knuckle lightly on the bench. I want you there, just for a few days. To do what? Look at my walls, Rose said. Then tell me how many are illusions. That gave Eli pause. She pulled off her goggles, eyes narrowing with interest now. Security audit? More than that. If something's buried beneath the silver mirrors, I want it found before someone else does. Eli narrowed her eyes. And what aren't you saying? Rose tilted her head, expression unreadable. If I were hiding something, I wouldn't be asking you to come poke holes in it. Eli snorted. Please, you ask people to poke holes just to see which ones you let leak. She pulled off her gloves, tossed them onto the bench and crossed her arms. So let's try this again. Why me? You've got shadow assassins. You've got ancient elven guards. You've got a house that practically breathes secrets. Why the alchemist? Rose stepped closer. Because you don't care who gets offended. A beat. And you're the only one I know who'll call me out before the system fails. That made Eli pause. Just for a second. Then she rolled her eyes, grabbed her toolkit, and slung her satchel over one shoulder. Fine, but if I find out your mirrors are spying on me, I'm melting the whole estate into a puddle and blaming Caleb. He'd believe you. He'd thank me. Eli secured the satchel, clipped a spare rune pouch to her belt, and made for the door, her usual efficiency already in motion. Just before she reached it, Rose spoke, low, firm, and with that edge that always meant something mattered. Eli. The alchemist paused, half turning. Rose's tone was even. Not a threat, not concern. Something in between. Watch everything, not just the wards and walls. A beat. People smile too easily in Concordia, and they lie even easier. Eli raised an eyebrow. Anyone in particular I should be watching? Rose's eyes didn't flinch. Start with the mirrors. The old brownstone stood like a spine, weathered, stubborn, and halfway resurrected from ruin. The scaffolding creaked in the wind. New panels gleamed beside scorched stone. Someone had painted over the front door frame, again, only for smoke to reappear from the last firefight, like a signature no one could erase. Rose stepped through the threshold, her boots clicking against the reinforced entryway. Inside it smelled of dust, lumber, fresh paint, and something metallic. Alchemical solder, if she had to guess. To the left, Argos was arguing with a floating sander that refused to stay aligned. I said right! Not spit sparks and blind me, you disobedient little skyroach. Across the room, Elizabeth stood over a massive crate, sleeves rolled, clipboard in hand, assigning priorities to a crew of volunteers. Silas, older now but no less alert, was crouched by the main console near the wall, tapping runes into a replacement relay with care only he could manage. He looked up first. You look tired. Rose gave a faint smirk. You look surprised. Argos spun at the sound of her voice, face lighting up. Boss! The sander hissed and bumped into the wall behind her. She waved it off without blinking. The brownstone wasn't finished, not even close. But it felt like home. Rose stepped farther inside, letting the door close behind her. The familiar creak of the hinges, the way Silas still hadn't fixed them, made her chest tighten just a little. Not pain, not nostalgia, just memory. Argos rushed forward, her goggles askew, hands streaked with soot. About time you showed up. I've been fighting enchantments, gravity, and this dumb machine for 3 hours. The sander hummed behind her like it wanted revenge. Rose raised a brow. You losing to a toolbox? It's enchanted, Argos said indignantly, and rude. Elizabeth looked up from the crate, her tone clipped but warm. Welcome back, Rose. Thanks, Rose said softly, her shoulders easing. Silas stood, brushing his hands on his apron. You hungry? Rose hesitated, then nodded. Actually, yeah. A few minutes later, they sat around a half-assembled conference table. Mismatched chairs, borrowed mugs, and whatever Silas had thrown together in the back kitchen. It wasn't elegant. It was exactly what she needed. No one asked about Gunnar. No one asked about portals or plans or the weight of the world. They talked about failing worlds, weird dreams, Argos's ongoing feud with enchanted maintenance gear. And for a moment, Rose just listened. She didn't have to lead. She didn't have to fight. She just was. In this quiet moment, surrounded by her people, mismatched furniture, and the smell of something questionably edible, Rose lets her armor rest. No fire, no politics, just voices, warmth, and the silence she doesn't have to fill. It's not peace, not yet, but it's something close. The House of Silver Mirrors had quieted. Servants moved in practiced silence, their steps muffled by polished marble and velvet runners. Sunlight filtered through stained glass windows in fractured golds and silvers, casting moving patterns along the hall. But the mirrors were still. Lyra walked them like a ghost. She didn't speak to the staff. She didn't need to. Most wouldn't meet her gaze anyway. She moved through the gallery with a feline grace, her fingers lightly trailing the edge of a display table, pausing only when she reached the Hall of Whispers. again. The door was no longer warded. She stepped inside. The chamber looked untouched, but Lyra's sharp eyes caught the difference. The pedestal had been polished, the mirrors rearranged ever so slightly. Someone had tried to clean up without erasing the tension that still clung to the air like static. She circled the room once, then twice. Her gaze flicked to the hidden cabinet beneath the pedestal, still unopened, still untouched. She wasn't ready to open it yet, not until she was sure who else knew it was there, and who might be playing her. A soft voice echoed from the archway. "You're making the help nervous." Lady Vess stepped into the room, her posture flawless, her gown understated but rich. The image of a matron returned to power, but her eyes were tired, sharp, watching. Lyra turned slightly but didn't fully face her. "Am I?" Vess smiled. "You have a way of haunting places. I wasn't aware your mirrors were so fragile." "Not fragile, selective." Vess stepped closer, eyes flicking to the pedestal. "You've been spending quite a bit of time in here, looking for something." "I was told to watch," Lyra said. "No one ever said what for." Vess's voice softened. "Too careful. And what have you found?" Lyra finally turned. "That you're either a terrible liar or very good at hiding things." A beat. The corner of Vess's mouth twitched. "Why not both?" She moved to the pedestal and ran a perfectly manicured finger along its edge. This hall was never meant to be a true archive. It was theatre, illusion, something Draven demanded. And I let stand. "You're not the first to suspect it's a decoy." Lyra's eyes narrowed. "But you left it intact. Why?" "To catch the wrong kind of eyes." "Then you knew someone would come looking." "I knew Draven would," Vess said, tone cooling. "And I knew he wouldn't trust what he didn't build himself." Silence stretched. The air grew heavier. Finally, Lyra took a step forward, slow and deliberate. "What's in the cabinet, Vess?" Vess didn't flinch. "The past, a ghost, a few breadcrumbs." "Breadcrumbs you left for me?" Vess tilted her head. "Breadcrumbs I left. Rose knew nothing of this. She was never told." Another pause. Lyra's voice dropped. "I don't like being manipulated." Vess's expression finally cracked. Not with fear, but something sharper, sadder. "Then you shouldn't have followed anyone." The words hung in the room like smoke. Lyra stared at her for a long moment, the air between them brittle. Then, with a motion too quick to track, Lyra reached into her coat, pulled the field disruption beacon Eli had given her, and placed it softly on the pedestal. The device flickered to life, casting a quiet shimmer through the room. The enchantments in the mirrors twitched, then collapsed, revealing faint traces of ward lines buried in the walls. And something else? A symbol, just behind the cabinet. A glyph, half burned into the stone. The mark of the old mirror keepers. Vess took a slow breath. "You shouldn't have done that." But Lyra was already moving. "I'm not here for permission." She knelt at the base of the pedestal, eyes narrowed, and pressed 2 fingers along the seam of the hidden cabinet. The disruption field was still active. Any spell traps would be neutralized. Probably. The panel gave a soft click. Inside was a single weathered journal bound in violet leather. Dust clung to the edges, but the silver clasp glinted like it had been polished just yesterday. Tucked behind it, barely visible, was a glass lens marked with etched runes. A viewing disc, the kind used by archivists to decode encrypted illusions. Lyra didn't touch them, not yet. She just stared. Vess said nothing. "Who else knows this is here?" Lyra asked quietly. Vess's silence was answer enough. Lyra slowly reached out, taking the journal first, then the disc. Both were cool to the touch. She rose without a word and turned away. "Be careful what you unearth, Lyra," Vess said behind her. "Some secrets are buried for a reason." Lyra didn't look back. "Then they shouldn't be buried where I can find them." She left the Hall of Whispers with quiet precision, the journal and lens tucked beneath her coat, the shimmer of the disruption field fading behind her. The mirrors reactivated slowly. Not with anger, but with an eerie stillness, as if resentful they had been stripped of their glamour. Out in the corridor, the air felt colder, sharper. The house itself seemed to notice the shift. Lyra moved quickly, cutting through the manor's interior with the confidence of someone who no longer cared about permission or pretense. Her mind was already spiraling, not with panic, but with calculation. Breadcrumbs. That's what Vess had called them. So then what was the loaf? And more importantly, who had baked it? She passed by a servant, who bowed stiffly and pretended not to notice the edge in her stride. Another hallway, another turn. She didn't stop until she reached the room Rose had once claimed, austere, scorched in one corner from some long-forgotten flare of temper or spell gone wrong. It was mostly empty now. Perfect. She closed the door, engaged the latch and swept the room for wards. Nothing fresh. Just the old traces of Rose's protections, faded but still faintly humming. Lyra set the journal on the desk and the lens beside it. She hesitated only a moment, then opened the journal's clasp. Lyra's hand went to her blade until the familiar flick of boots and the hum of low-level enchantment hit her senses. "Let me guess," Eli said from the doorway. "You found the one thing we weren't supposed to touch." Lyra didn't bother answering. She just stepped aside. Eli entered the room like a current of energy, silver hair swept back, braces glowing faintly, travel dust still clinging to her boots. She glanced at the journal, then at the lens. Her gaze sharpened. "That's Mirror Keeper code. I figured that out without you." "You're welcome anyway." Lyra turned back to the journal. "You're just in time." "I haven't looked yet." Eli cracked her knuckles. "Then let's see what's worth hiding behind decoy archives and passive-aggressive noble politics." She dropped into a chair. Lyra handed her the lens. Eli adjusted the focus, angled it over the opened journal. Glyphs shimmered, symbols aligned, and then the illusion activated. A memory projected into the space between them. Not a person, not a voice, but maps, names, charts of power structures across Concordia. Old, altered, then restructured again in secrecy. Lines of alliance not publicly known. Hidden sigils of houses that supposedly held no love for each other. Drawn in shared ink. House of Silver Mirrors, House of Red Blades, House of Falling Ash, House of Binding Vows. And a fifth, blacked out, unmarked but marked only with a mirrored X. The spectral seal. The symbols pulsed as lines between the houses glowed, plans to undermine the High Council, seize portal control, replace the dominant trading families, rewrite the old laws. Eli whispered, "These aren't recent." Lyra nodded slowly. "This was before Draven. Before the war." They both stared as one final line of text flickered into view, written in High Concordian. He was never the beginning, only the spark that exposed the fire already burning. The illusion collapsed. Silence hung. Eli finally spoke, quieter now. They were already trying to take it all. Draven just weaponized what was already broken. Lyra's fingers tapped the desk. And now some of these houses are pretending they were victims. Eli's gaze narrowed. "Think Vess knew?" "I think Vess knows more." She closed the journal slowly, her voice steady. "But now, so do we." The sun had shifted behind the high towers of the House of Silver Mirrors, casting the interior halls in a muted grey. No more golden light through stained glass. No more illusions to soften the truth. Lady Vess stood alone in her upper chamber. The mirror before her was not enchanted. Not this one. It was old, cracked in one corner. A survivor of the first purge, the first time her house had nearly fallen. She kept it here as a reminder, not of vanity, but of fragility. And now it stared back at her with familiar judgment. The glyph was broken. She'd felt it snap from the moment Lyra activated the beacon. The weave stitched into the hall's defences was subtle, built not to alarm, only to inform. A whisper against the skin. It had whispered loud and clear. Lyra had opened the cabinet, and that meant she had seen the journal. Vess exhaled slowly, her fingers tightening around the carved edge of the vanity. No alarm, no panic. That would be beneath her. But the tremor behind her eyes didn't fade. She wasn't supposed to find it so quickly. She had expected interest, a few circles around the hall, some poking. But the beacon, the lens, the journal actually opened, and Eli was back. Her timing couldn't have been worse. Vess turned from the mirror and walked to the sideboard, poured herself a single measure of amber tonic. Not wine. Not tonight. She needed her mind clear. Across the room, a quiet knock. Enter. Her steward stepped in, bowing low. No word from the lower wings, my lady. The guards report nothing. Unusual. Of course they don't, she murmured. She turned back toward the balcony and dismissed him with a flick of 2 fingers. The door closed. She stood alone again. This had been her gambit, her decision. When Draven rose to power, many houses panicked. Some allied, some resisted. But before him, long before, there had already been whispers of shifting tides. A coalition of nobles unhappy with the old system, greedy, visionary, dangerous. She hadn't joined them, but she hadn't stopped them either. Not until it was too late. And when it all burned down, she buried what she knew, entrusted it to Kalian's fading records, hid the journal in a place even Rose never found, because Rose would have exposed them all without care for survival or consequence. Vess had chosen silence to preserve what could be rebuilt, and now Lyra, of all people, had unearthed it. She'll tell Eli, then Rose, then the council will come. She stared out over the city, eyes hard. She had to move first, not to deny what was found, but to shape what came next. Vess lingered at the balcony's edge long after the steward had gone. Below her, Concordia sprawled in elegant chaos, rooftops glinting with fading sun, pennants shifting in the breeze, merchants calling out last offers before dusk settled in. To the untrained eye, it was serene. To her, it was a chessboard mid-collapse. Lyra had always been dangerous, too perceptive, too unsentimental. And now she had proof. Names, schemes, sigils of noble houses that had pledged themselves to Concordia's order, but conspired in secret to destroy it. Not even Draven had uncovered all of it. Vess took another sip of the tonic, then crossed to her writing desk. She opened a hidden drawer beneath a tray of pressed roses and retrieved a thick envelope already sealed. The wax bore no house crest, only a single line carved across it, horizontal and sharp. A subtle symbol, a promise. She stared at it a moment, then added a second sheet. New words, recent ones, not lies, but not the whole truth either. When she finished, she summoned her steward again. Take this, she said quietly. Personally. Tonight. The steward hesitated only a moment. To the House of Binding Vows? No, Vess said. She slid the letter into his hands, her voice cool. To Lucien. At the House of Night Whispers. The steward blinked. My lady, that house does not ally lightly. They don't need to ally, she replied. They need to believe I'm more useful than dangerous. For now. She turned back toward the balcony, tone colder. Before Rose returns, before the knives come out. The steward bowed low and vanished into the dark. Lady Vess exhaled slowly, the last of her mask returning to place. She had chosen silence once. Now she would choose the next move, before someone else chose it for her. The steward kept his hood low as he moved through the underwalks of Concordia, careful not to draw attention. Lady Vess had given him precise instructions. No carriage, no house colours, no guards. The House of Night Whispers was not the sort of place one approached with ceremony. It was a den for secrets, a sanctum of information where truth was currency and reputation had long since replaced honour. He crossed beneath the bridge of black glass, past the vine-covered statues of silenced judges, and approached the doorway carved into obsidian stone. No guards, no visible handle, just the shimmer of wardlight along the frame. He waited, seconds stretched. Then a voice, smooth as lacquered velvet, whispered from the stone. "State your purpose." "I carry a message," the steward said carefully, "from Lady Vess, of the Silver Mirrors." A pause. Then the door opened on its own. He stepped into silence. The interior was shadowed but not dark. Soft illumination glowed from sconces filled with pale blue flame, casting long reflections across the floor. Every sound was muffled, as if the walls drank conversation and refused to echo it back. He was escorted by a man with no name. Just black robes, silver thread, and silent eyes. At the end of the hall stood Lucien. He sat in a high-backed chair made of coiled serpentine wood, hands folded over a cane he did not appear to need. His silver hair was short, sharp, and styled with unnatural precision. His expression was unreadable, not cruel, not warm, just still. The steward bowed and offered the sealed message with both hands. Lucien didn't speak. He broke the seal with a fingertip, unfolded the pages, read. Silence thickened. Finally he looked up, and his voice was as smooth as it was unnerving. "She's panicking." The steward kept his head bowed. "She sends it with respect, my lord." Lucien's eyes glittered faintly. "Respect is for those who haven't buried things they now regret." He rose without sound, moved toward a glass panel behind him, fogged by enchantment. With a wave, it cleared, revealing an active scrying matrix of Concordia's noble districts. "Do you know what I admire about Lady Vess?" he asked, more to himself than to the steward. "She understands the cost of losing narrative, but she always miscalculates how quickly the hunters can smell blood." He folded the message neatly. "She wants protection, influence, an alliance before Rose returns." Another pause. "Tell her I will consider it." The steward hesitated. "May I ask what she offered?" Lucien's smile was razor-thin. "She offered a truth and a list of names she believes I'll find profitable." He turned back toward the map, voice like silk over a blade. "Go." The steward left without further word, boots silent on the whispering floor. Behind him, Lucien tapped the list once, summoning an assistant from the shadows. "Send eyes to the House of Falling Ash. And to Lyra." He paused. Especially Lyra. The journal was shut, the lens tucked away, but neither Lyra nor Eli moved. They stood at the upper gallery window overlooking the garden causeway, both silent, both watching. Down below, the steward moved briskly, hood raised, steps clipped, hands hidden inside his sleeves. He wasn't heading toward the guest wing, or the kitchens, or any of the official outposts of the house. He exited through a side servant gate, unescorted. Lyra tilted her head. "He's not going for tea." Eli's eyes narrowed behind her diagnostic lens. A shimmer crossed her vision, faint, but deliberate. "There's cloaking magic on the message he's carrying," she muttered. Thin, compressed, not meant to hide from normal vision, meant to fool enchantments set to scan for threats. Lyra's hand slid to the inside of her coat. "Couriered like that in the middle of the night?" "To someone she doesn't want the rest of us knowing about," Eli finished. They both watched as the steward rounded a corner and vanished into the lower district. Eli reached into her belt pouch and tapped a finger against a polished copper disc. A faint projection sprang to life. A tracking glyph. "He's marked," she said. Lyra was already moving. "We're following." They slipped through the manor like shadows. Lyra took the lead, fluid, silent, a part of the architecture itself. Eli moved just behind, a step removed from the physical world, her enchantments distorting sound and softening her footfalls. By the time they hit the rooftops, they were invisible to anyone not specifically looking for them. The steward moved fast, down back lanes, through merchant corridors, across old stone bridges that connected the upper district to the neutral zones of Concordia's core. But not once did he look over his shoulder. He thought he was unseen. "Where's he headed?" Lyra murmured. Eli pointed to a hazy quadrant on her tracking disc. "Night Whisper's territory, deep interior." Lyra hissed between her teeth. "She's selling secrets. Or trying to rewrite the story before Rose gets back." They watched from a roof ledge as the steward approached a black glass door. No guards, no markings, just the telltale shimmer of deep warding. He paused, was scanned, then disappeared inside. Eli clicked the disc off. Lyra straightened. "So now we know." "She's scared," Eli said. "She's cornered," Lyra corrected, "and that makes her dangerous." A long silence passed between them. Concordia stretched below, calm on the surface but brimming beneath. Eli finally asked, "Do we tell Rose?" "Not yet," Lyra said, her voice cold. "Not until we know what she gave Lucien. Once we speak, we can't take it back." She glanced down again. "And if Vess wants to use secrets to save herself, then maybe it's time we find a few of our own." Lucien remained by the glass wall long after the steward had gone. The envelope Vess had sent lay open on his desk. The ink was still drying on the final page, her latest attempt at rewriting history. He wasn't surprised. Vess had always been elegant, patient, and self-preserving. Her letter didn't beg, it didn't confess. It offered. A careful list of houses tied to the pre-Draven conspiracy. Names long thought neutral, some even exalted in the wake of Concordia's rebuilding. Lucien traced a finger along the wax seal. "Desperate," he murmured, but not without precision. He turned to his aide, the same black-robed shadow who stood silently at the door. "Send verification protocols on the names. I want confirmation within 48 hours. The aide bowed. "What of the offer, sir?" Lucien's lips curled into something resembling a smile. "She wants protection, influence, a seat at the new table. Will you grant it?" Lucien walked back to his desk and placed the letter beside another. Older, sealed with a fire-wrought crest, Rose's mark. She had once offered him something greater than secrets. Access. A future stake in the next generation of Concordian portals. Silent threading through realms, information gates, traffic hubs. A way to be everywhere without stepping foot outside the city. Lucien tapped the edge of Rose's letter once, then folded Vess's pages beneath it. "She gave me a mirror of the past," he said softly. "But Rose holds the map to the future." He stepped into the shadows of his scrying hall. "Inform Vess I will consider her offer, but do not promise loyalty." He paused, then added, "Begin sending couriers to Rose's allies." Quietly. "I want her to know that when she returns, the House of Night Whispers has not chosen a side." Another flick of his fingers, and find out what Lyra knows. The Broken Shield Tavern hadn't changed much since the occupation ended. The sign still swung on a broken chain. The ale still tasted like regret, and Kael Varna still sat in the back corner, beneath the one lantern that never held its flame for more than an hour. But the feel of the place had shifted. Not better, just different. Less fear in the eyes of the regulars, less silence when strangers walked in, and more new faces. Faces with ambition, with whispers, with lean eyes and quick tongues that thought the city's attention had drifted. Kael saw it all. He sipped from the same chipped mug he always did, watched from the same shadowed booth. Listened. The rats were beginning to show themselves. Not the bold kind who'd served Draven directly, but the ones who'd kept their heads down, waiting for the tide to shift. The ones who would sell the future of Concordia for a chance to rewrite their own place in it. The door creaked open again. A brief shaft of daylight pierced the smoke-hazed interior before falling shut. Kael didn't need to look. He knew the pattern of that gate. Joran, one of his inside runners stationed near the House of Night Whispers. Joran didn't approach immediately. He went to the bar, took a seat, accepted a watered-down drink, waited 3 minutes, then made his way over like any man looking for a quiet corner to get away from the noise. He sat, didn't speak, just passed a small scrap of parchment under the table as he adjusted his boot. Cale took it. One glance, no expression, just a small nod. Vess sent her man to Lucienne, Joran murmured quietly, eyes forward. Late afternoon, message was sealed, standard servant route, but our girl in the whispers got a peek. Lucienne read it. Didn't react. Cale's fingers tapped his mug once. She nervous? He asked. Not Vess. Our girl? Good, Cale said. She should be. Joran leaned in slightly. Want her to stay on post? Cale nodded. If Lucian's playing this game, I want to know who else he invites to the table. Joran shifted, but hesitated. There's more, he added quietly. Our people in the silver mirrors. They say Lyra and the elf girl saw the servant leave, tracked him through the rooftops. They're not subtle. Now Cale looked up, steel-grey eyes narrowing. Eli's back. Joran nodded. Arrived quietly, already snooping with Lyra. Cale leaned back slowly, taking it in. Vess was moving to cover her past. Lucienne was listening, but not committing. Rose was still gone, but her shadow hadn't left with her. And the blades were already circling. He finished his drink, set the mug down. Tell the girl in the mirrors to stay quiet. Don't warn Vess, don't slow Lyra, just watch. And the one in the whispers? Same thing. If Lucian makes a move, any move, I want to know before the ink dries. Joran gave a small nod, then stood. Same time tomorrow? Unless the city burns before then. As the runner slipped away, Cale turned his eyes back to the tavern's crowd. New faces, old debts, shifting loyalties. He didn't trust Lucien, never had. But he understood him. And now, with Rose's return looming and the houses starting to squirm, the only question was simple. Which rat bites first? Lady Vess sat alone in her study, the glass of red wine untouched on her desk. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting long shadows across the velvet drapes and rune-laced furniture. A soft rain tapped against the windows, Concordia's version of a warning drum. She had received no reply from Lucien. Not a word, not a whisper. Which meant everything. She closed the ledger before her, old debts, old names, old sins, and leaned back in her chair, willing her nerves to hold steady. The city was shifting. She could feel it in the walls. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Then the door opened without waiting for a reply. Eli entered first, bracer gloves glowing faintly. Silver hair pulled back in a quick, messy twist. Her grin was polite. Her eyes were not. Knock, knock, she said sweetly. We'd have sent a messenger, but yours are already busy. Behind her, Lyra stepped in, silent, lethal, unimpressed. Vess didn't stand. I assume you're not here for pleasantries. Eli walked a slow circuit around the room, inspecting knickknacks with the idle interest of a cat in a birdcage shop. Depends, she said. Do you have anything pleasant to offer? Vess folded her hands calmly. I wasn't aware you were still in Concordia, Miss Eli. And I wasn't aware you were still relevant, Eli replied without missing a beat, running a finger along the edge of a display cabinet. Lyra stayed near the desk, gaze fixed on Vess. Interesting day, she said coolly. Is it? Vess asked. I must be losing track of time. Eli turned from the shelves. Then let me help. Your servant took a walk earlier, straight into the arms of a certain house where whispers are currency. Vess's mask didn't crack. Not a twitch. But her left hand gripped the armrest a shade too tightly. Lyra caught it. Was that your idea? Lyra asked, voice silk over steel. Or desperation? Vess's smile was faint. If you're here to threaten me, I'd suggest a more direct approach. Oh, this isn't a threat, Eli said, circling back toward the desk. This is a baseline reading. She leaned casually on the desk. A slight shift of her wrist, a flicker of light, barely noticeable beneath her bracer glove, and the cloaked surveillance seed slipped from her sleeve. It landed silently beneath a stack of decorative scrolls. No one saw it fall. Eli straightened. Besides, we're not the ones you should be afraid of. Vess tilted her head. Then who should I be afraid of? Who isn't watching you right now? Lyra replied flatly. Silence. Vess held her composure, elegant, detached. But her eyes flicked, just once, to the corner of the room, toward the mirror, not toward the scrolls, not where Eli had planted her device. Glad we had this chat, Eli said brightly. She turned, already heading for the door. We'll be in touch, probably when it's least convenient. Lyra followed, but paused at the threshold. Next time, don't send someone to clean up old blood and expect no one to smell it. Then she was gone. Vess sat motionless long after the door closed. Her fingers drummed once, twice on the armrest. Then she whispered toward the mirror, voice cold and quiet. Find it. But the one she needed to fear most had already left it behind. The windows of Rose's office were shut, the lights low, the fireplace dead cold. But the room was far from quiet. Eli sat cross-legged on the corner of Rose's desk, her bracer gloves glowing faintly as the cloaked surveillance node relayed its audio feed through a crystal amp tuned to her frequency. Across from her, Lyra leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. They had been listening for an hour. Lady Vess had been alone in her office for most of it, walking, murmuring, pacing like a predator in a cage made of her own secrets. But now the tone had shifted. Another voice had joined her, a man's voice, clean, restrained. One of her senior aides, if Lyra had to guess. The courier hasn't returned from the Whispers, the man said. He's not supposed to, Vess replied flatly. Lucien doesn't waste time with pleasantries. Eli raised an eyebrow. Lyra didn't move. And if he doesn't respond at all? The aide asked. Vess exhaled, a sound not of panic but of calculation. Then we proceed as planned, quietly. The information in the journal cannot be allowed to dictate the city's future. Eli mouthed the words, as planned. Do the other houses know? The aide asked. Not all, Vess answered. Only the ones with something to lose. The others will fall in line once the proposal is public. Lyra's eyes flicked up. Proposal? We don't need to control the council, Vess continued. Just enough seats to delay any restructuring until Rose's removed from the equation. Eli's head snapped toward Lyra, expression sharpening. Removed how? The aide asked carefully. A pause. Not permanently, Vess said. Just politically. Discredited, marginalized. She's a relic of Draven's war. Concordia needs a future, one led by Concordians. Another pause. Then a softer voice, more dangerous. Find out who's still loyal to her and start offering them something better. The audio cut momentarily, Vess's wards flaring and distorting the signal for just a second. Eli adjusted the dial. She's trying to push Rose out before she even gets back. She's trying to sell the council on her version of Concordia, Lyra said, voice cool, before the real version walks back through the front door. They sat in silence for a beat. Then Lyra asked, You get a lock on the aide's voice? Eli smiled thinly. Already marked, he's ex-military. Used to be logistics under Draven, now he's her fixer. Anyone else? Not yet, but I'll trace the rest of her council plays within the day. Lyra nodded. Do it. She turned toward the window and stared out at the rising towers of Concordia. The city looked calm, but the power beneath its stones was churning. She thinks she can control the future, Lyra said quietly. She's forgotten what kind of storm is coming. Eli cracked her knuckles. Let her forget. I like surprises. The signal faded to silence. Eli tapped the crystal amp once, muting the line. The flicker of runes on her bracer gloves dimmed. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Lyra exhaled through her nose. She's moving fast. Eli slid off the desk, smoothing the front of her jacket. Too fast. She's desperate. She's stupid. Lyra tilted her head. Stupid people don't survive this long. Eli gave her a look. She's not stupid enough to walk into a knife, but she's arrogant enough to believe no one's holding one. She crossed the room, boots quiet on the polished floor, and opened one of Rose's black lacquered map drawers. Inside, coded city schematics, political diagrams, movement charts of the noble houses. Here, Eli said, pulling out a marked vellum sheet. These are the current council swing votes, neutral or soft-leaning. If Vess is trying to secure a majority, she'll start with the lowest bidders. Lyra scanned the list. 2 of these names were in the journal. Eli nodded. So we leak it? Lyra raised an eyebrow. Not the whole thing, Eli clarified. Just enough. A page. Maybe 2. Enough to make people nervous. Lucien won't like that. Eli's smile was razor-thin. Lucien's already hedging. If he sees the city turning on Vess, he'll adjust his leverage. Lyra moved to the window, watching a rain cloud drift over Concordia's rooftops. We leak it, but through a third party, she said. Someone Vess won't trace back to us. Eli was already moving, grabbing a fresh crystal chip and slipping it into her wrist slot. Want me to dress it up? Lyra didn't turn. Number, leave it messy. Messy, Eli repeated. She needs to think someone inside her circle panicked, that she's already bleeding. Eli clicked her tongue. I love it when you're petty. Lyra's gaze stayed on the skyline. This isn't petty, it's preemptive. Eli paused. You think she's really trying to discredit Rose? She's laying the ground for something. You don't mobilize that fast unless you're buying time, or preparing to strike. Another silence fell. Eli just slid the prepared leak scroll into a burn sleeve and sealed it with her mark, disguised as a merchant cipher. Lyra turned from the window. We get this into the streets. Quietly. The message is simple. Eli raised an eyebrow. Which is? Lyra's voice was ice. If you stand with Lady Vess, you're standing on a sinking ship. It began with a scrap of parchment. No seal, no housemark, no official stamp. Just old ink, fresh urgency, and a hand that shook when it passed it off to a scribe in the Court of Archives. By midday, copies had made their way into the side halls of the Council Assembly, tucked inside ledgers and folded behind routine petitions. One found its way to the private reading room of Lord Brell of the House of Stonebridge, another to Marion, the neutral delegate from the Outland Territories. And by dusk, it was being whispered through silk-covered hands in the upper floors of House Silver Mirrors. A list, a map, a timeline, names of houses marked as early conspirators, long before Draven's war, before any blood had touched Concordia's gates. 5 houses, rumoured to have met in secret, coordinating efforts to shift power beneath the council's feet. 3 of those names were currently sitting on Concordia's new council. And the whispers started immediately. Lady Vess stood at the centre of her war room. Around her, aides moved quickly, burning scraps of matching parchment found circulating in the artisans' quarter. How many copies? She demanded. 7 confirmed, said her aide, pale-faced. Possibly more. And the language? Almost identical to the original. Vess's voice lowered to a hiss. Then someone has access. She turned, eyes burning. Seal the council wing. No guests, no pages. I want every member who received a copy accounted for now. What should we tell them? Tell them it's forged, she snapped. Tell them Draven's sympathizers are trying to undermine us. And if they don't believe it... Vess's voice was steel. Lucien unfolded a copy of the leaked parchment slowly. The candlelight cast flickering shadows across his sharp features, but his eyes were still. He traced one of the names with a gloved fingertip. A name Vess had deliberately omitted in her original message to him. Interesting. She's bleeding, he murmured. Across the room, his assistant waited. She's requested another meeting. Private. No witnesses. Lucien folded the parchment once, then again. Let her wait. And the leak? Lucien looked up, smile faint and unreadable. Let it burn just enough to warm the cold ones. I want to see who steps closer to the fire. Then we find someone to blame. Lord Brell's aide held the document at arm's length like it might catch fire. This wasn't supposed to resurface. Brell grunted. It never went away. If this is real, it is, Brell said flatly. I recognize the handwriting. One of Vess's old scribes. Thought they burned the original logs. Across the marble chamber, Marianne read her copy with a carefully composed expression. I never believed Draven's war was the only threat, she said. It wasn't, Brell muttered. It still isn't. They locked eyes. Do we go public? She asked. He shook his head. Number not yet. Let the ones with something to hide start sweating. In the glass atrium of a once proud estate, Lord Halric poured himself a heavy drink with shaking hands. His name wasn't bolded, but it was there, tied to the meetings, to the maps, to Vess. He stared out at the dark skyline. I told her to destroy it, he muttered. Behind him a shadow stirred. His spymaster. She didn't. And now someone has it. Halric downed the drink. Do we run? The shadow's voice was flat. If Rose returns and finds this, you won't have time. The informant, a bread seller, tucked the final copy into a false-bottom tray beneath the morning rolls. Gray's going to want this, she whispered to herself, right now. Because she knew. This wasn't just a document. It was a funeral bell. The rain had stopped, but the city was still leaking. Cale Varnar sat at his usual corner table in the Broken Shield, the tavern loud with the laughter of people pretending everything was fine. He didn't bother pretending. Not tonight. Messages had come in all afternoon. Runners, whispers, sealed notes tucked inside bakery orders and temple offerings. He hadn't needed to chase a single one. They were coming to him now. Everyone was watching each other. But no one was watching him. He sipped his usual mug and sorted through the coded slips on the table before him. Most were already committed to memory, their physical forms to be destroyed later. He laid the fragments out like puzzle pieces. House of Stonebridge. Brell has broken neutrality. He knows Vess's scribe wrote the original log. House of Falling Ash. Halric is unravelling. Has inquired about exile options. House of Red Blades. Silent. Too silent. Possibly watching to see who dies first. House of Night Whispers. Lucienne is holding the line. No denials, no confirmations. Playing Kingmaker. House of Silver Mirrors. Vess has locked down the estate, questioned 3 of her own aides. 1 has vanished. Cale shook his head slowly. This, he murmured to no one, is how civil wars start. He leaned back in his chair, fingertips pressed together, letting the larger pattern take shape in his mind. This wasn't about a single leak anymore. This was about momentum. Vess had gambled. Lyra and Eli had pulled the thread, and now every house was looking at every other house wondering, how much did you know, and when? A server passed by and topped off his drink. She didn't speak, just left behind a sealed envelope in exchange for a coin. Cale waited until she was gone before opening it. Inside, a sketch of the council chamber seating map with 3 circled names and a single line in coded ink beneath it. They met in secret this morning. Brell, Marianne, and Halric's proxy. No aides, no records. Cale's jaw set. That meant one thing. The council wasn't just reacting, they were plotting. Already. He folded the note carefully and slid it into his inner coat pocket. Then he reached for his cipher journal, opened to a fresh page, and began writing, not in panic, not in haste. Just precision, because Rose would be back soon. And when she arrived, the first question out of her mouth would be, what happened while I was gone? And Cale would be the only man in Concordia who could answer, everything. Lady Vess paced the length of her private chamber, the sound of her heels sharp against the marble. The fire had burned low. No servants remained in the room. She'd dismissed them all hours ago. She no longer trusted anyone inside her walls. The leak had gutted her position faster than she could contain. It wasn't the document itself, it was the silence from her allies that told her everything. None of them had defended her. Not publicly, not in whispers, not even with silence. And now, someone had vanished. A mid-level aide with access to her inner circle. He hadn't reported for duty since yesterday. She turned sharply toward the mirror and whispered, "Activate trace grid." The glass shimmered with faint runes, showing the last known locations of her personnel. All were accounted for, except one, Thalen, a minor logistician. Quiet, obedient, always in the background, always watching. "Coward!" she spat. She crossed to her desk and unlocked a sealed drawer. From inside, she withdrew a compact silver blade, not ceremonial, not decorative, simple, sharp, and very real. If she couldn't control the narrative, she could still control the players. But as she turned toward the door, a cold breeze brushed across her neck. She paused. The fire hadn't moved. The windows were closed. The wards were holding. But someone had left a message. She turned back to the mirror. And there, written in fine white ash along the bottom edge of the glass, were 4 chilling words. "You are not unseen." Her hand trembled for just a moment before she wiped the words away. Then her jaw tightened. If they wanted a reckoning, they would have one. The door to Rose's office opened as the last of the sunlight slipped behind Concordia's western towers. Eli entered first, then stepped aside. Rose followed. She paused just inside the threshold, eyes scanning the familiar space, the dark wood desk, the map wall with her hand-pinned notations, the tall shelves of journals and artifacts. It had only been a couple days, but the room smelled different, like dust and secrets. Eli closed the door behind them. "Welcome back." Rose didn't answer right away. She moved to the desk and trailed a finger across its surface, picking up a fine trace of ash from the old fireplace. Then she looked at Eli. "What broke?" Eli arched an eyebrow. "How do you know something broke?" "Because you don't wear your hair like that unless you've been neck-deep in someone else's dirty laundry." Eli smirked. "Fair." She crossed the room and activated her crystal relay, already calibrated to the surveillance node in Vess's office. Rose raised a brow. "You tapped Vess." "Lyra found the hidden cabinet. I found the listening angle." "And the result?" Eli tapped the relay once. A whisper of Vess's voice crackled to life. "Just enough seats to delay any restructuring until Rose is removed from the equation." Rose didn't blink. She stepped back from the relay and turned to the window, watching as night began to descend. "She's trying to rewrite Concordia," Eli said softly. "Without you." "No," Rose murmured. "She's trying to rewrite herself. I just happen to be in the way." Silence stretched between them. Then Rose turned. Her voice was calm, measured. "Tomorrow we remind her whose name is carved into the foundation of this city." Eli just grinned. "I've already laid the groundwork." The door creaked open again. Rose didn't turn. Cale Varnor stepped inside without ceremony, shaking off the last mist of street rain from his coat. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes swept over Eli, then Lyra, who was now leaning in the far corner, arms crossed, silent as ever. "I'd bet good coin the 2 of you are responsible for this mess," he said gruffly. Eli gave a theatrical shrug. "Define mess." Lyra didn't speak, just tilted her head slightly, predator sharp. Cale ignored them both and crossed to the desk where Rose had already pulled out the chair opposite her. He sat down with the weight of someone carrying 2 cities' worth of fallout in his shoulders. "You have issues?" he said flatly. Rose raised a brow. "Just the one?" "You have a civil war about to break out. Half the council's rattling swords under the table, the other half's waiting to see which way the blood spills." He placed a sealed folder on her desk. Rose opened it. Her eyes scanned the first few pages. Council voting behaviour, house alliances shifting like sand, names she'd trusted now circled in red. When she looked up, Cale was watching her closely. I told you they'd wait until the moment you were out of sight, he said. But this? They started rewriting the ending before you left the chapter. Rose closed the folder. Is Vess behind the leak? No, Cale said. But she's the reason it matters. Lyra finally spoke. She thought she could keep the journal buried. And the second it surfaced, Eli added, everyone started counting which secrets might resurface next. Cale gave her a curt nod. Exactly. He leaned forward slightly, eyes hard. If you don't act soon, the city's going to tear itself apart before anyone else gets the chance. Rose didn't answer. She stood instead, moved to the window again. Concordia shimmered beyond the glass, peaceful at first glance. But underneath, it was breathing faster than usual, nervous. She let the silence stretch. Then, quietly, said, then let's remind them why this city survived the First War. Lady Vess stared into her hearth, watching the flames burn lower than they should. Even fire, it seemed, had grown timid. The ward stones embedded in the corners of her study pulsed gently, still intact, still hers. But that meant little now. Wards couldn't shield her from silence. Not a single council member had responded to her summons. Not one. Even Halric, the most self-serving among them, had gone quiet. She'd sent him 3 messages today. The last came back unopened, carried by a courier who wouldn't meet her eyes. Vess stood and poured herself a measure of dark wine. She drank it in one swallow, not for taste, but for the burn. It grounded her, reminded her she was still here, still standing, still dangerous. A knock came at the door. She froze. 1 knock, pause, 2 short taps. Internal security code. She stepped to the door, slid the latch, and opened it just enough to admit a tall, pale man in a cloak too fine for a servant. Thalen. He stepped inside like a shadow returning home. Vess closed the door behind him. You vanished, she said coldly. I was collecting, Thalen replied, removing a folded bundle from beneath his cloak. This arrived in the hands of one of Lucien's aides. I intercepted a copy before it could reach the Senate wing. He placed the parchment on her desk. Vess unfolded it, shaking fingers betraying the calm she fought to wear. It was one of the leaked pages. A duplicate. A ghost. Her ghost. Her handwriting. The ink from a decade ago. I told you this was destroyed. Thalen didn't answer, because he hadn't destroyed it. She knew now. You kept a copy, she said softly. He didn't deny it. It was leverage. You think I wouldn't find out? I think you're finding out too late. Vess drew the small silver blade from her side belt and stepped forward, not fast, not dramatic. Just final. Thalen didn't move. You'll kill me now? He asked. When the whole city already knows? No, she whispered, but I might enjoy it. Before she could decide if she meant it, another knock broke the room. Sharp, loud, uncoded, uninvited. Both of them turned toward the door. Vess narrowed her eyes, lowered the blade. Get rid of whoever it is, she told Thalen. He didn't move. Instead, he said something she didn't expect. They're not here for me. She stared at him. He gave her the faintest smile. They're here for you. The knock came again. Harder this time. Lady Vess kept her blade lowered but didn't sheath it. She gave Thalen a sharp nod. He opened the door. 3 figures stood outside. 2 wore the dark grey uniforms of the Council Guard. Not her personal security, not military, but the impartial enforcers of Council law. Between them stood Councillor Marianne. Her elegant outer cloak was soaked from the rain, but her composure was perfect. Neutral. Diplomatic. Dangerous in a way Vess had once underestimated. Councillor, Vess said tightly, stepping forward, to what do I owe this performance? Marianne didn't smile. The council has convened an emergency session. I wasn't informed, Vess said. No, Marianne agreed. You weren't. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a parchment scroll bound with red thread. Vess didn't need to see the seal to know what it was. A formal notice of investigation. Lady Vess of the House of Silver Mirrors, Marianne said clearly. You are summoned to appear before the Concordian Council at dawn to answer charges of sedition, obstruction, and deliberate falsification of historical records. Behind her the guards remained stone still. Vess stared at the parchment, then slowly met Marianne's eyes. And if I refuse? Marianne tilted her head. Then the House of Silver Mirrors will be placed under provisional suspension, all members and holdings seized, and your absence interpreted as admission. Thalen said nothing. Vess took the scroll. Her hand didn't shake and her voice didn't crack. I'll be there. Marianne gave a short nod and turned, the guard stepping aside as she vanished back into the mist. The door clicked shut. Vess stared at the fire for a long moment before she finally turned to Thalen. Her voice was quiet. Find me a way out of this. The office was quiet again. Eli had gone to recalibrate her relay crystal. Lyra stood near the far window, silent as a blade waiting to be drawn. Cale remained seated across from Rose, arms folded, eyes sharp. He didn't speak until the click of the wardstones told him they were alone. Then he leaned forward and placed another slip of parchment on the desk. Rose didn't touch it. Marianne? She asked. Cale nodded. Just left the Silver Mirrors. She deliver it herself? Of course, Cale said. It had to be personal. Rose finally picked up the parchment. No seal, just a name. 3 charges: sedition, obstruction, falsification. Rose let out a slow breath. So, the council found its teeth. No, Cale said. The council found a scapegoat. He tapped the parchment. These charges, they're real. But the timing, the delivery, that's orchestration. Marianne, Brel, and 2 others met this morning. No record, no aids. This isn't about justice. It's about optics. Rose studied him. They're not trying to hold Vess accountable. They're trying to distance themselves. Exactly, Cale said. They see what's coming. They know what's buried in the journal. And they know your return changes the calculus. Lyra stepped forward from the shadows. They're burning the weakest link to protect the rest. Rose turned to Cale. Do they expect her to break? They're hoping she runs, Cale said. If she flees, she takes the fall alone. If she shows up and drags the other names down with her, the council fractures. Again. She's cornered, Rose murmured. Which makes her unpredictable, Lyra said. Which makes her dangerous, Cale corrected. He leaned back, eyes steady. This is the last night we have to control the story. Rose stared at the charges again. If I show up at the hearing... They'll turn it into theatre, Cale said. They'll try to paint you as the reason Concordia can't move forward. And if I don't, then they'll think you're scared. Rose was quiet for a long moment. Then she rose, the parchment still in her hand. I'm not afraid of their lies, she said softly. Cale stood too. Number. But they're afraid of your truth. Across the room, Lyra gave a single nod. So, Eli said, stepping back in with a flicker of rune light across her fingers. Are we burning it all down at sunrise or playing nice? Rose looked out the window, where the first lanterns were being lit across Concordia. And she smiled. Let's start with a reminder. Then we'll see who's still standing. The House of Silver Mirrors had rarely been this quiet. Servants moved like ghosts. No one made eye contact, the kind of stillness that settled before a funeral. Or a purge. Lady Vess stood at the long mirror in her private chambers, adjusting the drape of her outer cloak for the 5th time. There was no vanity in the gesture, only calculation. If she was to be judged in the morning, she would be judged looking untouchable. A soft chime echoed. She froze. Not the ward alarm. Not a servant bell. The entry wards had accepted someone with override clearance. She turned just as the doors opened, and Rose stepped through. No guard, no herald, just her, a shadow in black. Flame barely leashed behind her eyes. Behind her, Lyra followed, silent and still as a hanging blade. Vess's voice came calm but too quickly. I expected you'd go straight to the council. I expected you wouldn't waste your last moves on a courier, Rose replied. Silence. Rose didn't sit. She didn't take off her coat. She simply walked the perimeter of the room, fingers trailing lightly along polished surfaces, ancient inlaid wood, silver-framed ledgers. I read your journal, she said. Vess stayed still. Then you understand why I buried it. Rose turned her head slightly. You didn't bury it. You hid behind it. Vess's voice cracked just for a moment. You weren't here. And you weren't supposed to survive, Rose said. Yet here we are. She turned fully to face her now. You sent a message to Lucienne. Vess's mask held barely. I needed allies. You needed insulation, Rose corrected. Someone else to bleed if this went bad. Another beat of silence. Then Rose asked, genuine, sharp. Tell me, Vess, do you believe Concordia is better off without me? The words hung in the room like a guillotine. Vess looked at her, really looked, and for the first time the facade cracked fully. No, she said softly, but I believed it might survive me better than it would survive you. Lyra shifted. Rose held up a hand without turning. Not yet. She stepped closer. One more question. Vess swallowed. Yes? If I walk out of here and leave you standing, are you going to stab me in the back again? Vess didn't speak. She just looked tired, worn, afraid, and ashamed. Finally, I don't know. Rose nodded once, then turned away. At the door, she stopped. To survive what's coming, we don't need loyalty. She looked back over her shoulder. We need clarity. Then she stepped into the hall. Lyra lingered, just for a moment. Then she said without warmth, if Rose doesn't cut you loose, I will. And then she was gone, leaving Lady Vess alone. Again, and unsure if she'd just been spared or sentenced. The House of Night Whispers didn't sleep, but it pretended to. The grand obsidian facade, veined with flickering starlight enchantments, loomed quiet over the western quarter. Its gate was closed, its lanterns dimmed. From the outside, it appeared at rest, contemplative, still. But Rose knew better. She didn't knock. She stood in front of the sealed door for exactly 3 seconds before the runes began to react. One pulsed once, then twice. The door opened. No greeting, no escort, just darkness and a corridor of velvet silence. She stepped inside. The temperature dropped behind her. Sound vanished. The very walls seemed to breathe, pulling her presence deeper with each step. Then a voice, smooth as aged ink. I was under the impression even you knew how to read a clock, Rose. Lucienne stood at the top of the staircase, wrapped in a midnight robe, hair still too perfect for someone supposedly pulled from sleep. He looked down at her like a man more intrigued than angry. Rose stopped at the foot of the stairs, hands relaxed at her sides, eyes unreadable. Good to see you too, Lucienne. He descended slowly, barefoot but poised, and when he reached the bottom step, he gestured toward the inner study without a word. They entered the parlour of secrets, a wide chamber draped in silk, with low tables and mirrored lanterns, casting illusions across the walls. A single decanter sat untouched beside 2 crystal glasses. Lucien poured himself a glass of pale wine, then another for her. He didn't hand it to her. He set it down on the table between them and took his seat. Rose remained standing. I know about the leak, she said. Lucien sipped his wine. Of course you do. Half the city's tripping over it. I know who planted it. Lucien gave the faintest smile. Do you? I also know who sat on the original records, Rose continued, and who decided to let Vess twist in the wind before I got back. Lucien didn't answer immediately. Then he said lightly, and yet, you're not kicking my door in. Rose stepped forward, boots quiet on the velvet floor. I don't kick down doors I might need again. Lucien looked up at her, his gaze suddenly sharper. You think I owe you something? I think you know where this city goes if we let it split down the middle again. Silence. Then Lucian stood, set down his wine, moved closer. You came for a favour? No, Rose said. I came for the truth. She looked him dead in the eye. When the council starts shifting blame, I need to know who's buying their own safety and what they're offering in return. Lucian's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes flickered. And if I tell you, he asked, what do I get? You get to live in a Concordia that isn't torn apart by the same hands rebuilding it. Lucian tilted his head, considering. Then he moved to a high drawer behind the hearth and retrieved a folded sheaf of thin black paper, marked with sigils known only to those who paid in silence. He passed it to her without ceremony. 4 council members, deals made since the leak. 2 to sacrifice vessels. 1 trying to blame it all on journal forgery, and 1 who's still waiting to see where you fall. Rose took the paper, didn't thank him, didn't smile. Just said, wise of them. Then she turned for the door. Lucian's voice followed her. Was it worth the walk? Rose paused just before stepping out. I'll let you know tomorrow, when the knives come out. And then she was gone. The door shut behind her like the closing of a vault. Lucian stood in silence for a long time, then whispered, one day, you'll ask for more than truth. The first light of dawn broke across Concordia's rooftops like a blade drawn from velvet. Inside the high chamber of Rose's war room, the team was already in motion. Eli worked at the crystal table, layering the last of the journal's projections into clean schematics. Names, motives, tether points, every secret they could use, distilled and ready. Lyra stood at the weapons rack, strapping on her concealed knives like they were just another set of gloves. Across the room, Rose stood at the tall windows, silent, watching as the golden haze of morning poured over the skyline. The city was waking up, and it was going to see her. A soft knock, 3 slow taps. Nothing more. The door opened. Cale stepped in. No escort, no sound, just a faint trace of cold air from the street behind him. He looked tired, as always. Rain clung to the edges of his coat, but his eyes were clear. You're visible, he said simply. Rose turned. They know. Cale nodded. Confirmed late last night. Marianne received word you were seen outside the Whispers. Someone watching the gates recognized you. Lyra gave a half smile. Lucien's people always notice what he doesn't say. Cale walked to the table and set down a folded report, one of his discreet communiques, simple but sharp. Eli picked it up and scanned it. Her eyes widened. They moved the council's meeting time up. No formal notice. Cale nodded. They're rattled. They want this over before the city finishes its morning tea. Afraid of a spectacle, Lyra said. No, Cale corrected. Afraid of losing control of it. Rose looked from him to the map. Are they united? No, Cale replied. They're fractured. Marianne and Brel are still trying to contain the fallout by blaming Vess. But 3 others are stalling, waiting to see what you do. He paused. If you come in strong, they might break toward you. Rose said nothing. Just turned back to the window, letting the sunlight cut across her features. Then finally, then I'll give them something to break toward. Eli closed the report. You want the full package? The journal, the leak, the name at the center? Rose shook her head. Not yet. Lyra raised an eyebrow. Why not? Because I'm not walking into a tribunal, Rose said. I'm walking into a table full of cowards. She stepped away from the glass and picked up her coat. I want them to feel safe enough to speak first. She fastened the clasp at her collar, smoothed it once. Then I'll remind them why silence was the better option. Cale gave the barest nod. I'll be watching from the chamber floor, back corner. No one will see me. They never do, Rose said without turning. When they arrived at the gates of the House of Silver Mirrors, they didn't request entry. They walked through it. The doors parted under old enchantments and newer fear. Rose moved with practiced calm through the polished halls, servants scattering without command. At the foot of the grand staircase, Lady Vess stood waiting, already dressed, already guarded, already trying to look composed. Rose didn't stop walking until she was close enough for Vess to feel her breath. The weight of silence between them settled like a guillotine. "I assume this is a courtesy visit," Vess said tightly. Rose didn't blink. "Number this is retrieval." "I can walk myself." "You can walk with me, or you can be dragged behind me like the last piece of old regime furniture Concordia hasn't thrown out yet." Vess's jaw clenched. "You don't command the council." "No," Rose said coolly, "but I command the room." A muscle twitched in Vess's temple, but before she could reply, her security aide, tall, armoured, and clearly mistaking the atmosphere for opportunity, stepped forward. "You'll watch your tone in this house?" Before the last syllable left his mouth, Lyra was there. One step, one blur. She planted herself between him and Rose like a drawn dagger. Expression empty, eyes promising pain. "Touch her," Lyra said quietly, "and you'll be eating through a straw for the next 4 councils." The man didn't move, didn't breathe. Smart. Eli, not missing a beat, leaned to the side and stage whispered, "You know, for a palace guard, that was adorable." The man twitched. Vess hissed, "Control your wolves." Rose didn't look away from her. "Oh, I do," she said. Then she turned slightly and gave Eli a look. "You've been hanging around Darren too much." Eli grinned. "I'm learning from the best." Vess stared for a long moment, trapped between losing face and losing ground. In the end, she chose to walk. Not beside Rose, not behind her. Just far enough to make it clear she wasn't leading. And that made all the difference. The vaulted hallway outside the council chamber stretched ahead like a quiet blade. Torches flickered in silver sconces. Voices murmured behind the great doors, too faint to make out, but sharp with anticipation. They were being watched. Rose knew it. Not by guards, not by nobles, but by everyone who mattered. She stopped halfway to the doors and turned sharply to Lady Vess. Vess, already tense, blinked as Rose stepped close once again. Her voice dropped low, measured and cold. "You don't speak unless I tell you to." Vess opened her mouth. Too fast. Rose cut her off with a look so precise it could have been a scalpel. No speeches, no apologies, no strategic flailing. You breathe when I say so. You sit when I sit. And if anyone asks you a question, I wait for you, Vess said quietly. Rose nodded once. Good. I'd hate to have Lyra interrupt again. Lyra didn't smile. She just stared at Vess in profile, like she was mentally estimating wind speed and pressure. Eli stepped in beside them, flipping a slender coin between her fingers. A harmless spell token, though her smirk was anything but harmless. She going to follow orders? Eli asked dryly. Or are we flipping her upside down before breakfast? Rose didn't answer. Instead, she straightened her coat, smoothed the lapel, and turned toward the doors. It's time. The guards on either side of the chamber gave a subtle nod, enchanted hinges unlocking in a smooth click. The great doors began to open. And, for the first time in years, Rose stepped into the council chamber. The doors of the council chamber opened with a whisper that silenced everything. 12 councillors sat in an arc of polished obsidian. Some leaned forward, others stayed frozen. Murmurs died in throats. Postures stiffened. And then Rose entered. Not hurried, not regal, just inevitable. Her boots tapped lightly against the black stone floor as she moved toward the center of the chamber. No announcement, no escort, just presence. Behind her came Eli, calm and sharp, adjusting the crystal relay under her arm like she was tuning an instrument of war. And Lyra, blade quiet and watchful, eyes tracking the room like a predator in no mood to chase. Trailing them, tense, hesitant, Lady Vess, her head held high but her movements clipped. They were not walking into a room of peers, they were walking into a room already afraid of what it had summoned. One man stood, Councillor Thorne. He rose with absolute clarity, his right hand flat to his chest, not out of honour, but memory. And as his face turned to greet Rose, the brand on his cheek came into full view. A scorched rose blossom etched deep into the flesh just beneath his eye, still red at the edges, still raw enough to sting in cold weather. It was the mark of a man who had once betrayed her, or hesitated when he shouldn't have. And it was the mark of a man who would never do it again. The other councillors didn't rise, not immediately. Some glanced at Thorne, some looked away. All of them saw the brand, and they remembered. Rose said nothing at first. She moved to the centre of the stone floor and stopped. Her coat shifted as she turned. Her eyes scanned the room like a tactician taking inventory. Then her voice rang out, clear and razor-sharp. "I see you've all had a productive week." A few councillors stirred. Backroom meetings, leaked records, emergency sessions, carefully curated silence. She gestured toward the space behind her. Eli stepped forward and placed a journal, silver-bound, rune-sealed, onto the centre table. "This is what you were all afraid of. The truth." She stepped forward once. "But let me be clear. The truth didn't crawl out of the dark to ruin you. It's been here the entire time. You just hoped I wouldn't bring it to light." Her gaze landed on Councillor Brell, who flinched, then on Marianne, who stared back with careful neutrality. And then, finally, on Thorne. He didn't flinch, didn't look away. The brand said everything. Rose turned back to the chamber. "I've come not to answer your accusations. I've come to remind you that Concordia was rebuilt on fire, not votes. That it was held, not by your titles, but by the people who walked through blood to keep this city standing." She glanced at Lady Vess, then back to the council. "You want to hang her? Do it. But don't lie to yourselves about what she is. Because if she goes down, you go with her. The records know. I know." She let the silence stretch, let the fear soak. Then, "So go ahead. Call this a hearing." She stepped back, arms at her sides. "But remember, every word spoken today will be remembered tomorrow. And if any of you think this is your moment to rise, ask Thorne how well that worked out." A beat of silence followed Rose's words. Then from the upper arc of the chamber, Councillor Marianne rose. She did not rush. She did not posture. Her movements were exact, composed, rehearsed not in vanity, but in intent. Marianne was Concordian nobility to the bone, crystalline diction, cold grace, and eyes that saw 10 moves ahead. "Your arrival, Lady Rose," she said smoothly, "is noted." Her voice echoed without amplification, commanding without force. "And while your perspective is, as always, compelling, this chamber has not convened to revisit your memories of the war, nor your disciplinary history with Councillor Thorne." A murmur rippled through the benches, cautious but real. Thorne didn't blink. He remained standing, chin lifted, the burn on his cheek a silent counterpoint. Marianne continued, "We are here to assess the security of Concordia's future, the integrity of its leadership, and whether or not certain figures, regardless of their legacy, have become too unpredictable to serve that future." She didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. All eyes shifted to Rose again. Even Vess turned slightly, uncertain now whether she was still the target or the bait. Eli leaned in slightly behind Rose. "Subtle. She's pushing you toward a forced vote." Lyra's hand brushed the hilt of a blade beneath her coat. "Let her. She won't like the answer." But Rose didn't move. She let Marianne's words hang, let the threat bloom in full. Then she stepped forward again, just one pace, and said, "Let's talk about unpredictability then." She motioned to Eli. Eli didn't hesitate. She reached into her coat and pulled a folded slip of parchment, the one taken from Lucien's archive at 1 a.m. Rose took it, unfolded it slowly, and held it aloft. Last night, 4 of you signed covert agreements to vote for Vess's removal before this session began. Gasps. One councillor stood halfway before sinking again. 2 of you prepared offers for her assets, trade routes, land rights, influence blocks, assuming she wouldn't survive the hour. And 1 of you, her gaze slid to the far end of the table, offered a motion to delay all rebuilding efforts pending a review of Lady Vess's role in Concordia's future. She lowered the parchment. Now, tell me again about unpredictability. Marianne's face didn't change, but her knuckles curled just slightly against the edge of the bench. Rose turned slightly to address the whole chamber now. You're not here to protect Concordia. You're here to survive it. And then sharply to Marianne. You want a future? Stand still long enough to be counted in it. Rose scoffed, quietly but with enough force to cut straight through Marianne's polished tone. She stepped forward again, her voice low and razor clean. Security, integrity, unpredictability. She rolled the words on her tongue like something sour. Let's talk about what really threatened Concordia. The room stilled. Not the war, not Draven, not even the Black Dawn. She paced slowly, each step deliberate as her gaze swept the semicircle of seated councillors. It was you, some of you, sitting right here. A ripple of discomfort shifted through the chamber. Before Draven ever broke the gates, before the first crystal bled into this city, you were already plotting. She let her words hang there, heavy. Secret meetings, shadow alliances, power plays carved from greed and fear. Several councillors sat back as if her words were heat. One looked away. Another's hand went unconsciously to their collar. She didn't look at any one person for too long, but she didn't have to. You wanted control. You wanted Concordia for yourselves. And when the real threat arrived, you collapsed under the weight of your own ambition. Silence swallowed the room. She reached into her coat and held up a second set of pages. Not the journal, but copies. Deliberate. Clean. I have names. She looked at each member now, carefully, pausing long enough for the pressure to bite, short enough to avoid open accusation. I have minutes from meetings, sealed correspondences, land transfers that were never filed, every signature, every whisper. A long intake of breath from somewhere in the room. Rose turned toward Marianne, who now stared not with superiority, but a quiet, strategic dread. Shall I display them now? She asked, voice sweet as poison. In front of the full chamber, with press and citizen witnesses looking on? Perhaps they'd enjoy knowing who was selling Concordia long before anyone came to conquer it. A cough, a shuffle, a bead of sweat. Even the council guards shifted on their feet. Rose folded the papers with care and placed them back inside her coat. No? She let the word echo. Then let's be done pretending this is about law or order or progress. Her voice cooled to ice. This is about fear and leverage. And which one of you is going to blink first? And then just slightly, she smiled. The room had gone quiet again. But this time, it wasn't respect or formality. It was fear. Rose stood at the centre of the chamber, eyes sweeping the arc of pale faces and shifting bodies. Then she spoke, not loud, but the silence made every word thunder. The individuals involved in that transgression, she said, have until 5 p.m. today to resign their positions and vacate their posts of influence. She let the weight of that deadline settle. You are no longer useful. A cough, a muffled intake of breath. One councillor went pale. If you try to stay, Rose continued, voice sharpening just slightly, then the names, the records, and the evidence will be released, publicly, for all to see. She said nothing more, didn't elaborate, didn't name a soul, because she didn't have to. Then, with absolute calm, she turned. Eli followed first, shoulders relaxed, smirking as if she were leaving a dinner party. Lyra followed next, silent, watchful, one hand resting just above her belt. Lady Vess for once said nothing at all, and Councillor Thorne stood again as Rose passed, head bowed slightly, not in submission, but in acknowledgement. As the doors swung shut behind her, the chamber exhaled, and for the first time in years the council felt what it was like to be ruled again. The House of Silver Mirrors felt different now, less like a palace, more like a war room with polished edges. The scent of charred incense still clung faintly to the upper halls, where old enchantments had recently burned out, and new ones were being stitched into place. Eli stood in the central atrium, sleeves rolled up, bracer gloves glowing violet as she calibrated ward anchors along the wall. She worked with her usual muttered commentary and half-channeled sarcasm. "Tell me again why we're upgrading a house built on paranoia," she said, tapping a rune into a stone panel. Lyra crouched beside her, feeding conduit strands through the floor panels with deft hands. "Because Rose just kicked every rotting political hornet's nest in Concordia," she replied, "and this house is going to be their first stop." "Fair." A pulse of light flared, then settled. "Field barriers up," Eli said. "Short of a siege, no one's getting through the front gate without us knowing." Lyra stood. "That just leaves everything else." Meanwhile, 2 floors above, in the echoing hush of Lady Vess's private solarium, Rose sat across from her at a small table of stained glass and marble. No weapons, no guards, just 2 women and the weight of too much history. Vess had removed her outer coat, but she still sat straight, hands folded in her lap like posture could still save her from everything else. Rose studied her quietly for a moment, then said without malice, "You're not stupid. You know I could have ended you today." Vess nodded once. "You didn't." "That's not mercy," Rose said. "That's investment." Another silence. "I want to trust you," Rose continued, voice lower now. "But how do I? After everything?" Vess didn't answer immediately. She looked tired, older than she had earlier, like the council meeting had peeled something from her that no spell could replace. Finally, her voice came soft. "Because I'm still here. I didn't run." "That's not trust. That's survival." "I want to earn it," Vess said, "but I don't know how." Rose leaned forward, elbows on her knees, eyes locked. "Start by telling me what else you've hidden." That landed. Vess swallowed. Then slowly, painfully. She nodded. "I'll give you everything," she said, "even the things I kept from myself." Rose sat back. "Good, because next time I walk into a council chamber, I don't want to be wondering if the knife at my back has your name on it." Outside, down in the entry hall, the security wards pulsed softly, stronger now, sharper. So was the house, so was the alliance, and maybe, just maybe, so were the people inside it. The lamplight flickered against the edges of the old parchment. The ink hadn't even dried yet on the public resignations, but Cale wasn't writing for the record. This page was only for Rose. His handwriting was tight and unadorned, clear, efficient, without waste. Report. Council Chamber. Post-ultimatum observation. Councillor Halrick will not recover from this. He'll offer his resignation tonight. Suggest quiet watch. He may attempt to vanish instead. Verin is undecided. She's looking for consensus, a weak link, but still salvageable if offered the right protection. Marianne is angry, but not impulsive. She's considering counter-leverage, possibly looking for Vess's replacement already. Thorne is still loyal, and still feared. Cale paused, then added, "Note, one name came up, off the record. Someone passed her name to a guild intermediary last night. No signature, no seal, just a request. How much to make a fire look like an accident?" He didn't name the sender. He didn't need to. Rose would know exactly what to do with that kind of warning. He folded the page, sealed it with a blank wax stamp, and slid it into a grey envelope with no markings. Then he leaned back in his chair and stared at the map on the wall, small pins tracing council estates, guard rotations, and known escape routes. 5 p.m. had passed, but the real countdown had just begun. The report arrived at dusk. A plain grey envelope slipped beneath the inner door of the upstairs study in the House of Silver Mirrors. No seal, no crest, just presence. Rose picked it up without ceremony. She didn't ask who delivered it. She already knew. The study was quiet. Eli downstairs installing another trigger ward, Lyra outside doing a final sweep. Vess was in her room under suggestion to stay available but uninvolved. Rose sat alone at the desk and opened the letter. She read it once, then again. Her fingers pressed into the page just slightly as she reached the final line. How much to make a fire look like an accident? Her eyes narrowed. And then, calmly, she folded the page and slipped it into a black envelope marked with her private rune. No words, no fury. But something behind her eyes turned colder than Concordia's deepest vault. The House of Falling Ash issued a late-night statement declaring a temporary withdrawal from active political engagement. Everyone understood what it meant. No meetings, no votes, no protection. They were cutting ties, hiding behind the smoke they were named for. The House of Red Blades responded with silence, which was louder than a declaration. Their couriers moved in double time, pulling assets out of joint trade agreements, shuttering 2 lower offices before curfew. The market square, once filled with post-rain bustle, slowed as word spread. Scribes whispered the names of councillors who hadn't shown themselves since morning. Tavern owners asked about that fire accident they'd heard near the embassy wing. Nothing confirmed, nothing denied. In the middle of it all, 3 names surfaced again and again. Rose, Marianne, and whoever was next to fall. Back inside the estate, Eli returned to the study and handed Rose a gem-cut surveillance node. Perimeter's clean, but we've had 2 people loiter near the west wall, not locals. Tagged and tracked. Already flagged them. Lyra entered a moment later, cloak damp, blades glinting faintly beneath her cuffs. Cities crawling. Everyone's holding their breath like they're waiting to hear who died first. Rose didn't look up from the envelope in her hand. I want names, routes, allies, weak points. We move by morning. Eli raised an eyebrow. You expecting fallout? I'm expecting war. She was right. That night, an explosion tore through a side hall in the lower judiciary wing, a place Rose had once stored backup copies of her early post-war reforms. The blast was surgical, controlled, magical traces buried beneath accelerants designed to look like poor maintenance. Only it wasn't. Kale's informants caught the movement an hour before detonation, a former house page with a forged courier badge, intercepted just after the fire started. He didn't talk, didn't need to, because tucked in his coat was a single silver coin engraved with a wolf's eye, the symbol of a contract assassins guild once funded by the houses, long disbanded. Or so everyone thought. The target had been clear, not Rose's life. Her legacy, erase the past, and the people would forget what she built. By midnight, 3 more messages were intercepted. 1 requesting passage out of Concordia. 1 attempting to purchase a silence contract on a mid-level officer. 1 traced back to a councillor's aide. No name, just motive. Cut her reach before dawn. Back in the study, Lyra laid out the reports in order. Eli reinforced the door seals, and Rose stared at the map of the city now covered in new red markers. Then, quietly, someone just chose the first move. Lyra said nothing. Eli cracked her knuckles. Rose reached for her coat. We choose the second. The city was quiet by the time Rose left the House of Silver Mirrors. Not peaceful, just watchful. The kind of quiet that knows something is about to break. She wore no cloak, no insignia, no armor, just her long coat, half-buttoned, and the weight of truth moving beneath it. She didn't take the main roads, she didn't need to. Her path cut through the sleeping veins of Concordia, through maintenance alleys and old patrol routes, along rooftop lines that once served as extraction paths when assassins still stalked the high walls. She moved like someone who had never left. The name she'd traced wasn't highborn, but it was protected. Varn Elcor, former intelligence broker, now posing as a ledger merchant in the Western Quarter. A man who survived the Black Dawn by selling maps and names to whoever looked like they might win. He was smart, but Rose was already inside before he realized he should be scared. The back room of his shop was dark, humid, crowded with stacks of falsified paperwork and decoy relics. Varn leaned over a desk, quill in hand, cataloguing something that didn't exist. He didn't hear her come in, but he felt her. The air shifted, pressure folding around the edges of the room like it knew her name better than he did. He turned just in time to see her standing in the doorway, hands at her sides, expression unreadable. "Lady Rose." "Don't," she said. The word cut the air. He swallowed. I didn't know it was your building. I swear. I was just paid to—" She took one step forward. The temperature in the room rose. "I'm not here to lecture you," she said. "I'm here to confirm." Varn's eyes darted to the shelf where he kept a concealed rune trigger. He never reached it. Rose raised one finger, just a flick, and the wood beneath the shelf ignited, flames coiling around it like a serpent baring its teeth. Varn backed away fast, hands raised. Okay. It was a drop order. Courier from the Binding Vows estate. No crest, no direct payment, just a sealed pouch and a name. Rose's eyes narrowed. Which name? Varn hesitated. She took another step. The fire didn't grow, it watched. "Councillor Verin," he said, voice cracking. "The request came under her proxy tag. I didn't question it." Rose nodded once. She extinguished the flame with a gesture. Not water, just pressure. The fire died like it had been told to stop. "You're going to vanish," she said. "Now. New name, new life. If I see your face again, you won't need a second warning." Varn nodded furiously. "Gone, I swear. Gone by dawn." She turned to leave, but paused at the door. "Leave the scroll on your counter," she added. "The one with the courier's crest. I'll take it from here." Then she was gone. Varn didn't move for several minutes, but when he did, he left the scroll and Concordia behind. Councillor Verin lived in a tiered estate built into the cliffs above Concordia's east rim, more glass than stone, a symbol of modern neutrality and transparency. Rose had always hated that design. She walked through the front gate without knocking. 2 outer guards looked up. One reached for a weapon. She didn't stop. By the time they realized who she was, they stepped back like the wind had shifted and their bones remembered something their minds couldn't. She found Verin in her upper solar, half draped in a silk shawl, sipping tea from a lacquered cup, pretending not to hear the footsteps echoing up the stairs. She didn't look up when Rose entered. "Lady Rose," she said lightly, "you've had quite the week." Rose stepped fully into the room. "So have you." Verin finally looked up, her expression poised. "Is this about the hearing? Because I assure you, it's about the fire." The words landed like stone. Verin blinked once. "What fire?" Rose stepped closer. "The fire set by a contractor operating under a proxy seal tied to your estate. Same courier routes you used during the Black Dawn siege. Same seal key that was declared destroyed 6 years ago." Verin's smile faltered, only slightly. "I don't know what you think you found—" "Stop." Rose's voice didn't rise, but the room cooled. Even the enchanted lanterns dimmed slightly. "I've let a lot slide this week," Rose said. "I let Vess keep her seat. I let Marianne posture. I let half this city remember what it's like to sweat." She paused. "Let that settle. You don't get to play innocent, Verin. You sent someone to erase what I've built. Not my body, my work, my record. And that tells me something." Verin swallowed once. "And what's that?" she asked, tone low now. "That you're afraid." Rose reached into her coat and pulled out the scroll Varn had given her. She dropped it on Varen's pristine glass table. The weight of it, truth, proof, warning, cracked the illusion of control. You have two options, Rose said calmly. One, you resign by sunrise, quietly, take your coin, your pride, and whatever scraps of legacy you think you've earned, and disappear. Varen opened her mouth. Rose held up a hand. Or two, you stay, and I burn down everything with your name on it, publicly. I will lay your deals bare. I will list your betrayals one by one, and I will never stop. Varen's voice shook just slightly. You wouldn't. I branded Thorn in open daylight. Silence. I don't bluff, Rose said. She turned, her coat flaring slightly at her heels. 1 hour, Varen. And with that she left the estate. No guards moved, no doors closed behind her. Only the echo of her footsteps, and the weight of a choice that had already been made. The streets of Concordia were still slick from a passing mist, the kind that didn't fall like rain, but clung like memory. Rose walked them without her usual urgency, not slow, just measured. The city had felt her hand today. She could feel it pressing back. She didn't go back to the House of Silver Mirrors. Not yet. Instead, she turned down a narrow corridor, past a shuttered apothecary, and a fortune stall no one had touched since the Black Dawn collapsed. At the end of the street, the sign swung lazily on its rusted hook. The Broken Shield. Inside, it was just as she remembered, low fire, dim lighting, tables that had seen more secrets than sunlight. And at the back, seated in his usual shadow, was Kael Varner. He didn't look up, didn't need to. You're late, he said. I wasn't invited, Rose replied, sliding into the seat across from him. Kael tapped the table twice. A barkeep who knew better than to ask brought 2 glasses, one filled, one waiting. Rose took the poured one, didn't ask what it was. Didn't need to. They sat in silence for a full minute before she finally said, Varen has an hour to vanish. Kael nodded slowly. She'll take it. She's too proud to burn in public. That's what I'm counting on. More silence. A comfortable one. Finally, Kael spoke again. You lit half the city on fire in 2 days. Rose took a long sip from the glass. I was in the mood. You think they'll come after you directly next? They'd be smart not to, she said. But people aren't smart when they're cornered. Kael leaned back, the lamplight cutting hard lines across his worn features. You going to finish cleaning the house? I'll let the ones still hiding think I'm done. He smiled, barely. I almost feel bad for them. No, you don't. Fair. Another drink. Another silence. Then Rose glanced sideways at him. You stayed in the chamber. He didn't deny it. Anything I didn't already know? Kael shook his head. Number but seeing them squirm up close. Worth staying. Rose nodded once, then leaned back. You ever get tired of being invisible? She asked. He looked at her then, steady and unflinching. Number I get tired of watching the city forget who held it together. She didn't reply. Didn't need to. The fire crackled. The room buzzed low with the conversations of people who still had problems small enough to drown in drink. For now. And Rose, for the first time all day, let herself breathe. The fire snapped again, drawing a lazy arc of light across the table. Rose sipped her drink, slower now. And as Kael settled back into the shadows, speaking little, watching everything, she watched him. Not obviously, not openly, but she studied the way he held his glass like a weapon that didn't need drawing. How his eyes flicked to exits and mirrors with a rhythm born of years, not nerves. How his shoulders never fully relaxed, even here, in the one place he let himself exist outside of intel reports and street whispers. He hadn't asked her for anything. Not thanks, not trust, not forgiveness, and somehow that made him harder to ignore. He reminded her of someone, not in face, not in voice, but in presence. Gunnar. Another man who preferred to stay in the shadows, who led by example and bore his weight in silence, who didn't beg for loyalty but earned it anyway. They weren't the same. Gunnar had fire, rage wrapped in discipline. Kale was like flint, dry, hard, but always capable of sparking something sharp when it mattered. "You remind me of someone," she said suddenly. Kale didn't look at her. "Should I be worried?" he asked. "No," she said, "but he's the only man I've ever seen carry weight like you do." Kale finally glanced up. "You trust him?" Rose nodded slowly. "Maybe." Kale smirked faintly. "Sounds familiar." She raised her glass slightly. "He leads from the front. You lead from the shadows. But the silence in you, it's the same." A pause. Kale took another sip, then said, low, "Not many know how to read silence." "I do," Rose replied, "and I respect what's hidden more than what's loud." The bells of first light rang across Concordia's upper tier, sharp and silver, carried by the high wind from the watchtowers. Normally the city greeted the dawn with bustle. Not today. Today was quiet, unsettled, as if every corner of Concordia was waiting to see who had made it through the night. By seventh bell, it was official. Councillor Varin was gone, her estate sealed, her staff dismissed, her carriage chartered to a dockyard with no listed destination. No farewell, no announcement, just vanished. By eighth bell, the rumours spread. She had fled to the outland courts. She had taken a poison oath. She had been burned alive by Echo Division as an example. All of them were wrong. And all of them worked. The public reaction came in waves. In the noble quarter, houses tightened their communication lines. 3 public gatherings were cancelled. 2 planned festivals postponed with quiet urgency. In the markets, vendors watched more than they sold. Everyone was suddenly interested in politics, especially the kind that could get someone removed by dawn. And in the military garrisons, commanders issued new protection details for sitting councillors. Not because of external threat, but because they all understood now. No one was untouchable. At the House of Silver Mirrors, the sun cut long shadows across the reinforced entry hall. Fresh ward lines gleamed like latticework across the walls. Traps were hidden. Guards rotated. Eyes watched everything. Inside, Eli adjusted a pressure plate on the second-floor stairway, then sent a fresh pulse through the new arcane network. "Perimeter's holding," she said. "No movement. No watchers." Lyra stood nearby, arms folded. "Just means they're hiding deeper." Eli nodded. "They always do after someone vanishes." A quiet chime echoed through the chamber, a courier drop at the outer ward. Rose appeared in the hall moments later, still tying her gloves. "Report?" she asked. Eli handed her the scroll. "Message from a contact in the council guard." 1 sentence. Rose unrolled it. 6 chairs empty this morning. 3 unresponsive. 2 requests to meet before noon. She read it twice, then smiled. Small. Calculated. "The board's clearing." Lyra spoke next, low and sharp. "Which means the next move has to be louder." Rose nodded once. "Let's see who else thinks silence will protect them." The meeting took place mid-morning in the central solar of the House of Silver Mirrors. Sunlight flooding the stained glass walls, casting fractured rainbows over the long marble table. Lady Vess arrived exactly on time, flanked by 2 senior aides and carrying a ledger already marked with fresh notes. Rose was already waiting. No tea, no warm words, just purpose. "Sit," she said. Vess obeyed. Lyra leaned in a far corner, arms folded. Eli stood at the far end of the table, flipping through a projection crystal that pulsed with faint arcane blueprints. Rose didn't waste time. "We're done surviving. It's time to start rebuilding." Vess inclined her head. "You're referring to the city infrastructure?" "I'm referring to the portals." A beat of silence. Then Vess straightened slightly. "That will be difficult. The network is damaged. We lost 2 engineers during the occupation. And the materials, you'll find them. Rose said, voice calm but absolute. You'll pull every surviving technician from every collapsed guild, every hidden shop, every abandoned outpost. If they ever touched a portal stabilizer, I want them at work by nightfall. And the schematics? Already recovered, Eli cut in, projecting a diagram mid-air. We salvaged the core lattice coding during the fireproofing sweep. We can rebuild, but it won't be elegant. It doesn't have to be, Rose said. It has to work. Vess looked down, then nodded. This isn't a reconstruction project, she said. This is a reactivation. Thanks to the pack blowing Draven's fortress off the leyline grid, Eli smirked. Yes. Eldermire's arcane flow was reset to its pre-war alignment. It's primed. Rose stepped in then, voice cutting through the room like steel. We're not just restoring Concordia's trade, we're reconnecting everything. She pointed to the map as nodes flared to life across the image. Dozens of them. Eldermire is the anchor between realms, a fully operational hub. If we get that link back online, we triple the network. Trade, reinforcements, messages, movement, and most importantly, Earth access. Vess looked up sharply. You want to reopen the Earth link? I want full access through Eldermire by the end of the week, Rose said. And I want a secure line by tomorrow. That's an impossible timeline. Not for you, Rose replied. Not with the resources you've hoarded. Eli nodded. I can stabilize the uplink nodes, but I'll need your best builders, not the ones still hiding behind broken sigils. Vess exhaled. I'll issue the recall immediately. Rose leaned in slightly. Good, because if Eldermire's back online and Concordia rises with it, we won't just recover. We'll dominate. By midday, the council chamber was full again. But this time, there were no whisper campaigns. No secret alliances exchanging glances behind folded hands. There was only one name on everyone's mind, and she was already standing at the center of the floor. Rose. No guards, no entourage, just presence. And this time, when she stepped forward, they didn't look afraid. They looked expectant. Marian sat quietly, expression unreadable. A few chairs remained empty, permanently so. But the others leaned in, curious, uncertain. Rose didn't let them wait long. Yesterday we reset the balance of this council. She let that statement breathe. Today, we begin resetting the real lines. She turned slightly, gesturing to Eli and one of the summoned architects now laying out schematics along the side panel. The portal network is being reactivated, one gate at a time, prioritized by trade, security, and leyline strength. Murmurs began immediately. A councillor from the House of Iron Rivers leaned forward. Are you saying inter-realm trade is resuming? Yes, Rose said plainly, starting with Eldermire. That silenced the room. She continued. The destruction of Draven's fortress realigned the ley lines. That event stabilized Eldermire's node structure and re-established the foundation for earthbound linkage. Now even Marianne sat up straighter. Rose let the implications land. Concordia's isolation ends now. Our economy will strengthen. Our allies will return. Our place in the realm hierarchy will be unshakable, provided no one tries to sabotage this effort. Her eyes drifted just slightly to a few remaining councillors, then back. I'm not asking for permission, but I am offering partnership. She stepped back just a pace. You want to be seen leading this city? Then stand up and lead with me. The silence that followed wasn't fear. It was respect. Hard won. Grit forged. Thorn stood first, and then two others, and slowly the room followed. The arcane hum in the portal chamber was subtle but alive. Rose stood beside Eli as the final containment ring was bolted into the floor. A seven-pointed lattice surrounded by layered glyphwork, its edges glowing faint violet as the leyline energy trickled in. You grounded the resonance manually? Rose asked, crouching beside the stabilizer housing. Eli smirked. Didn't trust the automated circuit. I hand-threaded it with reinforced ward cable. It'll hold. unless someone throws a realm quake through the link. Rose inspected the etching along the base. You modulated the translation delay. Of course I did. You're not the only one who can read Old Mechanist. They shared a brief grin, but beneath it the tension still throbbed. This wasn't just a gateway. It was the heartbeat of Concordia's future, and if it failed, so would everything Rose had fought for. Eli stood and activated a crystal gauge hovering near the central node. Energy's stable. We're almost ready. Not yet, Rose said. Let them squirm a little longer. Let the city breathe it in before we open the doors. Across the manor, the House of Silver Mirrors buzzed. The once quiet halls now echoed with cautious footsteps, clipped accents, and the flutter of courier parchments. Traders had returned, some in silk and jewels bearing old house names and big promises. Others in worn boots and practical coats, representing merchant fleets and neutral outposts long cut off from Concordia's trade routes. They came with questions, with contracts, and with bribes, thinly veiled as partnership gifts. Rose didn't greet them personally. Not yet. She moved like a shadow between wings, observing, listening, watching Vess. Lady Vess stood in the formal gallery-turned-receiving room, flanked by a senior steward and a rune scribe. Her posture was graceful, her tone polished, but Rose saw the tension behind her eyes. Still she moved smoothly, negotiating docking rights, resupply schedules, temporary customs waivers. She smiled at the right moments. She said no without saying no. She was useful. For now. Eli stepped up beside Rose, holding a datapad scrawled with the day's traffic requests. That's the third envoy this morning, asking for preferred tier status. Who's Vess offering it to? The ones who bring in food, or medicine, or someone who used to owe her a favor. Rose nodded. Good. Then quieter, but watch who she doesn't say no to. Eli grinned. Already flagged too. The hallway lights flared as another envoy entered, this one from the floating forge markets of Marantel, bearing alloy contracts and news from the Sky Realms. Concordia's pulse was returning, but Rose knew better than to celebrate. Trade meant movement, movement meant risk, and the portal hadn't even opened yet. The portal chamber beneath the House of Silver Mirrors no longer looked like a ruin. It pulsed. Soft lines of blue and gold shimmered through the air as energy collected along the floor's etched glyphs. 7 core anchors had been placed precisely along the chamber's perimeter, each hand-tuned and tested under Rose's watchful eye. At the centre, the Eldermire sigil, carved in old-world stone and sealed with Eli's upgraded runes, glowed steadily, holding resonance. Eli crouched at the primary conduit node, fine-tuning the final threshold curve. You sure about the spike compression? She asked, flicking a copper ring into the relay. If we don't use it, the flow bottlenecks, Rose replied. The gate stutters. I want this clean. Eli grinned. Same page, boss. She stood, wiped her gloves on her pants, then nodded once. All systems green. Rose stepped forward to the central platform. Behind her, a handful of security personnel and node techs stood at the perimeter holding their breath. A few members of the portal recovery crew watched from behind protective sigil glass, whispering among themselves. The portal hadn't opened yet, but it wanted to. Rose took a breath, then pressed her hand to the activator stone. A heartbeat passed, then another. Then, light. A sound like rushing wind and tearing silk flooded the room as the air warped inward. Lines of golden-blue flame spun into a ring before them, anchored in runes, pulled by purpose. And then, the portal opened. Not violently, elegantly. The swirling veil revealed a distant stone chamber bathed in soft green-white light, Eldermire's anchor chamber long dormant. They could see movement on the far side, faint but alive. Rose stared into it, not with wonder, with recognition. We're back, she said softly. Eli exhaled beside her. Now we find out who's waiting. Rose turned. Signal them. Send the clearance passphrase. If they respond, we stabilize. If they don't, I know, Eli said. We shut it down and try again. But even as she spoke, a shimmer passed through the portal. A pulse. Then a coded return burst, old but correct. They had been heard. The portal flared once as Rose stepped through. The air shifted instantly, cooler, sharper, laced with the hum of residual ley line energy. Her boots touched stone not touched by Concordian soil in years. She was in Eldermire. The chamber was an old-world bunker, carved from reinforced rock, inlaid with ancient stabilizing glyphs and reinforced by elven craftsmanship during the rebuilding efforts. Crystal lamps bathed the room in a muted silver-white glow. And she wasn't alone. 4 elven guards stood at the perimeter, armour etched with council sigils, weapons not drawn but visibly ready. Their posture was respectful, but alert. And at the centre of the chamber, Clara. She stood tall in tactical elven armour, hair tied back, hand resting lightly on the hilt of her dagger. Beside her, tail twitching, eyes sharp. Omega. The young wolf stood nearly shoulder-high now, muscles lean, eyes intelligent and calm. He let out a low whuff of recognition as Rose emerged, then padded forward slowly. Clara gave a sharp nod. Welcome back. Rose took in the room, then stepped off the arrival platform. Portal stabilized. Clara nodded. Fully. Ley lines realigned across the eastern ridge. No flux spikes. No bleed. Rose knelt briefly to scratch Omega behind the ears. The wolf's eyes narrowed in contentment before he returned to his watchful position beside Clara. Rose stood. How's the rest of the hub? Clara gestured toward the heavy doors at the far end of the chamber. Holding. We've got 3 nodes warmed up. Once we get a second gate aligned, we can open limited transit to the border realms. And Earth? Still sealed. But it's there. I can feel the pull. Rose glanced toward the inner hallway. Then we're halfway home. Clara walked beside her. You didn't have to come through yourself. I needed to see it, Rose said. Feel it. Make sure no one buried anything in the walls. They paused at the central node console, where another elven technician stood monitoring pulse output. Clara looked at her again, more serious now. This is going to change everything. Rose nodded. That's the idea.